check, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check, check, check. Hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Your kind attention, please. The program is going to start within a while. So kindly put your mobile phone in silent mode. Thank you.
hello, hello, testing, hello, hello, testing, hello, testing, hello, hello, testing, hello, 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 testing, hello, hello, testing, hello, 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 testing, hello, testing, hello, hello, testing, hello,
Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello,
Your attention, please.
hello, hello,
Kindly maintain silence inside the auditorium.
hello,
Please
hello,
put
check.
your mobile phone in silent mode.
Hello, check.
Dear participants, your kind attention please. Kindly put your mobile phone in silent mode and the program is going to start within a while. So kindly maintain silence.
A very pleasant morning to one and all present here. It's with great honor and anticipation to the distinguished dignitaries, eminent delegates, visionary scholar, spirited students and participants, we welcome you all to the International Summit on Reforming Justice System and Intellectual Conference of Minds and Missions dedicated to reimagining justice in a world that demands empathy, equity and evolution.
As we commence this prestigious international summit held on the sacred soil of Tamil Nadu, it is both an honor and a tradition to invoke the blessings of a rich linguistic and cultural heritage. We begin with a revered invocation that celebrates the timeless legacy, literary brilliance and cultural depth of Tamil language. We request everyone to raise for Tamil Thai Valthu. Thank you all. Please be seated.
Genuine hospitality lies in offering the finest part of oneself to those we welcome. To set the tone for this impactful gathering, I now invite our Dean, Dr. T.N. Geeta, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone present here. Every sunrise brings a new day, new hope, and a new chapter waiting to unfold. With the blessings of our founder, Professor R.V. Dhanapalan, I am profoundly honored and deem it a pleasure to welcome our esteemed chief guest present here to mark this international summit. A warm welcome to each and every one of you for today. We do not just witness an event, we become a part of something meaningful. It's my pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Honorable Justice S. Manikumar, a distinguished Indian judge who spent almost 4 decades serving the law in various capacities as an advocate, a chemistry, obtained his bachelor's from Dr. Ambedkar Law College, Chennai in 1983, got enrolled as an advocate in Bar Council of Tamil Nadu in 1983 and practiced under the guidance of his father, Sri K. Swamidurai, who later adorned the bench of Madras High Court. Lordship was sworn in as an additional judge of Madras High Court in 2006, became a permanent judge in 2009, and he served until 2019. In 2019, Lordship was sworn as the 36th Chief Justice of High Court of Kerala. In June 2024, Justice S. Manikumar has been appointed as a chairperson of State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu. Throughout Sir's career, Lordship has served as a member and chairman of various committees. Justice S. Manikumar has been involved in a significant number of cases during his tenure, both in Madras High Court and Kerala High Court. While a comprehensive list of all key judgments would be extensive, here are some notable areas that highlights his judicial contributions: public interest litigations, service matters, motor accident claims, constitutional law writ jurisdiction, and statutory interpretation. Lordship, the chairman, Saravanan Dhanapalan, and the entire crew of Central Law College are truly honored by your presence today, and we are happy to have you share this momentous occasion with you. Welcome you, sir. the guest for today, Justice Murugesan, former member of National Human Rights Commission, former Chief Justice of Delhi, was born in Kambam, and after SAS bachelor's degree in science, Lordship completed Bachelor of General Laws from Madras University and was a gold medalist with first rank. As advocate, he honed his skills under the guidance of eminent seniors like Shri K.K. Venugopal and Shri Rangarajan Kumaramangalam. Served as a special government pleader for education, Lordship assumed as a judge of Madras High Court in 2000, and during Lordship's tenure, he has disposed more than 1.3 lakh cases. Sir has presided over various administrative committees, served as a chairman of Coffee Posa Board, president of a State Judicial Academy. During Lordship's tenure as a judge of Madras High Court, it is dotted with landmark judgments on branches like constitutional law, criminal law, taxation law, company law, and property law. Sir's concern reflected on bike racing, bus day celebration, speedy and qualitative justice. Sir's includes ban on sale of junk foods in schools, reform in Tihar jail, more shelters for homeless, surprise checks on fruits and vegetables markets for pesticides residue, sumoto cognizance of Delhi gang rape, directions to private hospitals to admit victims of heinous crimes. As a member of National Human Rights Commission, in addition to disposing of cases on human rights violation, Lordship has chaired several workshops on the elimination of bonded labor. Besides being a part of the Commission's seminars, conferences, Sir conducted open hearings and camp sittings for hearing of cases which are organized in the various parts of the country. On behalf of Chairman and the members of staff, I welcome you, sir. An absolute honor to be graced by your presence. Privilege is mine in welcoming Madam S. Malliga, IPS, the Director, Investigation Division, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, appointed as a Deputy Superintendent of Police in 1997, selected by the Tamil Nadu Public Service Commission. Madam became the IPS officer and transferred as a Inspector General of Police. Madam was promoted as a Superintendent of Police in 2006 and been the election observer at Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Rajasthan and Maharashtra. An investigator of Group 4, Group 2A TNPSC malpractices cases, as a special expert investigator in cybercrime cases, traffickers cases, counterfeiters cases, land grabbers cases, and dacoit cases. Madam is the winner of President's Medal for Meritorious Service in 2018. Madam is known for her bravery, where she has arrested 5 dacoits and recovered 60 sovereign jewels, arrested 4 Nigerian criminals in Mumbai. And during Madam's tenure as Deputy Commissioner of Police, Madam has registered 1,229 cases and arrested 1,371 criminals. Her dedicated service during COVID 2019 is commendable. The Chairman feels proud in welcoming you, ma'am, and really honored. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Dr. R. Manigandan Soundararajan, a criminology scholar. He is a fellow of Higher Education Academy, UK, currently serving as Culture and Insight Researcher of Northamptonshire Police, UK, where he is involved in various research activities, including public confidence and trust in police, victim surveys, engagement with harder to reach groups. He also serves as a chair of postgraduate committee at the British Society of Criminology, where he represents postgraduate students' interest, organizes networking opportunities, and supports postgraduate conferences. He advocates extensively for Global South students and their representation in criminology research, promoting inclusive scholarship and dismantling barriers to international academic participation. He is the founder and director of Think Justice Foundation India, where he promotes justice education and advances research advocacy and practice in criminology and victimology in India across South Asia. Under Think Justice Foundation India, Manigandan and his team organizes the flagship international conference on global criminology and victimology. Dr. Manigandan has received prestigious international awards and fellowships, including the Division of International Criminology Graduate Award from the American Society of Criminology, the ACJS Doctoral Summit Scholarship, the British Society of Criminology Postgraduate Bursary Award, the GSSR Fund from the Polish Academy of Sciences, funded by the Polish National Agency for Academy Exchange. Dr. Manigandan has published his research papers both in national and international journals. His most recent publication appeared in the esteemed British Journal of Criminology. He has also contributed chapters to edited volumes, including Routledge and Policy Press publications. His scholarly work focuses on migration studies, policing, organized crimes, comparative criminology, and victimology, and global South experiences. A heartfelt welcome and pride to have you here across boundaries. Welcome you, sir. We are grateful to have with us Honorable Justice K.N. Basha, Honorable Justice S. Bhaskaran, Mr. Sachinananda Valavan Michael, Head of Field of National Commissioner of Refugees, Honorable Mr. Kannadasan, Member State Human Rights Commission, Professor Ruwan, Director of Policing, Criminology and Justice, Director for International Center for Policing, Innovation, Enterprise and Learning Center, University of East London, UK, Mr. Henry Tiffan, Advocate, Human Rights Activist, Executive Director of People's Watch, Professor Dr. R.K. Suri, Senior Psychologist, New Delhi. We welcome you all and we are glad you are with us. Welcome you, sirs. The academicians and the expert speakers, Dr. N.T. Sudesh, Christ University, Bangalore, Professor Dr. Neena Pandey, University of Delhi, Dr. Kuraminder Kaur, Pondicherry University, Dr. Danya Chandran, Amartha University, who are a part of various technical sessions. We are really excited to take this step with you. We are waiting for your new ideas and fresh perspectives. Really humbled to welcome the moderators who play a prestigious role in this international summit. A leader not only shows the way, but also walks the way. A man with fresh thoughts, optimistic in approaches, a motivator, a good listener, an excellent friend, mentor, and a great inspiration for all of us. A guiding star and the biggest support system at workplace, none other than our chairman, Thiru D. Saravanan, Chairman, Central Law College, Salem, Chairman, Central Learning Campus, Erkad, Co-Chairman, Bar Council of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, Executive Member, National Law University, Trichy, Senate Member, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Ambedkar Law University. Welcome you, sir. Honor you having here, sir. Our appreciations to all the students, faculties and researchers who have come from various parts of India, from various colleges and universities for this international summit. We are privileged to have you among us today. Your esteemed presence has indeed glorified the event and added a vibrancy to a humble gathering. Welcome you all and have a happy stay in our campus. Heartfelt welcome to the convener of the conference committee, Ms. Neeraja, and co-convener, Mr. Govindan. When Chairman Sir was planning for this conference, I think planning started on April 28, 2025. I was aware that Ms. Neeraja and Mr. Govindan was filled with many questions. We are here with answers. And this is due to the dedication and hard work you have put. You are the perfect fit for the event. My sincere appreciations for making this happen today. It's my pleasure in welcoming the Chief Administrative Officer, the Principal Dr. Begum Fatima, the Vice Principal Mrs. Shantakumari, the learned faculty members, the administrative staff of this prestigious institution. We always take pride in saying that this institution we belong to is because of the unity, integrity, and moral it upholds. pride is ours in welcoming all the beloved student volunteers. I welcome the august presence of the press, the media who travel with us in all occasions. Welcome you all. Once again, I welcome you all to this international summit. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your very warm welcome.
To honor is to celebrate not just the presence but purpose, values and the legacy one brings. As a token of our appreciation, I request our chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, to kindly honor Honorable Justice S. Manikumar, Chairperson, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, former Chief Justice, High Court of Kerala. I request all the dignitaries to join us. Next, I request our chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, to kindly honor Honorable Justice D. Murugesan, former member, National Human Rights Commission, former Chief Justice, High Court of Delhi. Next, I request our chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, to kindly honor Honorable Justice S. Bhaskaran, former chairperson, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, former judge, High Court of Madras.
I request our chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, to kindly honor Honorable Mr. Justice K. N. Basha, former chairman, Intellectual Property Appellate Board, former judge, High Court of Madras. I request our chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, to kindly honor Honorable Mr. V. Kannadasan, member, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu. Next, I request Principal Dr. Begum Fatima to kindly honor Mrs. S. Maliga IPS, Inspector General of Police, Director, Investigation Division, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu.
Next, I request our Dean, Dr. T. N. Geeta, to kindly honor Professor Ruwan Udverak Pereira, Director of Policing, Criminology and Justice, and Director of International Center for Policy Innovation, Enterprises and Learning, University of East London, UK. Next, I request our Principal, Dr. Begum Fatima, to kindly honor Mr. Sachidananda Valan Michael, Head of Field Office, United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees. Next, I request our Dean, Dr. T.N. Geeta, to kindly honor Dr. Manigandan Soundararajan, Culture and Insight Researcher, Northamptonshire Police, UK, Chair, Postgraduate Committee, British Society of Criminology, UK, Founder and Executive Director, Think Justice Foundation, India. Thank you, dignitaries. Please be seated.
The strength of a leader lies in vision, voice, and virtue. Now I take the privilege to invite our respected chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan sir, to deliver the presidential address.
Very good morning to all. Honorable Mr. Justice S. Manikumar, Chairperson, State Human Rights Commission of Tamil Nadu, former Chief Justice of Kerala. Honorable Mr. Justice D. Murugesan, former member, National Human Rights Commission and former Chief Justice of New Delhi. Honorable Mr. Justice K. N. Basha, former Judge, High Court of Madras, and former Chairman of Intellectual Property Appellate Board. Honorable Mr. Justice S. Bhaskaran, former Chairperson, State Human Rights Commission. Honorable Mr. Kannadasan, member of State Human Rights Commission. The reason for having these judges are when they are adorning the seats of judges in various courts, they gave many judgments with human touch. The judge can bend the law but not break the law, which they did during the tenure without breaking the law. I thank you, Judge, for having your presence here. Good lawyers make good judges make good judgments make good society. I thank all the judges for being with us in this international summit on this theme. Thank you again. Mrs. Malliga, Inspector General of Police, Director, Investigation Commission Division, State Human Rights Commission. Madam, I have been closely working with implementation of human rights for several years. Thanking for being with us, ma'am. Mr. Sachidananda Valan Michael, Head of Field Officer, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. He has been working on various humanitarian work for the several years. I thank you for being with us, sir. Mr. Ruwan, Director of Policing, Criminology and Justice, University of East London. Mr. Manigandan Soundararajan, Chair, Postgraduate Committee, British Society of Criminology, United Kingdom. I thank both of you for being with us to discuss elaborately in the technical session, sir. We have Mr. Henry Thipane, Advocate, Founder of People's Watch, a tall person in human rights. Dr. Suri, Clinical Psychologist, Advocate and Educationist. Dr. Neena Pandey, Associate Professor, Department of Social Work, University of New Delhi. Dr. Danya Chandran, clinical psychologist, Dr. Sudesh, head of psychological sciences from Christ University, to be part of the technical sessions, principal, dean, faculty members, moderators of the technical sessions, Mrs. Shanta Kumari, Mr. Pushpavanam, Mrs. Anchirpa, who have been the moderator for the technical sessions, advocates, and participants from various institutions to be part of this international summit. When was the last time you all felt fear? Not the fear of a missed deadline, but the raw, visceral fear a young man feel when he is dragged into a police van, unsure if he will ever come out alive. The fear a mother feels when her son's body is returned, wrapped in silence. This is kind of fear too many people live with every single day, and that is why we are here at this international summit on human rights, mental health, and youth in crime involvement and rehabilitation. Let us be honest, policing in many parts of the world has become less about protection and more about control. The line between law and abuse is perilously thin. We see children crying under collapsing buildings in Gaza, homes vanishing overnight in Ukraine, and even in countries that claim to be the world's moral compass. Young individuals are subjected to violence and injustice. We cannot speak of justice if we turn our heads when human rights are crushed, whether by a soldier's boot or a local cop's uniform. Consider a tragic cases within our own borders in Tamil Nadu. A young man named Ajit Kumar, a temple security guard, was picked up by police and was never made it home. His ribs were broken, his body beaten, his dignity stripped away. The system dismissed it as accidental injuries. What part of fractured ribs and bruised kidneys is accidental? This echoes the horrific deaths of Jairaj and Benix, tortured over a lockdown violation. We speak of reform, but reform for whom? If the system continues to protect those who abuse their power, we are not creating justice. We are merely painting over bloodstains and calling it progress. Even in today's news article, it is reported with a headline that 17-year-old boy was shot by sub-inspector of police with a service pistol at Trinelveli district. While we argue over reforms in courtrooms, a whole generation in slipping through the cracks, they grew up in fear, neglect, and silence. When no one listens, they act out. No one protects them. They protect themselves. The only way they know how, and then we label them criminals. But before they have even had a childhood, we hand them to police file. The United Nations Charter reaffirms faith in fundamental human rights, the dignity and worth of human person, and the equal rights of men and women, advocating for universal respect and observance for human rights and freedoms without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. The Indian Supreme Court, in its expansive interpretation of Article 21 of our Constitution, has declared that life is not merely physical existence, but the right to live with dignity, encompassing basic necessities like adequate nutrition, clothing, and shelter. The court has recognized that for the common person, the tillers, wage earners, laborers, and scavengers, socio-economic and cultural rights are paramount for realizing a meaningful right to life. The health and strength of a worker, including medical care, are integral to this right. This progressive stance by a Supreme Court is a matter of great pride and lead worth following globally. Our Constitution enshrines civil and political rights as fundamental and enforceable, while economic, social, and cultural rights are vital directive principles of state policy. Our courts, empowered by judicial review, have consistently responded to the hopes and aspirations of the common man, promoting and protecting universally recognized human rights, many of which are incorporated into the Indian Constitution. Despite this legal framework, we unfortunately still see powerful individuals and groups obstructing the enjoyment of human rights. It is good that human rights are now emphasized on various platforms, educating people about their importance. However, genuine commitment and sincere efforts are needed. Human rights enforcement and enjoyment must be seen in action, not just in discussion. Violation of human rights anywhere is an offense against humanity itself. Protecting human rights and promoting human dignity globally should be everyone's principal concern. For the world is one family, aiming to achieve all human rights to all, for all, assuring full human dignity to every member of the global village. Young minds are vulnerable, impulsive, and easily influenced, still figuring out right from wrong. When they grow up in broken homes, violent neighborhoods, or without guidance, their sense of right and wrong blurs. That's when they may still fight, get into drugs, or join gangs. Not because they are born criminals, but because they were born into a world that were never showed them another way. If young people are vulnerable and still learning, what is our duty as a society? It is not to wait for them to fall and then punish them. It is to protect them before they fall. To quote, even today in the editorial portion column of the Hindu, it is stated, as per the National Crime Report, 2,878 children were trafficked in 2022 alone. And this is a classic example of how, as a system, we failed to protect our children. We must begin by ensuring that every school has someone to listen, a counselor, a mentor, a guiding hand on the shoulder instead of finger pointing blame. Mental health support should be as fundamental as mathematics or science. We must create safer spaces after school through sports, arts, music, and community work. Not just to keep them busy, but to show them they belong somewhere outside of crime and chaos. We must also change how law enforcement perceives them. The first response to a troubled teen should not be a handcuff. It should be a conversation. Let's train our officers in compassion, in understanding trauma, in guiding, not just guarding. Let's teach families and teachers how to recognize warning signs, how to walk without shaming, and how to listen without interrupting. Let's give our children skills not scars, jobs, not jails, hope, not records. Because every time we say there was no other way, a young person somewhere loses the only way they had. When we fail to protect them while they are still learning, we fail not just as a system but as human beings. You all just come across the signboard at various sanctuaries. It would have mentioned, if you want to see the cruelest animal, just lift the curtain. You can see. Once you lift the curtain, we can see a mirror which reveals our own reflection as the most cruel animal. Starkly illustrates, we often find more cruelty in human nature than in wild animals. Terrorism, drug trafficking, and violence in any form are scars on human civilization, seriously affecting life and dignity. The first step to successfully meeting the challenge of human rights violations is to remove hatred and intolerance. Human rights education is therefore both imperative and vital. Tolerance is no longer a luxury. It is a sheer necessity for peace, development, and even the very survival of humanity. The very air we breathe, the water we drink, to what religion or section do they belong? Does a river or a mountain bear any religious label? The answer is unequivocally no. Inevitably, we must coexist. So why not live peacefully and harmoniously for the well-being of everyone? The birds migrating across continents and the breeze flowing across the borders require no visas. It is only humans who do, because only we are capable of harming. Therefore, there is an imperative and urgent need for each of us to become good human beings. It is unfortunate that powerful individuals or groups have historically obstructed the enjoyment of human rights. It is crucial that we educate people on the importance of creating an atmosphere where every human being enjoys rights to which they are entitled. Modernization, restructuring, globalization, privatization, liberalization, and recently digitalization alone will not fully solve all our problems, particularly unemployment. We also need humanization. Humanization must dominate all the other factors, otherwise they are wasteful. Our Supreme Court, in landmark judgments like D.K. Basu versus State of West Bengal, has unequivocally stated, while police have a right to arrest and interrogate, the law does not permit use of third-degree methods or torture. End cannot justify the means. Human rights, by their very nature, constitute the minimum necessary for an individual to live in a civil society with dignity and respect, to realize their full potential and contribute maximally. I earnestly appeal to all of you to build bridges between man to man and the foundation with the foundation of love, brotherhood, and compassion, but not walls of hatred and distrust. Let all citizens shake hands with warmth and affection, symbolizing the emotional integration of people belonging to different faiths to live happily and harmoniously on the lap of our great mother, the motherland. In this regard, women have a particularly vital role to play, for good women can forge a great civilization, a good mothers, a great nation. If we understand the true spirit of religion, there will be respect for other faith and compassion for the suffering of people, planting smiles on human faces and making secularism truly meaningful. It is said there is no religion greater than the religion of humanity, and no service greater than the service to the motherland. The real and greatest threat to global peace is undoubtedly humanity itself. While science and technology have brought the world closer, economic systems are interdependent and cultures are meeting. What is urgently needed is an attitude of tolerance, not hatred. We are troubled daily by human rights violations, disappearances, killings, terror, and torture. These are scars on human civilization, gravely affecting the life and dignity of individuals. The first step to successfully meeting these challenges is to remove hatred and intolerance. Human rights education is therefore imperative and vital to counter the forces of intolerance. Tolerance is no longer, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, the course of human history is determined not by what happens in the skies, but what takes place in our hearts. We must train our brains for benevolence, cultivating our hearts for excellence, and strengthen our hands for service through effective training and meaningful education. Every law in our books, every courtroom we sit in, every robe we wear means nothing if the poorest person cannot walk into a police station without fear. If the mothers and families of Ajit Kumar and many like him still cries at night with no one held responsible, no apology, not even a dignity of truth, then justice remains elusive. We must stop asking, what did he do? And start asking, what did we do to him? Justice is not made in punishment, it is made in empathy, dignity, and healing. Let us not be remembered as the generation that watched and did nothing. Let us be the ones who rewrote the meaning of justice, not as a hammer, but as a hand that lifts, heals, and protects. Thank you for your patience hearing. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
When a special address begins, it is the silence of many that listens to the wisdom of one. And I kindly request Ms. S. Malliga, IPS, Inspector General of Police and Director, Investigation Division, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, to deliver the special address.
Respected Honorable Mr. Justice Manikumar sir, Chairperson State Human Rights Commission, Honorable Justice Murugesan sir, former member NHRC, Honorable Mr. Justice Bhaskaran sir, former Chairperson SHRC, Honorable Justice Thiru Baksha, former Chairman Intellectual Property Appellate Board, Mr. Sachidananda Valan, Head of Field Office, UN High Commissioner for Refugees, and Professor Rowan, Director of Police Criminology, Dr. Manigandan Soundararajan, Culture and Insight Researcher, Mr. D. Saravanan, Chairman, Central Law College, Managing Council, Principal, Staff Members and students of Central Law College. Good morning to all of you. I have great privilege to attend this international summit on reforming justice system, integrating human rights, mental health, youth involvement in crime and rehabilitation. உள்ளுவதெல்லாம் உயர்வுள்ளல், மற்றது தள்ளினும் தள்ளாமை நீர்த்து, நினைப்பதெல்லாம் உயர்ந்த நினைவாகவே இருக்க வேண்டும். அது கை கூடாவிட்டாலும் அதற்காக அந்த நினைப்பை விடக்கூடாது. Whatever you ponder, let your aim be loftily. Still, fate cannot hinder always what you as it will. In all that a king thinks of, let him think of his greatness. வெள்ளத்தனைய மலர் நீட்டம் மாந்தர்தன் உள்ளத்தனைய உயர்வு. நீர்ப்பூக்களின் உயரம் நீரின் அளவு. அதுபோல மக்களின் உயர்வும் அவர்களின் மன ஊக்கத்தின் அளவே. With the rising flood, the rising lotus flower, its stem unwinds, the dignity of men is measured by their minds. Thiruvalluvar says like this. I am Mallika, IGP, State Human Rights Commission. I studied MA History in Kaidamlat Government College for Women in Chennai. I have appointed as Direct DSP through TNPSC in 97. Right from school days, I have studied well and got first rank. My father was a JE and AE squire. My mother was housewife, and both worked very hard. I have written more than 1,000 competitive exams over the past 15 years. My father and mother would post my application forms in the post office of TNPSC, just like a postman. Before every exam, my father, who was a PWD engineer, would visit the center hall the day before to check the location, even after finishing his office work. On the day of exam, he would take me by bus to the center hall. He had only a bicycle. My grandfather was PA to IGP through F.E. Arul in 1964. When I was studying 10th standard, he died. My parents encouraged me for IAS. I participated in many intercollegiate quiz competitions in college. I aimed for IAS. I always thorough in studies and never fear for exams. And students, you must work hard, desire and hope for IAS, IPS, IFS, Group 1 services. You should thoroughly study thoroughly GK, optional subjects, current affairs, and attend mock interviews. I am working for 28 years, and before that, before joining DSP, I was working as cooperative senior inspector of cooperative societies through Group 3 exam. From 92 to 97, I worked as senior inspector, and from 97 onwards, I worked as DSP, SP. Now I have become IGP. I am working tirelessly day and night. We have to go night rounds, attend bandobast duties, etc. In 2018, I have received the President Medal for Meritorious Service. And with regard to, we have written many proposals to government and got government orders. With regard to Honorable Chief Minister announcement, the following government orders were received. A separate shooting competition for women police conducted in Tamil Nadu. And to prevent crime against women in 20 new all-women police stations were established. And in 19 new all-women stations were established. And formation of 10 new police stations in Tamil Nadu. And state government awarded Gold Jubilee Celebration of Women Police Medal for all women officers and police personnel. And we have recruited in 22, during 21, 22, 23, we have recruited sub-inspector 19,973 sub-inspectors, and these 3 years we have recruited 15,539 constables. I have inspected 115 containment areas and conducted awareness campaigns in Tandayarpet. I have attended election observer duty at Uttarakhand, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. And cash rewards, we have written a proposal to government. The cash rewards for recognizing the achievements of police officers personnel is sent to government, and accordingly government sanctioned 1,28 lakhs to 112 police personnel. As DSP, ADSP, SP, DIG, IG, I served in various capacities: Crime Branch, CID, Economic Offences Wing, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu Police Academy for the past 28 years. I am 2004 batch IPS officer. I have investigated Group 4, Group 2A, VAO scam, TNPSC malpractice cases, arrested 85 accused in these 3 cases only. I have arrested more than 5,000 accused during the period of 28 years, and arrested cybercrime accused, counterfeit accused, forgery document fraudsters, land grabbers, etc. When I was ADSP Thiruvannamalai, 5 dacoits stolen jewelry from a house in Jamna Maddur. That night I left 1-year-old son, stayed in Jamna Maddur for 3 days, arrested 5 dacoits and recovered 60 sovereigns of jewelry. While working as SPCB-CID, I have arrested 4 Nigerian criminals. As DCCCB registered 1,229 cases in 2 years and arrested 1,371 criminals in 2 years. I have booked 55 persons under Gundas Act, and arrested 12 traffickers who were trafficking women in Pune and Thane and Chennai. Arrested counterfeit currency criminals in Wagha border in Ranchi and Kerala. Arrested many culprits in EOW. Money has been reimbursed to public. While serving as IGP welfare, 9 crores were received from CM Chief Minister's Relief Fund and distributed to families of police personnel who died of COVID-19. We have sent Honorable CM announcement proposals to government and got government orders with regard to National Conference on Women in Police Department held in 3 months ago in Chennai, and formation of Career Counseling Committee with regard to redress the grievances of police personnel in the department. Culling a trophy for best AWPS inspector and hostels for women police, money rewards to police personnel, etc. And we have considered 3,000 petitions and cancelled the minor punishments of police personnel, and 3,000 RTA petitions were disposed. And I have written to all commissioners, SPs, and strict traffic rule enforcement. Due to this, fatalities were reduced by 4%. And I want to discuss about cases reported about at the SHRC. Nearly we are receiving 10,000 petitions every year. With regard to police violations, one SDP subdivisional police officer conducted inquiry in civil dispute, money transaction in business activity, and did Katta Panchayat against petitioner. He inquired the petitioner without the assistance of female police officer. One DC refused to register a case on the complaint of petitioner since the incident happened in Mumbai and abused her. One women inspector supported opponent party during the land survey and assaulted the petitioner and her aged parents and picked them to police station and registered FIR against them and refused to take their complaints. The in-charge inspector of one police station continuously refused to receive the petitions of petitioner and supported the opponent party, and they trespassed her house and assaulted her family members. Likewise, we are receiving many complaints. SI supported the opponent party in a petty quarrel and registered a case in counter and did not serve the copy of FIR to complainant. And the complainant asked the case details in RTA Act. SI came to the complainant's house and threatened his parents. A minor girl was sexually tortured by a man and threatened her not to reveal it to others. FIR was registered by concerned AWPS SI, and perfunctory investigation was done by 3 AWPS inspectors. Accused was not fixed by them, not produced the girl for proper medical checkup. Finally, they dropped further action in this case and served RCS notice. And 13 accused were arrested while they were injecting drugs themselves and kept them in a community hall adjacent to police station. One of the accused was died next day under police custody due to infected chronic ulcer over left lower limb and involving foot to thigh. Even though several times he represented the police to admit him in a hospital, they refused to give treatment and violating the Honorable High Court directives. Like this, we are receiving many complaints at SHRC. Some police officers are not receiving the complaints from the victims in their police stations and not registering FIRs and not even giving CSRs also, community service registers. And some police officers are abusing the victims and general public in filthy language instead of kindness during the courts of inquiry. State Human Rights Commission is deeply concerned about alarming number of deaths reported in various central prisons across state in 24 and 25. Based on the records and investigation conducted by this commission, it has been identified that 34 prisoners have lost their lives in different central prisons within the above period. Among these, 29 deaths were occurred due to health-related issues. 4 inmates committed suicide. 1 case suspicious death. A letter was addressed to Principal Secretary to Government of Tamil Nadu, Health and Family Welfare Department, and sent to improve the dispensaries of all central prisons of Tamil Nadu by upgrading the central prison dispensaries into prison hospital by appointing additional medical personnel and ensuring round-the-clock medical supervision. Next, with regard to protection of human rights, we have NHRC and SHRC. Tamil Nadu, state government and many welfare measures were taken by Government of India and state government police department for women. The first control room for women was started in 18. And role of women help desk in Tamil Nadu police stations is to assist women in distress and facilitate complaints related to crime against women. We have 800 women help desk functioning in Tamil Nadu to assist women in distress. And women police officers predominantly handling the domestic violence, sexual assault and harassment cases. Women rights were protected by Domestic Violence Act, Dowry Prohibition Act and BNSS. Pink Police initiated in Tamil Nadu Police to enhance women's safety and visibility of female police in public areas to address the complaints related to women and child safety, to maintain law and order, etc. And 2002, we formed a mobile counseling center for women introduced in Tamil Nadu. Now, 244 all-women police stations were functioning in Tamil Nadu, 244. The first all-women police station was started in 92 at Chennai, 1000 Lights AWPS. And working women rights were protected by Vishavaka Committee and Women Helpline 1091. This is a national helpline for women in distress, offering support to issues like domestic violence, harassment, etc. And we have a National Commission for Women also. It provides legal advice and intervention in cases of women's rights violations. And women protection domestic violence, 100 number, toll-free number is available to assist women and children in distress related to crimes such as domestic violence, sexual assault and other forms of abuse. And helpline 181 also functioning round the clock, 24/7 available. It provides immediate assistance to women facing violence, abuse, emergencies, counseling. It provides services like counseling, legal support, medical assistance and shelter for women in distress. We have a Kaval Udavi app functioning in Tamil Nadu Police Department. We are helping round the clock to assist women and children. And we have helplines for children, toll-free number 1091 for children in need of care and protection, including cases of child abuse, exploitation, neglect and trafficking. Services provided are emergency rescue, counseling, legal aid, rehabilitation services for children. And both NHRC and SHRC play pivotal roles in safeguarding human rights in India by investigating violation, recommending legal reforms and creating awareness. Effective protection of human rights requires not just the presence of these bodies, but also active engagement from the citizens, government, civil society to ensure that human rights are respected and upheld across the country. And every year we are receiving more than 10,000 petitions. With regard to Honorable Supreme Court directives, I wish to three judgments I quote directives with regard to registration of FIR State of Haryana versus Bajandal. It stated that an FIR must be registered as soon as information about a cognizable offence is received. Before starting an investigation, police officers should make a rational inference that a cognizable offence has been committed or not. He has to verify. That inference should be made solely on the basis of facts mentioned in the FIR. The courts will generally not interfere in the investigation process except in the following circumstances: when the High Court may cancel the FIR and other proceedings carried out the police, where the allegations in FIR do not constitute any cognizable offence or justify an investigation by the police, where the allegations made in the FIR and the evidence collected by police in support of allegations do not point out towards the guilt of the accused, and whether where criminal proceedings have been started with dishonest intent and to take revenge against the accused. And we have to follow the Honorable Supreme Court guidelines, directives, NHRC guidelines with regard to FIR, registration of FIR, with regard to bails and bonds, handcuffing, etc. And I wish to say few points about for students. You have to set clear goals. You have to set clear achievable goals as a way to build confidence. Value of goal setting is important. Clear actionable goals provide direction and motivation. Set specific measurable, achievable, relevant and time-bound goals to stay focused and take action despite fear. And the art of taking action is very important. this is to achieve your dreams, you have to commit to consistent action, and transformation comes from steady action. And you have to develop a solution-oriented mindset. Rather than dwelling on problems, you have to focus on finding solutions. And you have to cultivate a growth mindset. You have to adopt a growth mindset, which involves viewing challenges as opportunities. You have to cultivate a positive mindset. Cultivate a importance of developing a positive, optimistic mindset. You have to learn continuously, thoroughly. Continuous learning and personal development is very essential for success. And surround yourself with positive influences. And you have to practice time management techniques like Pomodoro technique, which involves working in focused bursts followed by short breaks to enhance productivity and concentration. And you have to cultivate gratitude for what you have, shifts from focus from lack to abundance, creating a positive mindset. Use visualization method. Desired outcomes can increase motivation and influence and reinforce positive beliefs. And by demonstrating integrity, accountability, and strong work ethic, leaders can inspire team members to adopt similar values and behaviors. And God has made such a wonderful world. It is full of so many wonderful things, and God wants every one of you, because every one of you is a child. You should give your knowledge, wisdom, money to the society. When you give, the river starts flowing, and once it starts flowing, it's ever full. And don't look for backward. Infinite energy, infinite enthusiasm, infinite daring, patience. These alone great deeds can be accomplished. Stand up, be bold, be strong, take the whole responsibility on your shoulders, and know that you are the creator of your own destiny, and all strength, succor you want is within yourself. Make your own future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
The ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world that it leaves to its children. We are honored to welcome Dr. Manikandan Soundarajan, Culture and Insight Researcher, Northamptonshire Police UK, and Founder and Executive Director of the Think Justice Foundation India, to present the special address.
Good morning, everyone. I won't take much time because I think we are running out of time, so I'll be very short and crisp. So I would like to, my gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais, and I would like to thank Mr. Saravanan sir, Chairman of Central Law College, for giving me this opportunity, as well as Dr. Geeta ma'am for giving me this opportunity. For me, it's a pleasure day for me, because where I am right now is my hometown, Salem. So though I was not born in here, I was born in Delhi, but my hometown is Salem, and I have spent a lot of time in Salem. So it's been pleasure to be back. I was sitting like these students many years ago, and listening to the experts and scholars regarding justice education, criminology, criminal justice, and everything. So, but here I am, and giving back to the students, and trying to inculcate knowledge, and trying to share my knowledge, whatever I learned throughout my years of research, education, and everything. So I'm not going to touch upon. I'm going to touch upon the theme, but I'm going to focus first something else, which is like as I said, like I was sitting amongst you people and listening to the experts. So though I was sitting like you people, I had many opportunity, but I missed a lot of opportunity. It's because I was nervous, I was inconfident, and I was also thinking about like what people will think about if I ask something. So this is a good opportunity for you people to ask questions. So please open up and ask questions, because you will not find all these people in one place again. So it's a good opportunity for students to ask questions, ask for make networking, and then also try to convince them to be your mentor. That's what I did. One of my mentor is Professor Ruwan here. So I met him in a conference in India, and we have been traveling from last 7 years together, and he has been mentoring. He's a good mentor, I would say, and that's why I'm here. So yeah, it's a good opportunity for you people to do some networking and do it in a pleasurable way. So coming back to the theme, so Salem, the Salem which I saw 14 years ago, it's not like that anymore. So yesterday I went to buy something around the Salem. I couldn't recognize the Salem at the way in which I saw, because it's completely developed. A lot of roads, a lot of flyovers, a lot of brands, a lot of hotels, restaurant, everything. It's overdeveloped. It is good, but do you think is it sustainable? So I would say it's not sustainable. So the thing is that where I'm coming from is my research is on harm. My research entirely is in harm, which is like study of harm, which is semiology. So what I see in Salem is, Salem city is getting harmful in a way that it's affecting the community and the society, which is like, the development is good, but it is also bringing harm to the people. For example, like, the farming cultivation is going down because of overdevelopment. We have the roads. I mean, four ways and there was an issue about four-way road, and there have been a lot of deforestation and things like that, which has affected and which is like producing harm. So the harm which is not defined in law. So my research is all about, like, we need to go beyond the crime, definition of crime, and also understand harm and harmful practices in the society, which is affecting the community and the people. So that's what needed in this, when we talk about reformation, we also need to reform how we understand the definition of crime. And I would argue that, like, we need to change the definition of crime, because not all crime is fallen under the definition of crime. For example, what happened in the steroid industry long back. There was also some protest was going on, and in the protest, the state used the police to kill some people. So that's again human rights violation, as well as it's a harmful practice. So it's a clear case how the environmental crime and the state crime is mixing up. So, and also, like, my understanding of criminology has radically changed, because where I started my career as a studied MA criminology from Madras University, and then went on to do my MPhil, and then I worked in National Law University, and then I went back. I went to the UK to do my PhD. So that's where, like, my transformation started. Slowly and steadily, I understood that what we have right now in criminology in India is there must be some reformation, and there is a radical change in terms of the way in which how we understand crime, definition of crime, and the whole system of criminal justice system. So criminology is meant to be an applied science, or applied social science, I would say, but it has become philosophy. It's not just India; it's also throughout across the world, and because the people has considered it as being more academic, purely academic subject. But here I am. I'm trying to do something. So though criminologists fail to convince the practitioner, especially lawyers, police officials, to understand the causes of crime, it's because the subject has become transformed into a philosophy rather than an applied nature. So what me and Professor Ruwan is doing is, right now we're coming back to India, and then trying to teach how we can apply these things. So I believe, like, if we apply criminology in law and even lawmaking, as well as, like, lawyers do understand criminology, but the way in which it can be applied is not yet done in India. So we need to do that, and that's where I'm coming from. And we need a collective effort to do this. And I think Chairman Sir has rightly mentioned about how police brutality is peaking up in India with respect to, like, it's knowingly it's happening, but it's a clear case how harm is inflicted in society from the system. So when I say harm, it's not just about how the system, it could be policy. It could be any policy, government policy. It could be a corporate. It could be even an education institution, which can inflict harm. So what I'm trying to I will be explaining more in the technical session about like harm and semiology and everything, but because of the time thing, so I'm not going to go into details. But I would say like the theme of the conference, theme of the summit is really pressing, and reforming justice is needed. But my argument would be we need to go beyond the crime and understand harm and harmful practice in society so that we could make an effective way of reforming justice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
A voice of purpose, a moment of meaning. Such is the essence of Keynote address. We are deeply honored to call upon Honorable Justice D. Murugesan, former member National Human Rights Commission and former Chief Justice of High Court of Delhi, to deliver the keynote address.
I should say good morning or good afternoon. Good morning. Still we are in good morning only. Good morning to all of you. My dear brother, Honorable Mr. Justice Manikumar, the Chairperson, State Human Rights Commission, Honorable Mr. Justice K.N. Basha, Honorable Mr. Justice Bhaskaran, Mr. Saravanan, the Chairman of the Law College, and all other dignitaries. Please forgive me because for time constraint I am not mentioning the individual name. All persons who are sitting on the dais and of the dais, particularly my very good old friend who is connected with me on human rights activities, Mr. Henry, who is sitting in the right first row, the faculty, staff members of this college, participants. Let me first express my gratitude to the chairman of this institution, which was founded by Professor R.V. Dhanabalan, who is none other than my professor in the constitutional law when I was doing my law, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this summit. When this invitation was tendered to me on the subject, namely reforming judicial system, I was a little confused. The reforming judicial system, of course I do not want to go into the subject. The summit wants to reform the judicial system. In general, I was thinking whether it is reforming judiciary or reforming ourselves. Ourselves, I will explain in a minute from now. But I thought it cannot be restricted to judiciary alone, because judicial system does not confine to the courts alone, but elsewhere also. I satisfy myself that it is a very big subject covering all the areas. In fact, yesterday I raised this doubt to your chairman and he also agreed with me. That is how I am here. Often it is said, and we know what is human rights. human right of every individual is fundamental right, which is enshrined in the Constitution of India. All human rights are fundamental rights. But it is not vice versa. All fundamental rights are not human rights, because there are certain fundamental rights, for example, minority institutions to start colleges. It's not a human right. But human rights, whichever area you say, it's a fundamental right guaranteed under the Constitution. Why I am repeating this, I will explain in few minutes. All laws enacted either by the state legislature or by the parliament with regard to penal provisions is based on protection of human rights. For the offender, impose penalty, punishment. For the victim, reform and compensate. This is the penal provisions. But how far it is implemented is a very big question. Now let us straight away go to the topic, reforming judicial system. There are any number of stakeholders. I have got my own role to reform myself, to render judicial service to my fellow person. I got. Therefore, first responsibility how to reform is we will have to reform our civil society. To approach how to protect human rights. That is the first thing. This reform must start from home. For example, one of the topics today is mental health. A mother or a father or a parent, for the case may be, should have an obligation to find out if any small change in the attitude of a child at the early stage, if it is not detected by them, it is a violation of the human right of that child. Because once you detect that some sort of a different behavior, it will lead to disaster in the future of that child. But if it is detected, the child will be given necessary care and protection treatment. In the present context, there is a subject also drug. The responsibility is on the parents to study or watch the attitude of their children. And early detection will ensure the protection of the right of that children to get the treatment. Getting a health treatment is also a human right. There are any number of human rights that has been held to be fundamental by the Supreme Court. I do not want to go into that aspect. What I want to impress upon is how to reform judicial system should start from our home. Secondly, the public institutions or private institutions. It should have a proper mechanism to tell their employees, or if it is an educational institution, to tell the students what is human rights and how it should be protected. Therefore, that is one of the major area of concern, how to reform the judicial system to give or to protect the human rights of your fellow being or your employer or your students for that case. The major part of the judicial reforming lies on the government. We have been witnessing, it has been already pointed out by your chairman also and the Secretary of State Human Rights Commission also. As to the violation of human rights in police station, of course, lot of good things were said by her as to how the police is functioning. Still, the truth remains, most of the human rights violations are at the hands of police. And how to reform, how to give the protection to those who are affected is still a larger question. Any number of actions taken by the government, any number of the effective steps taken by the higher officers have failed at the root level, grassroots level. Therefore, training them is one of the major source which we will have to find out. Of course, there are training of these low-level officers, police constables and all, how to treat the person who is believed to be an accused. So long as he is convicted, he is innocent. Therefore, what right you have to interfere with this right of live in peacefully and torture him? Therefore, this is the area where the government has to take into consideration. And it is a larger question. I understand that there is a commission where one of our brother judges, retired judges, is the chairman of police reform committee. Lot of reform committee, lot of recommendations have been made to reform the police. In that there are some suggestions how they should behave with the public. But it is very difficult to understand whether these reforms are actually effective and are functioning. Therefore, the reform at the police level is the need of the hour. These are the government level. There are other violations. I right to live, I right to own my land, I right to have a patta in my name. You just to go to the revenue. I am just speaking practically what is happening, how the human rights are violated. It's my right. But are you not made to pillar to post to get that? That is a serious violation. Where do they go? Therefore, this reforming judicial system should be at the government level and government public institutions and the government departments and the organizations under the control of the government. Of course, various efforts are taken by the government also, but still we have got a long way to go. You come to next, NGOs. Non-governmental organizations are the pillar in protecting human rights. But how do these governments recognize the genuine non-governmental organization to function freely? Is a larger question. If you are not going to give the required recognition to these institutions, how you are going to reform the justice system? Of course, my brother judges who are presently sitting as a chairman and member of the State Human Rights Commission and the former members and the chairperson would agree with me. At least 90% of the human rights violations are brought to the notice of these commissions only by these NGOs, or at the biggest of the NGOs. Suppose if you don't encourage them, then out of this 90%, at least 50% of the case would not come to the commission. It is a very big issue. And of course, sadly, actions are taken by the government to suppress the genuine non-governmental organizations which are functioning to prevent the violations of human rights. This point has to be addressed. Of course, human right is a subject is a ocean. 1 day or 2 days are not sufficient, but nevertheless, the panel would have the opportunity to take these points to interact with the participants. Likewise, the second is the non-governmental organization. Third is the commissions. National Human Rights Commissions, State Human Rights Commissions. All was started in the year all was started when slavery was found to be a violation of human rights. In those days, it was felt necessary how to protect these rights of these slave persons. Now we are the slavery, though we have an act to abolish slavery, still we have got that in the other form of bonded labor. Still bonded labors are there. It is also a slavery, the form of forced labor. Then in the year 1948, Second World War, throws to the globe the necessity of the bodies to protect such violations. That is how, at the international level, a council was formed. But for the government of India, it took how many years? Till 1993 to make an enactment to the Protection of Human Rights Act. How many years it has taken? This is the importance which we have given even at the government level to protect human rights. All right. Now by that act, National Human Rights Commission at the center for the entire country, and each state, a state human rights commission for that state were formed. Okay, good. But what the state they do the best efforts to find out the human rights through various complaints, to recommend the compensation, and to recommend to the government even to prosecute the officers who indulged in violations, take disciplinary proceedings, and also to give sufficient protection to the victims. Is it not only a recommendatory? Yes, it's only a recommendatory. What is the point in keeping these recommendations which are being made by such a body constituted by the persons who held the office of the judiciary and experienced in the protection of human rights, maybe through NGOs? Nothing. Is it not necessary that these commissions should be given at least a power to enforce those recommendations? It's a larger question. I do agree throughout the world, except one country, I could not get the name, maybe Henry may be able to tell me. Only one small country which has got a constitution. The constitution itself says the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission is binding on the government, except that country. In none of the countries, the recommendations are made as a binding on the government. The reason is behind. The reason is obvious. If you make it as a mandatory, then the government will have to face a lot of problems. Therefore, that is one of the things. Then another judicial reform which I would suggest, that if you read Section 12 of the Protection of Human Rights Act, what we understand, we means the commission, we means the lawyer, we means of course NGOs, we means the person who are affected, that these violations must be at the hands of the authorities, that is the government or governmental bodies. No, in my view, even my human right can be violated by my neighbor. I have issued, entertained number of complaints, such complaints, and issued summons by the violation of human rights by individual, not by the authorities. Why can't we expand that? Let the government go and challenge that this is not correct. But a reading of Section 12 shows that any violation of human rights, it does not restrict the violation only at the concern of public authorities. Only, of course, subclass C says it is the negligence of the officers. Therefore, that way we could expand the power of the Commission to entertain complaints from the private individual against an individual. That can be considered, that can be also discussed and debated. Of course, in a full commission meeting when I suggested this, there was stiff opposition that we will be exceeding our limits. I said no, under Section 12 we have. I honestly request Justice Manikumar to look into that and whether the commission could, state commission could follow that. The public prosecutor was also for taking effective steps. He said that he was not a mental, but he could not express in English or any other language except French, which nobody could understand. Therefore, he was branded as a mentally ill person. But there is a procedure. In Kanyakumari, one day one police officer picked up 108 persons who were roaming on the streets, produced before the magistrate. Magistrate has got a duty to check whether these persons are mental or these persons are poor and they should be sent to orphanage. There are so many things are there. That magistrate, a trainee magistrate, issued certificate under the Mental Health Act that all the 108 persons are mental. See such a violation by courts. It is ordered. Therefore, this fellow was sent to Kilpak. Therefore, immediately we got the order to release. But the bigger problem, this is what I wanted to tell you, the bigger problem came is that all his travel documents were stolen in Kanyakumari, including his passport, everything. Therefore, he has to be given passport, he has to be given visa, all travel documents should be arranged. And an extraordinary situation, whether the High Court has got the power or not, that was not in my mind. I issued direction to central government to immediately issue passport. That is how he was issued passport in 2 days. And this lady, he was inquiring from her embassy in France, found that her father was missing from Kanyakumari. She came from France to Chennai, got the father back. What is the power you should have? You should assume the power to protect the human rights and extend all possible facilities, benefits to the person who are affected by human rights. Who is going to compensate this man who was branded as a mentally ill person? It's not an ordinary thing. Therefore, what I am saying is, courts, judges, they should have, I am happy that most of the judges, they have this in mind while they pass orders. Human rights, rightly or wrongly, knowingly or unknowingly, they will pass orders. Therefore, this is the way judiciary can reform the justice delivery system. And in one case, 2 cases before I finish, just interesting, 2 small incidents I will say. My brothers, they will know. When we were practicing in the early age, one judge from northern state was here, he was transferred. Along with your parents. That was the order. The counsel, a learned senior counsel who was representing the girl, was persistently argued, don't send the girl along with the parents. No, this is the law. Let him go. Let her go. The moment she was taken outside the court campus, she was murdered. Where is the, I got a power, all right, but is it not the judge has the power to, all right, this is the intention, this is the will of the girl, let her be protected in a home or somebody for some time till she attains majority. What is wrong in it? That girl was Likewise, on the other aspect, when I was sitting in Madurai, a similar incident came. Then I asked one of the lawyers, lady lawyer, present in the court, where are you staying? I am staying in YWCA or something. All right, are you prepared to take her for a week as your guest? I will order protection, police protection also. That is how she was taken to the hostel, and that advocate was the guardian for a week. After that, that girl attained majority. She was let along with the person whom she liked. Because we can't hand over the major girl to the parents against her will. That is. These are all certain areas where the reformation can be made, judicial reformation can be made. That there are so many incidents in our High Court. We have done it. And similarly in NHRC also, maybe Henry Debange may tell in the panel discussion in the Human Rights Commission what sort of orders which we have been made. But ultimately, what is disheartening me, or most of the members, all the efforts put by the members or the chairpersons, and find there is a serious human right violations, they could only make a recommendation. This has to be changed. In somewhere there is a communication from National Human Rights Commission also, when I was there, at my instance, to the government to make amendment to the act, but that is not carried on. These are all certain areas of concern of judicial justice. International scenario also, because it's an international summit, just I want to take 1 or 2 minutes international level. You see, this recommendation has got relevance, as I have been insisting. You see, recently, terrorism is one of the major concerns of human rights violations. We need not go into that question now. It's a very larger area. But what about killing of innocent people at the guise of war? You have been watching, if you take a pair of open TV, are we? Should we not think progressively how to come together, that is all the countries come together, to see that these type of recommendations by the United Nations Human Rights Council is binding and it is enforceable. Why it can't be done? Maybe it's a political. Certain protections can be made only politically. For example, refugees, Bangladeshi refugees, Ceylon refugees, our courts cannot do anything, saying that all right, put them in home and give them treatment, this and that. But it can be solved politically by the government. There should be a political will. Therefore, at the international level also, time has come, because this war discipline is breached by most of the countries nowadays. there is no discipline in the war. Therefore, it is a time to raise our voice to all these things through this type of international summits. And only the treaties and declarations are, of course, it's binding. I am not saying that the system is bad. What all I am saying, we will have to just reform the system still better to achieve the object of the act, maybe protection of Human Rights Act, in protecting the human rights. There are so many areas of violation of human rights which can be told to the students and the participants, but the shortest period. Anyway, I don't want to, but I will be participating in the panel of any questions on any subject. We will be very happy to answer, and my friends, the judges are also there. I thank Professor Dhanabalan, Mr. Dhanabalan, Mr. Saravanan for having organized this function at that is the International Summit. With I know it's very difficult for these days to organize this. I could understand how your faculty members and other staffs have put in their efforts for the last 1 week or 10 days or even a month together. Anyway, I do hope that the summit will take its own message to the needy people and to the persons who are there to protect human rights, like NGOs, like human rights organization, like the government, or even the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words.
The inaugural address lights the torch of intention and hands it to those ready to shape the future. It's indeed my honor to request Honorable Justice S. Manikumar, Chairperson of the State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, and former Chief Justice of High Court of Kerala to present the inaugural address.
Friends, it's already 12 o'clock. The schedule is 11:40 for tea. But I don't think that I will leave you maybe 10-20 minutes later, because most of the topics which I wanted to address, my elders and seniors and more my mentor, Honorable Justice Murugesan sir, has already addressed. So if you had been a part of a bench, I would have said I agree. As simply one signature, I think I would have left the judgment for discussion. I may take some time for repeating the names of the dignitaries, because I always respect and learn. Learning is a process, training is a process, and this should continue in our profession, particularly the lawyers, where we ourselves call learned members of the bar. No other profession has got this distinction to say learned brother, learned judge, and therefore I would excuse you for repeating the honorary guests. Honorable Justice Murugesan, former Chief Justice, High Court of Delhi, former member, National Human Rights Commission. Honorable Justice K.N. Basha, former Judge, High Court of Madras, former Chairman, Intellectual Property Appellate Board. Honorable Justice Bhaskaran, former Judge, High Court Madras, former Chairperson, State Human Rights Commission. Honorable Mr. Kannadasan, member, State Human Rights Commission. He is very active. He has just left for some prison visit or so, I was told. Mr. Saravanan, co-chairman and chairman, the Central Law College, co-chairman, Bar Council of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Dr. Geeta, Dean, the Central Law College, Salem. Principal of the Central Law College. Mrs. Maliga, Inspector General Police, Director, Investigation, State Human Rights Commission. Professor Ruben Ferreira, Director of Policing, Criminology and Justice, and Director of International Center for Policing Innovation, Enterprise and Learning, University of East London, UK. Mr. Sachidanand Valan Michael, Head of the Field Office, United Nations Commission for Refugees. Mr. Henry Depang, Advocate and Human Rights Activist, my father's friend. Hope he continues to be my friend also. Mr. Gurbinder Gaur, Assistant Professor and Head of School of Law, Pondicherry University. Dr. Manikandan Sundarajan, Culture and Insight Researcher, Northampton Police, UK. Dr. Sudesh, Head, School of Psychological Sciences, Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore. Dr. Danya Tanjaran, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Clinical Psychology, Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi. I haven't seen her when I was there for 3 years there at Kerala, heading the institution. Professor Dr. Suri, Senior Psychologist and Founder, Psycho Wellness Center, New Delhi. Professor Neena Pandey, Department of Social Work, University of Delhi. Moderators for the sessions, Mr. Govindan, proposer of the vote of thanks, faculty members of this college, staff members, dear students, I should say good afternoon now. It's indeed a great privilege and honor to be with you today at the Central Law College, Salem, for this international summit on reforming justice system. I would request the chairperson, Mr. Sirivanan, Central Law College, to reframe this particular topic as reforming legislative system. As rightly pointed out by my senior colleague and Honorable Justice Murugesan sir, it should be reforming legislative system instead of justice system, because judges always want to be proactive to promote and effectively implement the provisions of every enactment. Keeping that in mind, may it be human rights or any other subject. But our interest is that the basic structure, the fundamental rights and the fundamental duties have to be enforced by each one of the stakeholders, more so the judiciary, which has the power of judicial review to ensure that any error committed by any one of the other organs is corrected and compensated. The 83 batch of students of the then Madras Law College. My senior colleague, Honorable Justice Murugesan, has also said that Professor Dinapalan was his lecturer on constitutional law also. So thus, many of his students have become judges of the High Court, senior advocates, and his legacy continues under the leadership of Mr. Siravanan, advocate and co-chairman, Bar Council of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. And I'm aware some of the students of this particular college have also become judges of the Madras High Court. Yet another reason for my happiness is that after several years, I'm joining my then Galanar government leader, Honorable Justice Murugesan, who gave me an assignment which was a blessing in disguise for my development in my career. Salem Central Law College has also given me this opportunity to share the dais with Honorable Justice K.N. Basha, one of the most humane and bar-friendly judges who had encouraged many juniors. Today we have my past and present colleagues on the dais, Honorable Justice Bhaskaran, Honorable Member Kannadasan, and more importantly, this particular gathering reminds me of my college days, my student days. And now coming to the topic. As we gather today on July 30th, 2025, we stand at a very critical juncture in the evolution of our justice system. The traditional paradigms of law enforcement and judicial processes are being challenged by contemporary realities that demand a more holistic and human-centered approach. Today's summit has brought together three seemingly distinct but interestingly connected domains: human rights, youth development, and mental health enter the comprehensive framework. This convergence is not merely academic. It represents a profound understanding of how these elements interconnect in the real world in the justice delivery system. This summit acknowledges what we in the judiciary have long recognized, that justice is not served when we address the symptoms, ignoring the root causes. When we protect human rights, support mental health, and recognize the unique needs of the youth simultaneously, we can create a justice system that truly serves the society's best interest. Honorable Justice Murugesan was referring to our legislations. Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other things. Where are we? 1993, we come out with this Human Rights Act. In Beijing, 1983, we were a signatory to the rights of the differently abled. Once they were called as physically handicapped, the differently abled, and today it is specially abled or whatever it is. Where are we? In 1996, we proclaimed ourselves Act 1 of 1996, equal opportunities of so and so, so and so. You look at how many sections are there in these acts. Hardly 30, 35, 40. Just to enact 30, 40, sections, you took 40 years and 45 years. That's the mindset, I'm sorry to say, our legislators. We should look at the legislative point of view as to whether the Constitution, what we resolved ourselves, have really framed in appropriate enactments at the appropriate time. Now I will answer some of the questions, in fact, proposed by my senior colleague and my mentor, Honorable Justice Murugesan. So that's how our legislative system works. Now, this particular enactment, I think, I'm sorry, I may a little bit delay your lunch also, with your permission of the chairperson. Okay. I hope that the students are hungry. Okay, if something can be served to them during the course of this particular address, it would be fine. You see, it takes us nearly so many years to enact evil systems in the society. What is the evil system in the society which takes us away, recognizing the human rights of one person to another? Are we touching upon that particular subject? Is there any legislation on these particular subjects? I'll come back on the one particular evil aspect, which is still very much prevalent in the southern parts of the Tamil Nadu state, and is also taken as one of the, say, agenda by some of the political parties, the inter-caste marriage. They were oppositions. I'm sorry, I think were there any opposition from the NGOs at that point of time to say that you parties have got recognition from under the Constitution, under the People's Representation Act, you are not supposed to take any decision contrary to the Constitution. They have. We have seen in Tamil Nadu. This is our, Mr. Debang will answer, I think, is it not? Political parties taking up so many issues. Honor killings happening in the state. Why? Okay, let me come back to that a little bit later. I'm just trying to concentrate. You're overexcited when some of the topics are pouring during the course of the discussion as to how these things have not changed the mindset of a person. No. Unless and until I think the mindset of each and every one of you present here changes, there won't be any change at all. Not at all by legislation. Even if it is by legislation, it should be compulsorily and strictly enforced. Talking about the enforceability of the human rights recommendations, which I will comment later. Now, as far as human rights is concerned, human rights in India present a complex picture, often characterized by both significant safeguards under the Constitution, to which there are persistent challenges. India's robust constitutional framework, independent judiciary, and active civil society, spoken about to my mentor, are the foundations to human rights landscape. Mental health is one of the topics which is addressed. The World Health Organization defines mental health as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her own potential, can cope with normal stress of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to her or his community. The relationship between mental health and human rights has, to my understanding, has at least three parts. First, human rights violations such as torture and displacement negatively affect mental health. Second, mental health practices, programs, and the laws such as coercive treatment practices can also affect human rights. And thirdly, advancement of human rights benefits the mental health synergizes. Now, the integration part of it. The integration of human rights, mental health, and human involvement in crime and rehabilitation is an area of concern in modern societies. Particularly in a country, this particular aspect is dealt with slightly or to a certain extent in the Juvenile Justice Act. But there are no such any other legislations. Maybe there is an enactment called as Mental Health Act also. But nevertheless, so far as the youth in crime and the reasons for the increase in rate of crime among the youth, and everybody knows certain things are more available in the society. I won't say what are all things that are available. The control and regulatory methods of these things which affect our mental and physical health, maybe I would say the drugs. That part of it, I think, whatever manner in which it is regulated, whatever manner it is controlled, but it's certainly affecting the mental health, the physical health of the youth, which is also one of the reasons for the crime. The challenges surrounding these issues involve the drugs, the family background, the peer groups, and so forth. And therefore, the issues are vast, complex, as my senior colleague said about the parent part of it. There are multifaceted, and it requires a collaborative approach from various sectors, including the judicial system. Involvement of youth in criminal activities is one of the paramount subjects which we have to address. Furthermore, there is an increasing recognition of the importance of mental health as a factor influencing the criminal behavior and how the human rights plays an important role in rehabilitating the offenders. Human rights, mental health, and criminal behavior are interconnected in ways that influence how young offenders are treated. When young people commit crimes, there is often an underlying mental health condition that requires professional attention. Instead of punitive measures, a rehabilitative approach is crucial, where the focus should be on restoring the offender's rights, dignity, and the mental well-being. The approach of law enforcing agencies is very, very important, and the judicial system should at least perceive and address human rights and mental health of the youth simultaneously. Let me give you an illustration. In fact, about a week ago, we had been to Pearl Prison number 1. This being taken up on the administrative side. We saw a prisoner. We just inquired few prisoners, and they're all convict prisoners. But some of the prisoners in Pearl 2, I have yet to visit Pearl 1 and Pearl other prison. Maybe I'll take up during the course of my career. The one prison. How many times you have committed theft? Is that only once? For one single solitary offense, I think you have been here for 5 months. I don't know which court is ordering you for 5 months. He said, no sir, I've got bail. You got bail? Then why still you are languishing in jail? He said, there are nobody to come take surety. We then asked the jailer, the DIG of police Vellore, I have to say, maybe I think it's required. So this gentleman says that he has been enlarged on bail. But why would he still be inside? And it would amount to illegal detention. I said, I think we will take up the matter suo motu and issue notice to you, asking your explanation as to why he still continues to be in jail, though bail has been granted. He said, I don't know, I have to check it up. I immediately contacted the state member secretary of the State Legal Service Authority. He said, our people, our judiciary always respects even if you retire from service. So also I expect the bar. So the member secretary said, sir, the bail, it's mentioned only as a solitary offense, but the surety is 10,000 rupees. I said, why is still languishing? What happened? I called the paralegal staff. He said, sir, I don't know whether bail has been granted. I asked him, what's his name? I'm going to report to you, to the member secretary, and said that you are a paralegal staff, has to ask why a person is detained, what are the prisoner's rights, etc., etc. Then afternoon, the Tiruvallur principal district judge said, my lord will take steps to release him immediately. The next day he was released. So there is a guideline issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs relating to certain prisoners languishing in prisons because they are not able to get sureties. And we are addressing that issue shortly. So I have written a letter to the Secretary of the Government, State Legal Service Authority, to ensure that those who are inside the jail and got orders should be released as early as possible by offering adequate securities, or, if not possible, to modify the conditions of the bail relating to the sureties. Now, so far as the youth in the crime is concerned, there are socio-economic disparities which play a very significant role in the youth involvement in crime. Poverty, lack of education, and limited access to quality health care contribute to the vulnerability of the youth. I was a part of the Juvenile Justice Committee of the Madras High Court for 3 years. We were able to do something there with respect to the juvenile and the children in conflict with law. We are taking up steps, sir, and I hope with the active help of the NGOs and the cooperation of my members and colleagues on the Commission, we will be able to make some recommendations to the government on these issues, combining both the juvenile justice as well as the harm which he was speaking about. Really, there is a harm in the society now, there is an injury in the society. Everybody speaks about it, but we have to, study the subject and then make a substantial recommendation if it is to be. A legislative process has to be involved. And I'll come back to certain issues something later. So these are all certain areas why these children are involved in this offenses. As regards mental health issues, because once we spoke to some of the prisoners in the jails, they said, I could understand these young offenders suffer from health conditions such as depression, anxiety, trauma, and in certain cases even personality disorders. However, it is my experience both on the bench as well as the bar, there are no sufficient mental health support services in India to these offenders. Maybe the first offender or whomsoever it may be. I don't think so. There are not that much of counseling or centers, mental health support services. More, I think I would learn from you as to whether there are any mental health supporters to this first offenders or second offenders, and in some cases offenders relating to family disputes. There is a widespread stigma also around this mental health, which prevents young people. I've seen some of them, they're not able to come out. They don't discuss. I have asked many of the offenders, tell us what is your problem. He is not able to come out and say, this is exactly my problem with my father, with my mother, etc., etc. More, they would be able to tell an independent counselor than a lawyer, than a judge. So that is very much lacking in us. Treating these underlying conditions is very, very essential for rehabilitation. So therefore, I am of the view that this mental health assessment should be incorporated in the judicial process. It should be there in the judicial process, in the legislation. It should be made as a compulsory thing in the legislation, just like family courts. When you have a family court dispute, the Act says that there should be counseling. Why? It should be only in respect of husband and wife and the family members. It should be in the respect of youth, which are going to be the future generation of our country. So therefore, there should be legislation, except what I've seen this only relating to juvenile justice and juvenile delinquency. The rest of the areas, I don't find there is any legislative process which is involved in addressing these mental health issues which make the youth to involve themselves in crimes. There are other groups, peer groups, etc., etc. That more will be discussed in the sessions. So this should be a part of our judicial and rehabilitation process. I would suggest establishing mental health screening centers for the young offenders, and integrating psychological services into the juvenile justice system, which is already available. And that would go a long way in addressing the underlying causes of the criminal behavior. So far as the Commission is concerned, we are taking up steps to a certain extent. We are always trying to suggest recommendations to the government on certain areas. And some of the topics which I have noted down today is one relating to the recommendations point of view. One by one, I think I will, because there's one advantage of speaking later is that you can answer to some of the issues which are raised. A disadvantage is that most of the topics which I wanted to cover, I think my predecessor would have already spoken, and therefore I should have said, I agree. One thing was said about the human rights as to how it should be improved in our society. Now, let me remind, as a student of law, I have read this particular constitution, one particular portion, at least once in a week. Once in a week I have read this. What we have resolved about 75 years ago, are we practicing this? I'm leaving it open to everybody to think. I'm just read the preamble of the Constitution. This is what we have resolved. Every one of you, I think, should understand and address this continuously to all our students. When I was a student of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda College, every Friday there'll be one song. It will be in Sanskrit. I don't understand Sanskrit. But then it is sung for the youngsters to know what is the good principles which are to be taught to the students. Some, I think, will repeat, some will keep quiet. Maybe the Constitution, the basic structure, the preamble, what we have resolved after about 75 years, still we are speaking. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry, all the persons who are present here. We have resolved what? We resolve, we the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all citizens. The first two parts of this Constitution oath says about the nature of the government, the nature of the state, the form of the government. The nature of the state should be sovereign, socialist, and secular. Form of government, which should be democratic and republic. Now thereafter, interestingly, the Constitution starts with that is the spirit of the Constitution. It starts with the word justice. I asked one of the vice chancellors, because even in 1940, and even prior to that, justice was not there in so many areas. Justice is not there in social, justice is not there in economic, justice is not there in politics, there is no liberty, there is no freedom of thought and expression, there is no freedom of belief, etc., etc., equality. And ultimately, I think what the Constitution wants, what our representatives have resolved on our behalf, will bring fraternity. Fraternity assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. Now, on this basis of this particular preamble or the resolution which we have framed to ourselves, each one of you, each for everyone, for all generations together, there are several articles. Equality, fundamental rights. Very interested in, I don't want to read equality. There is equality or not, I think you must all are lawyers and so many speakers should address in this country. There is one interesting class article which is still there. What is that? Article 17. untouchability. Oh, what a strange country India is. Even after 75 years of independence, we say that we will abolish untouchability. And we also take an oath every year on a day of untouchability. Are we not ashamed, I'm sorry to say this word, to say that it should be there in the Constitution? Maybe, I'm sorry, I think, out of emotion, I can still recollect some of the decisions which I have rendered, with all humility I have to say. South, where Mr. N.D. Dipang comes from, isn't it, sir? I had a very interesting case in, say, Madurai bench. A writ petition was filed to exhume 2 bodies buried, in a camp, a river bank. I just asked the lawyer, why would these bodies were buried in the river bank? The lawyer said, my lord, in this particular village, I'm sorry, I think I'm touching upon a very important subject, the caste, the root cause and for the evil of this particular system, which requires all the changes. This particular lawyer said, my lord, in this particular village, we have a burial ground for caste Hindus. Okay, there's a burial ground for the caste other than scheduled caste, Hindus. We have a burial ground for Catholic Christians. We have a burial ground for Protestant Christians. I'm talking about a village. There's a burial ground for so-and-so community, so-and-so community. Okay. Then what about these 2 people, to whom they belong? He said, Maharaj, they are Pentecost Christians. Oh, just because they are Pentecost Christians. None of these burial grounds, they allowed these bodies to be buried. What kind of people they are. I said, I think it's high time that the religious heads should understand that there should not be percolation of the system into the religions. I don't know whether they have understood or not, but still I believe they don't. Am I not correct, sir? They don't. So therefore, even for burial of a dead body, this is their mindset. Right? And therefore, in that particular judgment, whatever I thought I wrote, when I go to a hospital, will you ask so-and-so community man alone should touch my body? Will you ask so-and-so blood alone should be transfused into my blood? Will you ask so-and-so organ alone should be transplanted? No. Why? I want life. I want to live. Okay, when I get life, then I think about my rights. I am so-and-so caste, I am so-and-so this. Where is your caste these other things? For an existence of life, what does Article 21 say? Right to live with dignity. What does your human rights say? I just read the definition of human rights. Human rights is like this. Human rights means the rights relating to life, liberty, equality, and dignity of the individual guaranteed by the Constitution or embodied in the international covenants and enforced by courts in India. Well, if this system continues, and if this system is recognized by the legislature, I wonder, there was a case in Kerala. Interestingly, the Local Bodies Act, they recognize burial grounds of each community. Check it up. It's there in the enactment. I said, I think, how can a government frame an enactment like this, a legislator, when he's speaking about Constitution? It's there in the legislation. We only suggested that this should be scrapped. But then, whether the individual mindset of each one belonging to X and Y community will agree for that? No, I don't think so. So I'm going beyond my subject, but anyway, but that is part of human rights. Another interesting case which I saw, I think that is a subject matter of controversy, was somebody rolling over the leaves eaten by X and Y. In southern part of our state, some X and Y community people eat, and thereafter other sector people should roll over. I don't know. They will only get mocham, and rest of us will go to heaven. Hell. This is how it's all being practiced. Who is coming forward? Which legislator is coming forward to speak about this evil system that it should be eradicated? No one. NGOs should come forward to speak, and unless and until this particular system is eradicated, and I don't think the violation of human rights will continue. Now coming to the topic of violation of human rights by one person to another. Yes, I have a human right against another person. I should not violate his human right. Now come to the section. This section reads like this. This is all very unfortunate way of drafting by our legislators, and the provision should be challenged. I wish the provision should be challenged because we don't have the powers to quash on our own. I don't exercise 226. Now let's see the provision. The provision talks like this. Is a regulation framed by the Commission. Is that, yes, Section 12. Honorable Justice Murugesan sir said, there is something in Section 12. And he also said something about the discussion which he had in the National Human Rights Commission. Commission shall perform all or any of the following functions, namely, inquire, suo motu or in a petition presented to it by victim, or any person on his behalf, or in a direction or order or any court, into complaint of violation of human rights or abatement thereof. There is a comma. Then there is R. I. Negligence in the prevention of such violation by a public servant. Yes. It's a function of the Commission to inquire suo motu or on a petition or whatever. He was referring to the negligence in prevention of such violation by a public servant. But the regulations framed, and everyone knows, I think the regulations framed in the Act has got a statutory force because they are statutory regulations. The regulation speaks like this. Complaint. The regulation 2C. Complaint means all petitions or communications received by the Commission from a victim or any other person in his behalf, in person or by post or by telegram or by fax, etc., etc., alleging violation, comma, or abatement thereof, negligence in the prevention of such violence, comma. This is more important. The word used is by a public servant. How I came to this Human Rights Commission, because my father was part of this Human Rights Commission for some time. Therefore, wherever he was, I also wanted to follow. I just followed and landed up here. Unfortunate, I should say. The reason being because I wanted human rights to be implemented in letter and spirit. As my senior colleague was saying that, judges always try to effectively implement the provisions of the law. That is what we are taking oath, fear or favor, etc., etc. But then, it's used by a public servant, alleging violation, comma, or abatement thereof, negligence in the prevention of such violation, comma, by a public servant. You don't have the word any other person. Now this came up for consideration when my father was an active chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. He engaged a very senior advocate and a constitution lawyer, Mr. Maslamani, to interpret this particular provision for effective implementation of the human rights, a violation of one by another. The court presided over by Justice Janardhanam and another learned judge. They said no, the provisions can be implemented only as against a public servant. I would say that particular judgment needs review. Certainly a review, and I don't know whether suo motu review is permissible, because in Kerala, suo motu is permissible. Take suo motu to the And then only I think the provisions of the Act can be effectively implemented if there is any violation of human rights by X against another. Like take the case of the southern districts. Violations, I'm sorry to say, though Mr. Henry Depang is there is one particular aspect which is called excommunication, honor killing. I was referring to this honor killing and excommunication. Is there any legislation on this? The state has got enough statistics. Excommunication, right? I gathered some of the information from my friend, Mr. Lajpat Rai. Give me some statistics. If I ever sit on a bench dealing with the matters related to excommunication, I would recommend to the government that there must be a law. Now, there is a law in 1955 or so, the Bombay excommunication or some law or something like that. Check it up, I think I have forgotten. This particular legislation was challenged. Unfortunately, the High Court set aside. Why would the High Court set aside? I think I have to think about it. I got a judgment and the Supreme Court confirmed it. But also check it up again. The judgment of the Supreme Court was rendered long ago, is sought to be reviewed in another case. There is no law. And is there any offense under IPC for excommunication? This is, I would say, this judicial activism is not legislative activism. It should be legislative activism which is more required for the development, for the whole governance, and for protecting human rights and promoting the same. Legislative activism. That is more required. So therefore, these aspects and something relating to the recommendations point of view was addressed by, I have a lot to speak, but time constrained, I'm actually reducing it. I'm only replying or actually clarifying, or I'm bound to do as a presenter, chair, about the recommendations point of view. Now, true that at some point of time there was divergent views of the Madras High Court as to whether this is only recommendatory. But today, there is a full bench judgment of Justice Parthiban and other two judges who said that the recommendations are binding. So, I don't know whether the judgment has been taken on appeal by the person aggrieved in that particular case. No, not at all.
There is a Supreme Court judgment also, but that government.
Yes. And we have binding. And we have interpreted in Kerala that it is binding. It is only two bench, myself and Justice Chali. We said it is binding. But the reasoning by Justice Parthiban, the judge of the Madras High Court, is more convincing as to why it should be binding. And speaking about the powers of the commission, I don't know, when Lok Ayuta, which deals with the corrupt and correct practices of public servants, Lok Ayuta, see the subject matter. The subject matter in corrupt and corrupt practices, okay, anyone can be involved, starting from the head of the executive. I'm sorry about the chief minister level to other persons who are coming into the definition of public servant. But when a similar public servant is involved and my human rights is affected, there is no power of contempt. Lok Ayuta has got the power of contempt. This is only a clever way of drafting by our legislators. I'm sorry to say about that. When a person's human right is affected, they say, you have the powers of contempt. Oh, if there is a simple act of corruption, I would say simple. If somebody is corrupt, the Lok Ayuta has got the power of contempt. I should have the power of contempt. If my orders are not implemented properly, and more so when there is a judgment of the Madras High Court full bench which says it is binding. So these are all the areas where not the judicial activism is required, the legislative activism is more required. Now, judgments are binding, that's what I said. The social evil, I think nobody takes up an issue, and that versus, okay, the perspective point of view of the involvement of youth and others in crime. We were recently trying to formulate, I don't know how far it's going to work out. This is relating to a training program for the policemen. We see so many cases. In fact, I wanted to become a policeman once. I've been there in Delhi, had a very short term, 3 months intensive course in Dasgupta Institute. My subject was not there in Rouse. So therefore I had to go to another institute, 3 months intensive course, but I didn't succeed. Came back to my father. He said, "Oh, lawyers, I think most of you are future judges, future ministers, and so many of them are here." He said, "Law is the most independent profession in this world. And you can reach the strategic position of giving a judgment which can be useful to the society." Now, talking about judgment, I'm traversing, sometimes. When I've been there to the Judicial Academy, Justice Sinha asked us, "What do you mean by a judgment? People, I think you should understand tomorrow you'll be future lawyers, future judges. One might be a judge of the Supreme Court. I think some of them are judges from this one institution are still adorning the bench of the Madras High Court." He said judgment can be to resolve the rights and disputes between two parties. You can write a judgment like that. Okay, if there is no precedent on a particular topic, you research and write a precedent. Write a judgment that could be a precedent which can be followed by others. The judgment can be written for the social values, in a particular topic. And the last one is said, a judgment can be written for the governance until a legislation. You see about the Vishaka and other cases, they are only directives issued under Article 142, but later on a legislation came. So therefore, judgment can be written in so many ways, depending upon the perception of the judge. It also speaks about the effective implementation of the Human Rights Act. And now the Act was interpreted by one particular bench saying that, only if a public servant commits a violation, it's a violation. How could it be? It's a violation. If you're sitting and then, starting saying something about you, it's a violation of your human rights amongst so many, people. But still, that's how the law is declared by the Madras High Court. Now, organizations, NGOs, etc., have to effectively participate in this particular promotion and implementation of this particular, 2-3 topics. About the topics, a brief note. Our first technical session today, human rights, policing practices and justice system, focusing on community-oriented policing, human rights advocacy and justice delivery system. This addresses a fundamental truth as articulated by Nelson Mandela. To deny people that human right is to challenge their very humanity. Community policing has shown remarkable results globally. As we examine policing practices through the lens of human rights, we must remember that every interaction between the law enforcement and a citizen is an opportunity to strengthen or weaken the social contract that binds democracy. This is very, very important. Every interaction between a law enforcement agency and a citizen. That is what I think it has been spoken about. Some of the incidents have also been said. Though I think the petition is before us, in fact, I refrain myself from addressing that. But still, so this is what happens. The interaction between the law enforcement agency and a citizen is an opportunity to either strengthen or weaken the social contract that binds our democracy. Please understand, I think this word, I think what I'm saying is very, very important. We are trying to prepare a module for the policemen as to how I think they should, if something was spread about the police complaints or the authority, the commission which has been formed. But more than that, we have been specifically assigned a topic, human rights. We have to make recommendations. We just had a discussion with about 13, 20 officers, academicians, to formulate a training program, because they have a training program at the police academy. That is not enough. I'm sorry. It's in the mindset of a man. Training, all of us are given training. All of us have become judges. Not every one of us, I think I have read, not everybody is I would say, there is a center there at Madurai yet. What is that? Mr. Basha was heading that. Huh? No, what's the judge's name? The judge's name. Huh? Justice Bhagwati. We are not Bhagwadis, we are not Chinaparadis, and we are not X and Y. I'm sorry. I have to say myself. We can say something, it all depends upon the mindset of a person, I think, how he perceives what is human rights and changes. Just because I got a uniform, if he does it, and if you believe in, I don't want to go on another topic, if you believe in God, I think you have a remedy. I don't go into that because that's a very different subject. So in the light of Article 21, in the light of the basic structure of the Constitution, in the light of the fundamental rights, in the light of the fundamental duties, the issues which we discuss today have to be addressed very, very carefully by all concerned. The second technical session is mental health, youth and harm prevention. Exploring innovative approaches to mental health, youth involvement and harm prevention. The harm prevention has already started. We could see, we could perceive in the families the number of cases. When I was heading the Juvenile Justice Committee, I think we opened 5 de-addiction centers for the children in the hospitals. There was only one de-addiction center, but I think with the persuasion, we could open 5 de-addiction centers. And I don't know how many are required now. It's on the rise. I don't know. In the institutions, professor also will know about that. So, another aspect which we must understand is, when we criminalize mental health issues, instead of treating them, we perpetuate a cycle of harm. I could see some of them. Statistics prove that approach to rehabilitation over punishment has achieved recidivism. In the words of Justice Anthony Kennedy, I quote, "A punishment is cruel and unusual if it is degrading to human dignity." And the third session today is psychology. It is very, very important, and law enforcement. I said in the earlier that there is no sufficient counseling and psychological process in treating the offenders, first offenders in particular. Psychology, law enforcement, introspecting evidence-based strategies for crime management. This represents the scientific solution in criminal justice. Students, I think I bored you sufficiently, am I right? Yes? You should say yes. Now it is 12, it's nearly nearly 1 o'clock. Say yes. Tea time, I think, is, with the permission of the chair, I think I have taken away the tea time. Taken you directly to dinner. Huh? Yes, sir. They said yes, sir. I don't know. Yes, no, I don't understand ultimately. Okay, it's just like a assembly session. Somebody say yes and somebody say no. Okay. So you are, one of you, as I said earlier, I think would be a very good judge later on, an administrator, anything, whatever it is. But what I just wanted to say one word of what my father has said to me. Though I was not interested in law in the beginning, but later on I think some of the opportunities which came in the way of my career, like one as the government counsel representing the state, the other one which I was mentioning about Honorable Justice Murugesan giving me an opportunity to represent the judiciary of the High Court. That changed my career also, I should say. I should honestly acknowledge with all gratitude. This is what my father said. Every paper you come across in your life, there is a life behind it. You don't study it as just a subject, and particularly law. There is a life behind it. Somebody is coming to you with your problem, grievance, etc., etc., how best it should be addressed. It could be addressed to him personally. It could be addressed to the public also. Because as a lawyer, you've got a duty to the client, you've got a duty to the court, and you've got a duty to the public. A particular small subject, I think, can also be of great importance as to how you contribute to your institution or to the society. Therefore, I honestly request you to effectively participate in these sessions. It's all, we have a galaxy, very, highly intellectuals in each subjects. We drafted a course when we were heading the Juvenile Justice Committee of the Madras High Court, Juvenile Justice and Juvenile Delinquency, to be taught for the students, to be taught for the judicial officers, to be taught for all those involved in the juvenile justice system, juvenile justice and juvenile delinquency. So I requested my friend Mr. M. Srinivasan, Professor of Criminology at the Madras University, waiting to convene a meeting. He did convene a meeting of nearly 30 psychologists from all over the country. 30 psychologists. I just went for the inaugural session. I wanted to be there for 10-15 minutes addressing the people, and I thought I can come out. It is so interesting. The psychologists spoke about the womb in the child and up to the growth, birth, 10 years, 15 years, etc., peer group, etc., etc. So interesting. And about 400 people, did their course in University of Madras, juvenile justice and juvenile delinquency. So today's subject is going to be very, very interesting. And I just leave you with these words of Mr. Martin Luther King. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice anywhere. I've taken more time. Skip the tea because I had sufficient tea in the morning. I thank you see, this one particular clap is for two things. When we were students, when we were always lost benches, we will see somebody talking, hours and hours together, it will be boring. And we will say somebody, hey, start clapping. So I think many of you have clapped me. I don't know for what purpose, but nevertheless I take it for granted. I think I've taken your time, and therefore you give me a send-off. Thank you very much. Thank you, students, and thank you, my chair. So I request now, I'm not going away. I think about, what's the strength of this particular college, sir? 1,800. Let's see, out of 1,800 students, how many of you will come forward to write an article about the topics which are going to be discussed, and whatever is a feedback. I think as a member of the Judicial Academy, I always take the feedback of the participants. Let's see the feedback of the participants about each one of us, whomsoever it may be. Boring, you can also say boring. And it should be a good article on every topic, and I wish the college should give them a certificate of merit of their equal participation of the understanding of what we address today. Let them come back with what they understood about what we discussed. That's more important. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Saravanan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gratitude is merely not the highest virtue. It is the root from which all other virtues grow. I now call upon Mr. R. Govindan, Assistant Professor of English, to deliver the vote of thanks.
In gratitude, we find the essence of humanity and foundation of joy. It is my immense pleasure and honor to propose this vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. My first and deepest flow toward Honorable Mr. Justice S. Manikumar, Chairperson of State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, and former Chief Justice of High Court of Kerala. Honorable Justice, your words have planted seeds of inspiration that will flourish in the hearts of every advocate for human rights and justice. Thank you, Honorable Justice, for sharing your noble presence and insights with us. I extend my heartfelt gratefulness to Honorable Mr. Justice D. Murugesan, former member of National Human Rights Commission and former Chief Justice of High Court of Delhi. Honorable Justice, your words enlighten us with spirit of judicial wisdom and ignited a fire of passion in young minds, inspiring them to pursue excellence in their career and serve for humanity. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing this beautiful occasion. Next, my sincere gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice K.N. Basha, former Chairman, Intellectual Property Appellate Board, and former Judge, High Court of Madras. Thank you, Honorable Justice, for your noble presence with us. With a deep reverence, I thank Honorable Mr. Justice S. Bhaskaran, former Chairperson, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, and former Judge, High Court of Madras. Your distinguished presence has added immeasurable solemnness and honor to our gathering. Thank you, sir, for joining with us. My sincere gratitude extends to Honorable Mr. V. Kannadasan, Member, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, whose commitment to human rights continues to inspire us always. Thank you, sir. Next, I thank our respected Madam Ms. S. Mallika, IPS, Inspector General of Police and Director of Investigation Division at State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu. Ma'am, your powerful words bridge the gap between the theoretical ideals and ground realities of human rights and justice. Thank you, ma'am. I am deeply grateful to Dr. Manigandan Soundarajan, Culture and Insight Researcher, Northamptonshire Police, UK Chair, Postgraduate Committee, British Society of Criminology, and Founder, Executive Director, Think Justice Foundation, India. Sir, your multifaceted expertise and the passionate commitment to justice reform inspire us to think beyond our boundaries. Thank you, sir, for sharing your great presence and insights with us. Next, my heartfelt gratitude to our beloved chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, whose visionary leadership and guidance made this extraordinary gathering is possible. Your unwavering commitment to academic excellence is always admirable and inspirational to everyone. Thank you, sir, for sharing your amiable presence and delivering mind-blowing presidential address. Next, my profound thankfulness to Mr. Sachidananda Vallan Michael, Head Field Office, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, whose dedication to protecting world's most vulnerable population exemplifies the highest ideals of human compassion. Thank you, sir, for your valuable presence with us. With great respect, I thank Professor Ruwan, Director of Policing, Criminology and Justice, and Director of International Center for Policing Innovation, Enterprise and Learning, University of East London, UK. Your innovative approach to justice education represents future how we can create more equitable world. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your amiable presence with us. Next, I thank our most respected speakers who are ready to share their outstanding experience and expertise with us. Thank you, speakers. Next, I thank our respected Dean, Dr. T.N. Geeta, whose meticulous planning and guidance is the foundation upon which today's successful event. Thank you, ma'am. With a deep respect, I thank our Principal Professor Dr. Begum Fatima for providing unwavering support and guidance for the successful event. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I thank all our participants across from our nation. Your presence transformed this gathering as a great and memorable. Thank you, dear participants. Next, my sincere thanks to our Vice Principal, Head in Charges, and all our faculty members for their timely support and help for the successful event. Next, I thank our teaching and non-teaching members whose dedication began the scenes for the successful event. Next, I thank all the press and media person. And finally, I thank all the student volunteers for their great contribution for the successful event. Once again, I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you everyone for joining us in this inauguration session. Thanks to all the judges. So So good afternoon, everyone. The inaugural session, we understand that ended with 1 hour delay, but trust me, it was more of information from all the speakers over here. So kindly bear with us. I hope we'll definitely enjoy the rest of the day as well. So join us, as far as the audience are considered, please join us for lunch in the open auditorium. And we have to get back by around 1:30 quickly. So please cooperate, and apologies for the same. And we also request our judges to join us for lunch. Thank you. We request the students to be seated for a while. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good afternoon to everyone. We now proceed to the core of our academic exchange with technical session 1 of the International Summit on Reforming Justice System. We are privileged to have Mrs. M. Shantakumari, Vice Principal of the Central Law College, Salem, to lead the session with insight as the moderator. And we now invite her to kindly take over and comment technical session 1.
Very warm good afternoon, everyone. Again, welcome to this international summit. It's my privilege to call upon the guests for the technical session 1, all the fine people over here. Now I take this opportunity to invite Professor Ruwan Uduvarage Perara onto the stage. Sir will be chairing the panel now. Now I take the privilege of calling upon Mr. Sachidanandan Vallan Michael, sir, Head of Field Office, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Sir. Now I take the privilege of calling my professor, Dr. Gurvinder Kaur ma'am, Assistant Professor and Head, School of Law, Pondicherry University. To call upon Mr. Henry Tiffane, sir, advocate and human rights activist, Executive Director of People's Watch, onto the stage. So once again, a very warm welcome. So with no further delays, we'll proceed further. See, it is said that there is a relationship between states and citizen. And for the relationship to be good, it is very important for every national system to give a very good justice system to its people. Because the people will start feeling more loved and more affiliated to their system when the system is very good. And this totally justifies the title of this first technical session, which is Human Rights, Policing Practices and Justice System. We'll be focusing on the community-oriented policing, human rights advocacy, and justice delivery system. So once again, a warm welcome to everyone and to the audience as well. So all yours for a very knowledgeable session. I'm equally excited as you all. So moving on, I would like to introduce the chairperson of today's technical session 1, Professor Ruwan Uduvarage Perara, Director of Policing, Criminology and Justice, and Director of International Center for Policing Innovation Enterprise and Learning, University of East London, UK. Sir proudly calls him a pre-academic approach police experience with academic expertise in criminology, community engagement, diversity and equality. I'm very proud to state that Sir was a former British police officer. He served as the first elected General Secretary of the National Black Police Association. Sir is a pioneer in advocating minority ethnic officers and advising on diversity and community engagement. He devoted his career to the crucial importance of integrating diverse perspective and practical experience into policing strategies and criminal justice education. Sir, a very warm welcome once again, sir. Moving ahead to the next guest, we have Mr. Sachidanandan Vallan Michael, sir, Head of Field Office, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Sir currently heads the UNHCR, overseeing operations in South Asia since 2014, and I'm very, very glad to announce to the humanitarian work, especially on refugees. Sir is very closely connected to the government of Tamil Nadu because he acts as a state government advisory committee member, and Sir has always been an important consulting person for many leading NGOs, the central and state governments, and many corporates also. Sir, it's an absolute honor to have you. Welcome once again, sir. Moving further, I deem it as a privilege to welcome my own professor over here, Dr. Gurminder Kaur, Assistant Professor at the School of Law, Pondicherry University. Having graduated law from the Army Institute of Law, Mohali, and holding an LLM and PhD from Punjab University, Chandigarh, ma'am is no less than an inspiration. She specializes in criminal justice and human rights with her PhD research specially focusing on women prisoners, and she has conducted an exclusive study with fieldwork in 13 jails. I'm very proud to announce that ma'am was a recipient of Bharat Scouts and Guides Rashtrapati Puraskar from former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Warm welcome, ma'am. And here we go. I deem it as an extreme privilege to welcome Mr. Henry Tiffany, sir, advocate and human rights activist. Sir has been promoting human rights education and awareness through the Institute of Human Rights Education, which has reached across 22 states, touching millions of lives across the nation. The list is very long, and to confine it, Sir has been conferred with the prestigious 8th Human Rights Award by Amnesty International Germany. Sir has been conferred with 12th Nani A. Palkiwala Award for Civil Liberties and has been awarded Tamilan Award 2023 for his social work. Sir, what an honor to have you. So once again, and huge welcome to all the dignitaries and to the audience as well. It's going to be a very, very fruitful session. So all ears. To begin with, I would like to enlighten us on his perspective on this topic. Sir will be basically dealing with the importance of community engagement and facilitating solutions. So over to you, sir.
Shall I use this one? Okay. Do you mind if I stand? Can I stand?
No, sir, as you're comfortable.
Okay. You can all hear me, yes? Yes. Hello there. I'm Rowan Udwarage Pereira. Yes, I'm a former police officer. I did 25 years with the British Police Service, and my last 10 years actually was at the Police Staff College training senior police officers. Well, I did not train them, sorry. I didn't train them. I facilitated their learning because, of course, DGs, IGPs, we don't train them. But they were very good fun. Perhaps. Anyway. Can you hear me at the back? I'm closer again. Here we go. Right. I do apologize. There was a time, not so many years ago, I could have projected my voice to the very back. But now, unfortunately, lungs are collapsing on me, and those days have gone. So, why the importance of human rights within community policing and within the police force in general? Number one, the police service reflects the society that exists. Police is not independent of society. In the same way, law is not independent of society. So it was fantastic listening to the philosophy of law this morning, because that was just mind-blowingly interesting. It really, really was. But the application, either here in India or in the UK, or in fact in any country in the world. My other topic that I teach on and I research is hate. Hate crime, hate. And as a result of that, I actually did an entire master's in Holocaust studies. So I looked at what happened in Nazi Germany. In January 1942, there was a meeting at the Wannsee Conference. It's called the Wannsee Conference. The house was Wannsee, on the lakes of Wannsee in Berlin. A collection of people came together and they collectively decided there and legalized the murder of millions and millions of people. In that room, there were only 2 members, actual Nazi Party members. Well, they were all members of the Nazi Party, but there were only 2 SS members in that room. The rest, what occupation do you think they were? They were lawyers. If we look at my homeland is Sri Lanka. It went through many, many years of civil war, etc. The genocide was legitimized in Sri Lanka by lawyers. Now, the police carried out some of that, yes. The police were responsible for some of that genocide. So I'm passionate that both law, the whole criminal justice system reforms. We have got focused. It is absolutely essential we do that. I would suggest that the policing system that exists here in India, the legal system that exists here in India, reflects far more the dark ages of colonialism than it doesn't. And the time has come for radical change. The culture of India, if you look at the traditions of India, human rights is embedded within the cultures, different cultures of India. It's embedded in it. Civil rights is embedded in it. Restorative principles is embedded in the cultures of India. These things are not a Western import. They're actually an Indian export. And it's time that India realizes that. You learn nothing. You can learn the problems of the West. You won't learn the solutions from the West, because the problems are still carrying on. I live in the United Kingdom. I live in Scotland. I'm from London. I live in Scotland. Scotland is a separate country to England. Scotland wants, a large percentage of Scotland wants independence from the United Kingdom. Why does it want independence? Because the southeast of England does not represent the rest of the country. It simply does not. But it takes all the wealth, etc. Far right radicalism is taking over. Many of you, people have spoken to me already about the rise of crime in the UK. It's a fallacy. There are some crimes that are going up, yes. Most crimes have gone down. Our highest crime level in the United Kingdom was 1980s. We're nowhere near those levels. Murder rate has actually gone down in the United Kingdom. But I was listening to some of the news from London only yesterday on YouTube. And those migrants are committing disproportionately murders, rapes, etc. And when I say those migrants, okay, so you come to the UK, that's what you get. You're one of those migrants. And we're likely to rape them, murder them, and do all sorts of things. They are starting to follow the philosophies of Nazi Germany. If you have 1% of non-English blood, you are a foreigner. I'm of mixed heritage. My father is from Sri Lanka. We're Sinhalese from the Kandy area of Sri Lanka. On my mother's side, my mother happens to be British Jewish. Okay, so am I English? I was born in London. I can never be English because I'm 50% not. In fact, I'm more than 50% not because my mother is of Jewish background. So I could never be English. And I grew up at a time when the far right existed in the UK. So I've never defined myself as English. I define myself as British Asian. So we've got this fight going on within the UK. You have problems here as well. Ethnic issues is here as well. And so it's important that we actually come together, whether it's in India, whether it's in the United Kingdom, in fact, across the globe. Global warming is actually the wake-up call. It is a huge wake-up call because we've got to come together. And so communities, where does this fit with communities? It all fits with communities. Because who are the people? The people are communities. So when you leave, how many of you actually want to be attorneys, practicing attorneys? Put your hand up if you want to be a practicing attorney. So few. What the rest of you want to be? How many of you want to go into politics? Because, oh, very brave of you to put your hand up. Okay. It was a minority. Right, okay, there's politics, law. In the United Kingdom, the laws are being passed that actually you would be horrified about. We've got the Labour government, I'm not going to get party political. Frankly, all the political parties in the United Kingdom are going the wrong direction. They're all heading off towards the right. We've actually got people, lawyers included, who are arguing against the Human Rights Act. They want to get rid of the Human Rights Act. Britain was not just one of the signatories of the Human Rights Act, they were involved in writing it. The ogre, Winston Churchill, because boy was he an ogre. But one thing I will defend for him, he supported the Human Rights Act. And he would be horrified what's going on now. Now, in India, what he did in India and other parts of the world was barbarous. Absolutely barbarous. But we've got this being all undermined now. Politics is undermining the people. Politics is undermining communities. We don't have rising crime in general. We've got specific crimes that are rising. But we have poverty going up. It is exceptionally high now. We were, before Brexit, before we left the European Union, we were the 5th wealthiest nation in the country. We're now the 6th. But I could take you to any city, any town in London, across the whole of the United Kingdom, you will see people, beggars, sleeping on the streets, etc. What do you think and social services, for example, vitally important, is being cut. Health is being cut. Education is being cut. Higher education, we've monetarized you. Okay? To my Vice-Chancellor, etc., what are they interested in with my students? The fact that my students are worth £4 million. That's all. In fact, if you come to the UK, and I'll now do the promotion bit for the university, come to the University of East London or any university in the UK because you're going to give us £20,000. Okay? You're not going to get a better service, but we will. We'll get £20,000 of you in fees. Then you're going to have to work, but we're not going to allow you to do that because you can only work 20 hours a week. So you're actually going to end up doing you can do some of the most awful jobs you could ever consider. You are going to live in the most appalling conditions, and that's your British experience. Oh, and by the way, the far right, you're then going to accuse you of actually being the villains in committing crime. So there we go. What a wonderful place. There are many good parts. I live in the most beautiful part of the United Kingdom. My nearest neighbour is 3 kilometres away from me. I have mountains in front of me. I live in the lowest crime area in the United Kingdom. But in the area the size of Belgium, there's only 20,000 people. That's where I live. So crime's low. So communities, it is vital, I'll get back to it, it's vital that we collectively, I've got grey hair, I'm at the end of my career. So I'm passing the baton on to yourselves, especially as lawyers. I'm passing it to you because if we want to change society for the better, then it's our responsibility. We have a wonderful term in British policing. It came out with the 9 Principles of Policing back in 1829. Allegedly the first police service, modern police service in the world. That's also a myth. It was in Glasgow in 1790. That's also a myth, by the way, because where do you think British policing history comes from? Any idea? British policing was heavily influenced by a certain little company called the East India Company and the barbarism they inflicted. Okay, so British policing is actually an import from India, and it was a form of abuse taken to the United Kingdom. It's maintained being an abuse, and then we export it. And what we exported back was the most abusive form of policing. It was the form of colonial policing that we imposed on Ireland, the island of Ireland, that the English has been involved in persecuting for hundreds of years. So that's the form of policing. Sorry. Yes.
Who's the founder of this Indian Penal Code?
Yes.
Has capturized what is prevalent in India and then got it imported to England.
If you look at the themes of policing and certainly the approach towards communities, etc., you can see a direct link from what happened during the East India days. Sir Robert Peel didn't wake up at the age of 30 and think, oh, I'll have a police service. He must have been influenced by somewhere. There's been a huge amount of revisionism in policing as to its roots. Britain doesn't want to believe it's got any influence from the East India Company, because rightly so, the East India Company in Britain now is rightly seen as what it was. It was an exploitative body. It's now seen that way. But the point is, we're very good in Britain at revisionism of history. We rewrite it all the time. That's a reality, and Manny will be very aware of it because he's seen it at play. Policing is not the modern British police concept, and I will defend the model of policing, of community policing. I will defend it to the hilt. I will defend the 9 principles of policing. I can cite them all to you, backwards, forwards, and in between. The model of policing, the 9 principles of policing, puts community and the public at the centre. But it hasn't happened since 1829. So shortly after, police service is also meant to be independent in Britain. It was designed to be independent of politics. And immediately, politicians took over policing. So 1829, designed to be independent. Now, it's also a class-ridden system. The police are the public are the police. The whole system was based on, so you've all heard of the term protection of life and property, yes? The protection of life and property in 1829 meant the protection of the lives of the people who own the property. By the way, all the females in this room, you were property. The rest of you wouldn't have been franchised anyway. You wouldn't have had the vote. So the people who owned the property was an elite class of people.
Professor Ruan, if I may.
You are going to wind me in there.
You asked me to be strict and I'm doing that.
That's okay. So I will carry on later on.
I think we'll just carry on with the part in the concluding remark as well. So thank you so much, sir, for throwing us a very big reality that many of us are hearing for the first time. And thank you so much for glorifying the Eastern human rights jurisprudence, which is hardly highlighted even in our books. So thank you, sir. So moving further, I now call upon Mr. Sachidananda Vellin Michael, sir. So sir will be focusing on reform in the justice system by integrating human rights principle with special reference to the vulnerable group, specifically refugees. So over to you.
Thank you. So it's a very privilege to be here talking in front of our great respected judges and also the other persons. I feel like we need to keep listening to them. And how many hours of listening would not still make our mind tired? That's a kind of a stimulation we get from the experience, the wealth of experience. And I'm also looking forward to hear from Mr. Henry, because when I was a student, I heard him first. And probably that influenced me to come and play a role with the life of refugees. So thank you especially to Mr. Henry. And I'm here to talk about the justice and the dignity and the refugees. And as we all know that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. And this is the first article of the UDHR. And when we are talking about the rights and the dignity, we need to talk about like what is dignity and what is rights. Is it something, somebody being tolerated is something that is giving us a dignity or a right, or is it something that is non-negotiable? So this is a question that often comes, that we come across whenever we had to deal with the issues related to asylum seekers and refugees. And we all know that we have refugees in India. So just to give an idea of like how many refugees we have in India, many of us think that millions of people. No, we have refugees or asylum seekers who are not more than 3.5 lakh. So 350,000 refugees or asylum seekers. But when we talk about the refugees and asylum seekers globally, we have more than 130 millions of them right now as we are speaking. And there are a lot of statistics that kind of indicate for every 9 minutes, there is a family who are forced to flee in the globe. There are currently, as we are talking, there are about like 11 active conflicts going on around the world, and these 11 conflicts are precipitating or creating such a making people forced to flee. So this is something which is really needs to be addressed globally. But how do we do that? And when we are talking about dignity, is it something that we offer or is it something that is already available? These are all some of the questions that we need to ponder. And especially closer to the topic, if I am allowed to reflect along with you, maybe one question that just predominantly came in mind since the topic was shared with me is basically on the question of like, are prisoners who are awaiting for their trial for years on end being afforded their human rights? So this is one of the questions that I have had. But along with that, another question also came, does dignity hold true for refugees who is behind the walls of detention centers because they sought asylum? So when we are talking about the refugees and asylum seekers, we need to also remember who is that we are talking about. So refugees and asylum seekers are somebody who has been forced to flee due to the well-founded fear of persecution on the grounds of religion, ethnicity, their social or political opinion or belongingness to a particular social group. So when we are talking about that, necessarily they need to cross an international boundary. And international boundaries are created in the modern history, and because the international boundaries have to be respected, and the sovereignty of the law also becomes applicable in that situation. So when a person obviously is being accorded as a principle, as per the Article 14 of the UDHR, the Human Rights Declaration, that says that everybody who's born in this world has a right to seek asylum. But the seeking asylum means, as per the international legal framework, a person has to particularly cross an international boundary. So when a person crosses an international boundary, maybe essentially the person is also violating the country's law where they are trying to seek an asylum. So in that angle, there is a possibility and there is probably a legal obligation to detain them or to process them with asylum claim. So how do we do that, and why do we need to really think about it is one of the major points that I'm just trying to kind of suggest in this particular opportunity of discussion. So one is basically when we are talking about refugees and asylum seekers and the detention, basically most of the judicial system or justice system that are not very rehabilitative, that are very punitive. So that is across the world. So when we are talking about punishments, then already a person who's been forced to flee is basically becomes vulnerable. The reason being that they could not get the protection of a state in the place of their habitual living. So already they have experienced trauma, mental health issues, they have economic issues, they have a whole lot of issues, including the physical safety issues. So in that angle, if a person comes to a country and being detained, that means it is the person is going to be furthermore made vulnerable. And vulnerability can lead to many things. Out of desperation, they may involve in many things which may be considered again in conflict with law, or probably they become the victims of illegal trafficking or illegal migration. So that becomes a much more humane issue, and that also perpetuates further psychological challenges for the humanity. So we need to have rehabilitation as a model for our justice systems, especially when we are dealing with the persons who are asylum seekers or refugees who are found to be in conflict with law in a country that is a host country or a country of asylum. So in that angle, how the rehabilitation approach is useful, because we need to always tell the policy makers why this is useful, because the rehabilitation approach is less expensive than the approach that is currently being practiced. If a person have to be detained, we need to spend money to make sure that the detention place is there, to feed them, to make sure all the compliances are being met. But in terms of the rehabilitation approach, probably this is more cost effective. So how do we do that? We need to find a balance, because there is always another question that comes along with the asylum seekers, is whether they are a threat to an internal security or the national security. So obviously a person will not flee their home unless their home is in fire. So obviously, like, we need to have a approach which creates a system in place, which puts a system in place to ensure that such threats are being eliminated through a due process. So what I am trying to kind of say is, we have to have approaches which are definitely in line with the international systems, at the same time to have a due process to be followed within the local judicial systems. So one of the systems that we can try to have is a case management processes. So the case management processes, every person who's having a claim of asylum needs to be processed. So an authority should be really invested with that power and with all the capacities to do that. So in India, as of now, we are really advocating for it, for a particular kind of a refugee policy and a procedure to be in place, so that we have all these things being met. And second thing is, we need to have a community supervision. We have similar models of community asylum in different parts of the world. So as we are in this kind of a context, we are going to, and we will have more asylum seekers coming in. And how do we do that? Probably the studies, various studies indicate that the community management of asylum seekers is more efficient, and it is also put the dignity in the front of as an option for the people who are who are seeking asylum. And I know she is ready with the mic, so I'll just conclude by saying that the UNHCR, the organization that I represent, we have 4 pillars to suggest and also to recommend to any countries as part of making policies. One is, we need to protect, we need to respond, we need to empower. So this is a point I would like to say, saying that it is not only about keeping them in detention or community detention or a community engagement, but also we need to empower them. We need to give them the right kind of an education, that what are their rights and duties and obligations here. And then most importantly, we need to resolve their problems. So resolving problems, I'll just take another 2 seconds to say that the Sri Lankan refugee issues, which has been there for 40 years in Tamil Nadu, is not yet been resolved. So we need to find that resolution, and what we need to follow is there is a global compact on refugees. So let us try to see if we can get some leads for our consideration. One is to ensure access to fair and efficient asylum procedures and necessarily prevent arbitrary detention and promote alternatives to dangerous and perilous journeys that most of the asylum seekers take, and then strengthen legal pathways, including complementary pathways and local integration opportunities. So with this, I'm sure we'll be able to put the dignity and the rights of the people, especially the vulnerable and the refugees and the asylum seekers, so that we make a society which is peaceful and which provides and ensures the dignity for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think sir has put forward many of the important points for policy decision regarding refugees and the system right now, sir. And moving further, I now invite Dr. Gurminder Kaur ma'am. Ma'am would be highlighting on the procedural safeguards during investigation qua evidentiary evaluation. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to my co-panelists here and all the dignitaries down in the audience. It is rather a privilege to be discussing this with regard to procedural safeguards when the honorable judges have raised concerns and shared their experiences that how blatantly so many times police is violating human rights at what all levels and how limited number of cases come to media attention. But most of them reach the courts through our NGOs. So in this light, being a teacher primarily of law of evidence, I felt I should also be in a position to highlight what the law states with regard to what is happening during police investigation and how the law perceives what is brought out of it. Just now, sir brought up the point of arbitrary detention. So for that, we have a system in place for a very long time which mandates the production of the body of the arrested person before a magistrate within 24 hours minus the travel time if it is very unreasonable. The idea here is to ensure that people are not arbitrarily detained, and the only test whether the detention is arbitrary or not is to have in line a place which is making this detention accountable. Number one. Number two, recovery of fact. The previous sections 25, 26 and 27 of the Indian Evidence Act. Statements made to the investigating officers during investigation are not admissible. But then, who is going to tell them of what happened, why it happened, and how it happened? Because, at least in Punjab, we had a joke long ago when I was a very little girl, and by the way, I'm a fourth generation lawyer. So I am able to connect to the joke now as a teacher of evidence. They used to say that if the police arrests you and asks you, are you a monkey, just say yes. Why? Why? Because if you will resist, you may be met with treatment you don't desire. And if at all you prove whatever you want to say, like, okay, I produce an identity of this kind or that kind, that also may not be appreciated properly. But then what exactly is the point of bringing people to the police and through the police recorded evidence that is to be appreciated during the trial? Right? Very, very simple question, very practical question. It is simply to find out whether we can acquire a material evidence which can be related directly to the cause of action. And that production of the material evidence is to be further corroborated by other relevant facts. Moving on, what happens to the statements that are made to the police is very clearly given in the law of evidence, which is now BSA, and it has been transported as it is. But then, we also have the right against self-incrimination. That is the essential safeguard that prevents any statements being made during investigation or while in the presence of a police officer not to be admissible. But does that mean if at all somebody wants to tell the truth, they should not be accorded an opportunity to say so? If that is a mandate of the law, then how is law going to ensure justice to the victim? Because once the crime is committed, the center stage is concentrating on the accused, whereas the essence of justice lies in the treatment of the victim. Therefore, we have the very well settled position of recording of evidence by the magistrate, whereby the person is informed, asked very clearly, what is the consequence? Do you still wish to go further with the recording of your statement? However the statement is, if it is confessional in nature, that alone is allowed to be put on record. So, my intention of bringing out this piece of legal information, which I'm sure all of us sitting here are already aware of, is to highlight that the intention of the legislature from the very beginning, evidence was 1872. The earlier procedure code was older. Since then, the intention has been to safeguard the position of a detainee with regard to what possible treatments may be meted out. But in 2025, sitting here, if we take a few seconds to ask ourselves, is this or similar safeguards given in the law, are they succeeding in protecting people from not being mistreated during investigation or in the name of investigation? Unfortunately, the answer is no. So, where lies the problem and what should be the solution is what we need to concentrate on. Earlier in this mind-provoking address by the Justice, he very clearly and frankly brought out the importance of mental well-being. Sir was referring to the position of juvenile offenders. But as a teacher, and also as an additional responsibility that I have been discharging for the last 4 to 5 years, being a warden for postgraduate and doctoral level students from time to time, I understand, and as a young professional myself, I understand the challenge of mental well-being. Now just consider the day-to-day struggle and the challenge of balancing our requirements versus the pressure of the job that the police has in the backdrop of the perception of the police force that the society has. Is everybody mistreating everyone? No. Is everybody being treated rightfully? No. But then there are gaps, and how to plug them. So for a long-term solution, I believe we should have better training mechanisms, concentrating on development not only of information, but of emotional quotient also. Bringing an element of empathetical development in the mindset of the people who serve the civil society directly is a must. But this is a long-term solution in my understanding. What about accountability? What about actually making those people responsible for their actions who may even go to the extent of killing someone during such practices? Is the system strong enough to hold accountability for them? If yes, then the numbers should have reduced. And if the numbers continue to speak otherwise, the answer is that the system needs better protection in terms of stronger procedures, not just for the trial, but for fixing accountability and consequential action on those who violate these very strong principles which are working very fine and successfully throughout the globe. That's all.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, that was so beautifully put that we need to go for a victim-centric approach. Now, over to Mr. Henry Tiffane, sir. Sir would be highlighting on the policing practice and justice delivery system in relation to police.
I thought it was going to be a free day for me, away from court. But Shantakumari ma'am is somebody in whom I have all fear because those 7 minutes are precious to me. Let me first of all congratulate the Central Law College, Salem, for this initiative. No academic institution today has the guts to do what you're doing. And your chairperson's address was unique. And I think I've already seen it on the YouTube even before the keynote address was delivered. So it was that was the speed. Hats off to you and your efforts. Hats off to two judges here who have delivered the inaugural and keynote address. I can get distracted and get scared of Shantakumari ma'am if I get into their address, because they do not have time limitations, I have time limitations. No. Because of what you said, because of the questions you raised, and the institutional answers those questions require. Hats off to both of you, sir. Never will I disrespect the institution that you belong to, sir. I have been working with the National Human Rights Institution since 1995, and therefore I have the greatest respect for national and state human rights institutions. And if I am angry, it is only because I cry within, I bleed within when things don't go the right way. But I'm sure we are in right hands, and we will come to those questions a little later. Coming straight to today's address, because of the time span, I'm extremely happy that the former member of the National Human Rights Commission in his address spoke about the pathetic positioning of what are known as NGOs, who are civil society organizations. I am one of those victims, sir. I have my bank account closed for 3,870 days. I have a CBI case against me which is going on for the past 3 years, and nothing has been unearthed, and nothing will ever be unearthed. What they will unearth is that this loud voice is silenced, because loud voices like this need to be silenced by those who are in power. And that is the price we have to pay, and we are willingly paying the price for this, keeping up this voice of ours. I have 5 submissions to make. The first, I wanted to start with the definition of human rights. I'm thankful to the chairperson of the State Human Rights Commission who read it out, and therefore recalled that human rights actually means a very powerful right to life, equality, liberty, and personal dignity. Very, very powerful. And it was read out. I don't want to get into it. The second point I wanted to make was that our system of policing today, has certain major issues that we have to look at. One, let us admit it is hierarchical. It is extremely hierarchical. And in that hierarchy comes that big evil that the chairperson pointed out in his address. And I don't want to repeat it. Within that hierarchy, the evil of caste system also plays. And therefore, we have a very, very complicated system of policing which is strictly hierarchical. And when I say hierarchical, don't get excited. Don't forget that Balveer Singh never went inside. And those who don't know Balveer Singh, sorry, he never went inside. But the 5 constables in Ajit Kumar's case are inside. This speaks for itself. Let me ask the IG who's here, who started her career so beautifully as a DSP, how she was treated when she was a non-IPS, and how those who are in IPS are treated. There is hierarchy in a very, very negative fashion which exists within the policing, and that has to be hit. Secondly, there is no association. I'm so happy I sit before a police person as a chairperson in this session, because here the IPS officers have associations. Ordinary policemen do not have associations, and therefore they are forced to speak the way they want wherever they are, and they are put into very difficult situations. So no associations for police, and you expect them to do policing. There are difficulties that arise for you and me as citizens. The third is the non-compliance with the Prakash Singh case directives, which all of us know. I'm not going to get into it, accepting the fact that the DGP follows it. In DGP appointment, Prakash Singh's case is followed. So every DGP has a tenure of 2 years. Sure, maybe the government has not yet woken up that by the end of this month the DGP's career is going to close, but yet we will have a DGP at whatever stage of his or her life, 2 years tenure is assured. But all the other directives of the Prakash Singh case, which says every commissioner of police in Salem, Every SP in Salem, I'm saying Salem because I also happen to be from Salem. People, I mean, it's all, everybody is recalling their Salem days, so I thought I too will attempt and recall my Salem days. I'm from Arisipalayam, and I have my own mother's arch put up inside the prison. I was asking Mr. Kannadasan, if you go inside, see whether you find a Tiffin block there and an arch inside the prison. So what is not followed is a tenure for all other policemen. All other officers, including station house officers, never. You look at SPs, they're always transferred. You look at COPs, they're always transferred. Madam, IGs are also transferred. You people need a certain tenure that is never followed. The same in terms of police establishment boards, the complaints authority, everything is not followed. So you have a police system where all these things are not followed, and yet you want the police to adhere to certain procedures, which is extremely difficult. The third I want to move into is the policing practice from an ordinary citizen's point of view. There are privileged people who will have different policing, but an ordinary citizen has to face the fact that police perpetrate injustice and obstruct access to justice. This is what is happening down south today as the honor killing is going on. You have the parents not arrested because they are obstructing the access to justice for that family which lost only because of the caste in which he was born into. Second, the non-registration of complaints. I mean, we are in 2025. We are talking about all sorts of things. Non-registration of complaints is there. And I have an ADGP of the state going on in a public minute saying, please make sure that you do not demand paper when people enter a police station to make a complaint. Is this the era we are in? I mean, this is serious. This is not somebody saying it. It is an ADGP who is saying this. So no registration of complaints. This is for the ordinary man, ordinary woman, ordinary man, despite her reception center and the videos and the CCTVs, etc. The third is corrupt practices. I don't need to say anything more there. And the fourth is illegal arrest. The long illegal arrest. And for all of you who know Ajit Kumar's case was a very clear case of illegal arrest. Very, very clear. And torture, brutal torture. 47 injuries recorded in every part of the body. No fractures. Every part of the body had 47 recorded injuries, of which at least 6 of those injuries were multiple in nature. This is an example of what continues every day in every police station, quietly. Doesn't come out, but there are few cases like this which come out. Everybody lost hope in Ajit Kumar's case. They said the family has been bought over, and I refused to accept it. I said a human rights defender will fight till the end. We will fight. We will go to the postmortem. We will stay there for the postmortem. We were there protecting the judicial magistrate who was surrounded by police person. Imagine a judicial magistrate. Imagine some of you after 4 or 5 years, and earlier Professor Saravanan will say many of our students are also magistrates. Now unfortunately they have to wait for 3 years. Imagine those people who are finishing straight from college, sitting before a postmortem, and you're surrounded by 6-7 policemen. You will be scared. It was a fear in the marrow bones of the judicial magistrate that was going on there, excepting for our 2 advocates who are of support. Torture is part of our system. The next is the bias that exists in the system of policing against the poorest of the poor on the basis of caste, on the basis of sexual orientation, on the basis of the fact that they are persons of disability and various other minorities. This is a built-in bias that the police have for these sections. The fourth is the justice delivery system. That's the hope for us. In this kind of justice delivery system should come forth. The first is the legal aid, and the legal aid is the worst. And I say it with frankness. I started my career, I worked under my senior, Mr. Dharmara Sandosham, a very, very famous criminal lawyer. And from that office, my passion was drawn from Mr. Raja of the then Legal Aid Society, old Mr. Raja, who's no more. I said, legal aid should be the place where a person of my passion also spends time. And I was asked by the Legal Aid Society, you're coming from so-and-so office? Why do you come to do legal aid? I said, I want to enter the prison. And the prison work was my best tenure in legal aid, and I made the best money while serving in legal aid. And Pratap Singh was my district judge. And when the bills went to Pratap Singh said, what? So much? He said, yes. He says he doesn't know how to do the billing. We have made the billing for him, because that was what I enjoyed through legal aid. But today, where is legal aid? Legal aid is supposed to have a remand council. It's all very nice. National Legal Services Authority's directions, which police takes their person into custody and produces before the remand council, legal aid remand council, before taking it to the judicial magistrate? Never. In some cases where they never touch the accused, கூட்டிட்டு போவாங்க. தொட்டாங்கன்னா கூட்டிட்டு போக மாட்டாங்க. அதுக்கு எப்போ கூட்டிட்டு போறாங்க? Everything is past midnight. All the remands are past midnight. I live next to the judicial quarters. All the remands are after 10 o'clock in the night. What do? What do you expect a judicial magistrate who is a lady to come up and search and find out where the injuries are? He is already in custody. So this is important, that we have a legal aid which is effective, and a legal aid which is not only pronouncing things on its websites and making sessions, welcome addresses and inaugural addresses and keynote addresses, which are very, very nice to hear, but in practice, legal aid is not an institution that we can rely. The judicial magistrate, less said the better. There are very good magistrates. There are very honest magistrates. And Tiruponnam was one such case. But not every magistrate is of that sort. But the one who is tortured, the one who comes from police, goes straight to the magistrate. And if the magistrate is not sensitive, we will lose lives, and we lost Jayaraj, we lost Benix, only because the judicial magistrate, Mr. Saravanan, remanded him. He should have sent him to Thuthukudi hospital, and he would have been saved. We lost them not because of anything else, because the judicial magistrate did not send him to hospital and instead send him to Koilpatti. The second is the medical fraternity. Less said the better. The medical fraternity is always hand in gloves, and if you want a good judicial justice delivery system, we need a good forensic department, and our accident ward people should be also extremely sensitive. I don't need to repeat it in front of Justice Basha, who has in many of his judgments cited many of those matters. Third is the police complaints authority. Where is the police complaint authority? There is supposed to be a police complaint authority. Where is the police complaint authority? The present government has a police complaint authority. I don't even want to talk about it because it's so bad. But in Kerala, the police complaint authority at one point of time, our own Chief Justice Group, am I right? Was our Chief Justice.
No, he was acting Chief Justice, Mr. Guru. He was not appointed as a complaints authority.
At least I was on a platform with
Today is some other judge.
No, not today. Those days. What I want to say is police complaint authorities where they are functioning are extremely effective. But we don't have it here. Then you go to the National and State Human Rights Institution.
Yes.
Half a minute.
Yes, sir.
National and State Human Rights institutions have to be assured that they have resources, that their independence will be assured by the government which fosters them. I don't want to say anything more with the sitting chairperson and member here. They have to be assured their independence. They have to be assured their staff. They cannot be bullied into doing things which they do as an independent authority, because only then human rights can be protected. The National Human Rights Commission, I have Justice Murugesan here, and I want to applaud him. All of you would have heard about the 20 Tamils who were killed in the Seshachalam forest. On the 7th of April 2015, by the 28th of May 2015, your order was passed, supporting the cause of the 20 Tamils, assuring them compensation, assuring them land, assuring the witnesses protection, and ensuring a direction that you might have forgotten. The DGP and the Chief Secretary had to appear before yourselves. Friends, a stay order was obtained in the Andhra High Court, the then United Andhra High Court, and I leave it to your own imagination to find out who gave that stay order. And till today, the National Human Rights Commission cannot vacate its order till today. 10 years. That is the pathetic state of the National Human Rights Commission, which is downgraded today to B grade. And at international level, it's a downgraded National Human Rights Commission. Less said, the better. These are institutions that we need to be strengthened. And I always am hopeful that we can, as all together, and if such young people also join with us, this is our institution, we can ensure that that institution is brought back. The last is the CCTV cameras in police stations. A big hoax. But if CCTV cameras in police stations are working, then your mobile vehicles become mobile torture centers, as we have recently seen. I'm not going into it too much. And last is really witness protection. Where is witness protection? We have gone on pestering. I'm happy to tell you, yesterday evening at 4 p.m., all the witnesses in Ajit Kumar's case have got formal witness protection assured yesterday at 4 p.m. But you have to fight. So being a lawyer, friends, being a lawyer is not enough. There is a lot of things to be done on the ground. Much of it can be done by you while you are students of CLC here. And if you start when you are students of CLC here, your whole lawyering will be completely different. The way forward, ensure that the CRPC is followed and give voice to victims of police violence. Stand by them, hold their hand. The more we hold their hand, we will see that institutions will become powerful. And let us support such national and state human rights institutions, sometimes with our critical comments, but always with our heart in the center, because we are the functionaries who can strengthen the Protection of Human Rights Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That is an activist reactivating the session again. So you covered it all. You said the causes, you said the problem, you turned on the reality mode, and you gave us a lot of hope in the system, sir. Thank you so much. And once again, a huge round of applause to all the panelists over here. And now, firstly, to begin the question and answer session with, we'll first sort of start like a rapid fire question. A quick answer on that, probably a one-word answer. Can human rights and police be friends, sir? We'll start with you. Can human rights and police be friends?
Nobody is going to believe that I'm saying the truth. Nobody.
So we can leave it to the audience.
My best friends are very, very honest, sincere police officers.
I think this deserves an
answer. There are many of them. All of them are not IPS. All of them are not IPS. There are people as constables, there are people as sub-inspectors whom I respect from the bottom of my heart because of what they are. And if the system is working, it is because of them. We can work together, we can speak together, and we can ensure that the number of conflicts are avoided if we have that.
That's a beautiful put. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, friends, enemies, or they have potential to be friends?
Well, I would say that they operate on different fields during the process of law, but of course they have to go hand in hand. If police starts being friends with the accused, then of course human rights are violated. If police crosses the boundaries of treatment to the accused, then again there is abuse of human rights. So there has to be a conscious watch on their own actions, I would say. As earlier one of the speakers said that let's not go to the question of belief in God, I stick to the same stance.
Okay. Over to Ruwan, sir. Professor Ruwan, your take on that. Friends, enemies, or potential to be friends? Maybe a UK perspective on that?
I have been an offender as well as an advocate. So the thing about policing is the culture of policing is so strong, the negative culture. Good people join the police service and do bad things. Not all, but I did, because it was the easier thing to do. Now, I did that in my early career, and I spent the vast majority of my career atoning for what I did. Now, I don't get thanks for that. I do not get thanks, because what I did was awful. It breached human rights. But I also saw so many other people, but they also were just amazing people as well in other circumstances. Evil is, there isn't one person who does an evil thing.
So can we take that as a middle way, that they have potential to be friends, but it depends on the reality, ground reality there?
I believe if policing, the police structure in the United Kingdom it is hierarchical, but less hierarchical. We retrospectively supervise our staff. So the constables go out and do, yes. But unfortunately, because our policing system does not develop critical skills within our staff. They just follow process.
Okay.
Process, follow process, it will lead one way and it's a negative way.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, your take on that. Friends, foes, or potential to be friends?
I would say friends. The reason is we have to have friends in the police who obviously many a times in terms of handling cases of refugees, we have to have friends as police as friends, because it also depends on the individual cases. As in we do not have a policy, I think that individual mindset and the support is very essential, so I would say friends.
Okay, so with this we wind up the first question. I think, sir. Yes, Lordship.
All last bench students will ask questions. What are the 9 principles of policing, sir? Can we have a little elaborate on that particular subject? You said 9 principles of policing.
Well, the 9 principles of policing as set down by the Rowan and Maynard back in 1829 basically assured that the public would be at the centre of a citizen-led police service. The British Police Service is meant to be, as the term goes, the police are the public are the police. The public has responsibility for policing in the United Kingdom, not the police. The police are merely the uniformed presence with extra powers to facilitate that. So public should be at the centre, but alas, since 1829, the public aspect has disappeared. So the police see themselves as set aside from the public. We must bring them back so they are part of the community.
Yes.
You said 9 principles, you said. Principles.
The principles.
The 9 principles, what are they?
You want me to go through all 9 principles?
Just name them.
Just name the principles.
Well, see, no, you've heard of the police of the public are the police is literally one of the principles. The principle of policing with minimum force is one of the principles. I am a former firearms officer, protection officer. There are times when the police service needs to use force. I needed my guns because I was protecting certain people. So I needed to be a force at a precise time. But if I had shot someone, and I did use my firearm on one occasion, I won't say what I shot, because it will offend everyone in the room. It was a cow, by the way. But you didn't hear me say that. It was a mad cow. So the protection of life and property is one of the principles. So there's a whole array of principles that puts community and public at the centre and assures the public that the police will be independent of the judiciary and independent of politics. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened and never has happened. So if we adhered to those simple principles, actually we wouldn't be where we are now. British police confidence has done that. Only a few years ago, a British police officer kidnapped, raped, murdered, and then set fire to a female member of the public. She was a white, middle-class member of the public. And as a result of that, the public confidence in policing has nosedived. The reality that British police have been persecuting, brutalising people of colour in the UK and the working classes in the UK since 1829 was an irrelevance. When they actually did that to a middle-class woman, that made a difference. Now, hopefully, there's going to be a change. But alas, senior police officers in the UK are very slow to change.
So yes, I think the independence and impartiality remains as a core principle over there.
Impartiality happens to be one of the principles.
Yes, sir.
So all the lovely terms around human rights are principles within those 9 principles. It's about adhering, it's about walking the talk, not simply talking the talk.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So now I would like to specifically point out to Henry Tiffin, sir. Sir, we have gone through the Global Torture Index, and congratulations, People's Watch have been collaborating in assessing that. India is ranked as a high-risk torture zone, one of the nation with high-risk torture and ill treatment, 2,739 custodial death. So do you think that ratification of the convention or a municipal law or a slight statutory control on the tortures can really significantly bring it down?
First, to place on record that it was the National Human Rights Commission in 1997 that was responsible under the leadership of Justice Venkatachalaya to ensure pressure was put on the government of India to sign the UN Convention Against Torture. And the Convention Against Torture has never been ratified from 1997 till date. There have been 4 sessions of the Universal Periodic Review that India has participated. There are hundreds of countries through these sessions who have all asked for the Convention Against Torture to be ratified. Ratification of the Convention Against Torture has not taken place. Now your question is, supposing the convention is not ratified, what happens to the question of torture? I mean, the Convention Against Torture ratification alone is not what we want. We need a Torture Prevention Act here. And in the Ajit Kumar case, we demanded that the government of Tamil Nadu come up with an Ajit Kumar law. If they could bring out a law on other matters, they could come out to the law which is state specific, which makes torture a criminal offense in the state of Tamil Nadu. So that has to be done. This Global Torture Index was the first unique index done globally. I had the privilege of being part of the steering committee which worked on it for the past 2 years. We looked at 26 different countries. You can just look at the Global Torture Index, Google Global Torture Index, and you will get the details. And India was one among the 2 countries looked at which had not ratified the Convention Against Torture. So we will demand the Convention Against Torture being ratified, but we will also demand that we need a law preventing torture in our country.
Oh, sorry. That's so well put. So moving further, so now I'll just open the forum starting with Sachidanandan sir. Sir, before that, let me break into the reality that we are the 4th largest economy, no doubt. We have the highest population, we have the highest youth community in the world. And yet we have another reality to face. We are 109th rank when it comes to Human Freedom Index. We are 70.8 quality when it comes to Life Index, and we are 115th, I'm sorry to put it, when it comes to Global Peace Index. Don't you think, sir, it's high time for India to prioritize human rights parameters than the economic parameters for having more human-centric approach?
It has to go both hand in hand, and we need to have such parameters in place. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult. And very often, we are also being posed with a similar question: why can't India or probably the countries have a parameters and a ranking system for treatment of refugees and asylum seekers? And we have a very difficult situation here because the global the 1951 Convention on the Status of the Refugees and Asylum Seekers are not ratified by many countries. And India doesn't have a law or not even a mention of refugees in the constitutional or any of the judicial pronouncements so far. Of course, we have the support of the Supreme Court judgments and the High Court judgments, which serve to be the guiding principles and the guiding procedures for us. But in this kind of a situation, it becomes very difficult for coming up with a global index, because this is a situation with most of the countries around the world for the treatment of the refugees. But I definitely believe that we need to have a human rights index also to be developed for the countries.
Thank you, sir. So what's Ruwan sir's take on it? You support it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, India has signed up to the United Nations Sustainable Development Programme, and there are 17 points within that. Poverty being number 1, end poverty, and looking at the causes of poverty, so hunger, etc., etc. But human rights is also very much there as well. So I'm hopeful for the future, because if India realizes it very soon, and I hope it does, it is the future superpower. It's got to stop looking west for the answer. The answers are here. And by signing up to the United Nations SDG, And I would ask you all as lawyers to Google when you leave United Nations SDG, because it's the lawyers in the room who are going to make sure that society follows that. And society needs you to remind the government, etc., of the benefits of moving forward in a positive way.
Okay, thank you. So quickly to Henry Tiffin, sir. Sir?
Just sake of time, and since I have Varun here with me.
You have not given 7 minutes time. You said that it's only 7 minutes.
It was only 6.5, I thought.
Not so.
So the duration for answering is even less.
Since Varun sir is here, and I say it with great responsibility, we have not ratified the refugee convention in our country.
Yes, sir, very much.
And we have pathetically seen that the refugee cards issued by your office, in the case of the Rohingyas, has not been respected by this government. And therefore, when we talk about policing and refugees, we need to not forget that in Delhi, there were a whole bunch of refugees, Rohingya refugees were picked up, tortured in the police stations with the refugee card. The refugee card was torn. They were flown to Andaman Nicobar. In Andaman Nicobar, they were put into a ship. They were taken to the border of Myanmar, and near the shore of Myanmar, their eyes were tied and they were thrown into the water. And this is being investigated by the UN Special Rapporteur on Myanmar, Mr. Tom Abraham. So I think we need all of us to strengthen Varun's hand to say we need the convention on refugees to be signed by our country, so that people who come here for refuge are respected and their rights are protected in our country, because for them, right to life is ensured by our judgments of the Supreme Court and the various high courts. Thank you.
I have an interesting case I have explained to Mr. Varun about an Indian being treated as a in India.
Can I just explain? In the United Kingdom, 2 years ago, we made asylum seekers illegal. So someone seeking asylum in the United Kingdom by way of, if they do not come through a legal gateway, i.e. customs, etc., etc., they are a criminal. We have breached United Nations, we've breached international law. The United Kingdom's done that.
Ma'am, over to you, ma'am. Your take on this?
See, there is no doubt that the human rights perspective needs to be highlighted. But when we are comparing it with economic index like the 5th largest economy and happiness index or global human rights index and things like that, well, the beginning of all, as sir pointed out with regard to SDG number 1 being poverty, first we got to have money in place. Then of course it may be spread across to resolve certain issues.
We can't preach an empty stomach. Yes.
That's what. And more than that, the responsibility to share the resources in a more responsible manner is again an inherent quality which may not be so lawfully be imposed, but there should be some room where with flexibility certain policies can be developed.
Thank you. That's so beautifully put, ma'am. And coming to probably the last question of this session. Before that, short highlight into the reality. Police budgets accounts for only 3% of government spending in India. As sir has told, they don't have any right to association. And it has been stated that 81% of the police force in India work more than 8 hours per day. And as far as the police population ratio is considered, it's 155 police personnel for 1 lakh people in India, which is very, very less than the requirement. So going ahead on the basis of the statistics, my question would be whether a police welfare-centric approach can increase their attitude towards human rights. So, ma'am, we'll, if you...
Well, sure, I have already highlighted the requirement of better considerations to mental well-being of the police officers at the lower level, at the middle level, at the higher level, because their challenges are different. What they are coming in touch with on a day-to-day basis happens to be very different. You cannot be equating a person sitting for cyber cell investigation with that of a traffic policeman.
Exactly.
At that rudimentary level, if there is no parity, of course, very specific attention needs to be given, and for that again, without, like with an empty stomach, no policies in place, money is important for this as well.
Yes. So over to you, sir. Your
Leave to be looked at extremely well. But before that, ensure their dignity by giving them a right to association. I can't narrate a particular incident. I don't even want to mention the name of the police person. There was somebody who was screaming his head off recently. Why? Because he didn't have an association. 10 years ago, I was doing a program in 9 states on torture, on preventing torture. I went to the state of Kerala and asked the policeman in position, old Mr. Jacob Punnos, who's retired many years before you took over there, sir. Very, very well-known police officer. And he said, here, Henry, we cannot do any training programs without the association saying yes. I had to go to the association, talk to them about the program. They said yes, and their hierarchy said yes. And that is dignity. We don't have that dignity here, and that is the sad thing. So first, to give them their dignity, where they will have methods by which they don't have to go to the ruling party circles to get their rights, but their own association to be able to get their rights. I am somebody who votes very strongly, and I hope we will be able to do a litigation in court saying if IPS Officers Association can go public on Balveer Singh, why should not families of policemen go public on matters that relate to their own husbands? That is
very beautiful, sir. So, Ruwan, sir, your take on this?
I think it's vitally important that police officers realize they are civilians. And if they are civilians, they're not military. And there's reasons why the military do not have unions. We can all understand that. But they are civilians. And as civilians, in a civil society, in a social democratic society, they should have the right to strike. I wouldn't want to see the police service strike, but they should have that fundamental right. Now, in British, it's not about money. Yes, I would agree here in India, Sri Lanka, etc., level of corruption, etc., linked to very poor salaries, there is a direct link.
Yes.
UK, no, police officers are well paid. It's a different form of corruption that happens, but corruption does happen. But disharmony in British police services is at the highest it's ever been. Now, those of us who have ever been connected with policing will know that they are professional moaners, okay? They will always complain that those people yesterday had it easier than them today. They will always do that. That's the nature of the beast.
Exactly.
One of the problems is, and it is a problem, but I actually like this problem, police officers are actually above average intelligence. But the role of policing, what's expected of them at times, is that. The fact is there is very, very little satisfaction within the job. If people are satisfied with their role and they realize the importance of that role, and that's why I say we need to re-embed that the whole aspect of the police being in service to the public. The greatest thing that anyone in this room can ever do in their life is be in service to someone else. Okay? That's the best thing. Unfortunately, in British society, and I would suggest in other parts of the world, being in service to other people and being in service to society is not respected. And that certainly is the case in the United Kingdom, and hence morale is very low.
So, yes, sir. So, thank you so much. Now, a specific question to Sachidanandan, sir. Sir, what's your take on non-uniform treatment of refugees in India? What's your take on it?
So we have many groups of refugees, Tibetans, the Sri Lankans,
Rohingyas.
Afghans, Rohingyas, and we have people from Middle East, people from Africa. And most of them, almost everybody, every one of them is considered as an illegal migrant as per the Section 2 of Citizenship Act. And unfortunately, but there are different treatments, the Tibetans in terms of a graded approach based on some ad hoc administrative policies or practices. The Tibetans are treated well. They are even given all the freedoms, all the access to
Almost like the
citizenship,
citizens.
everything. And the Sri Lankans, that comes next. And then there probably in the grade, I think there are some nationalities who are not there. And so we need to have a predictable, we need to have a very much a human rights based and dignity approach, dignified approach for all of them. For that we need to have a document or a policy or a provision or a legal document that prescribes the way that we deal with them. So in that way I would strongly suggest and advocate that we need to have a policy or probably even a bill. We had developed a model bill, but that is not, have never seen the light yet. So if at all we are going to come, I think that is going to be the best one for us to meet with the requirements of the people and also the expectation that we have on them.
So thank you, sir. We really expect a bill like that so the government does not treat people based on their discretion, just refugees. That's it. Sir.
Just a word to be added is that perhaps this is a good time for you or many of us behind you, appealing to the National Human Rights Commission, appealing to Justice Ram Subramanian. If you really are concerned about human rights, then ensure that this government has an equal policy for refugees in this country. I think the National Human Rights Commission has to speak in public because this deals with people.
To answer Henry, see, in fact, this issue was taken up by National Human Rights Commission when the Rohingya issue was crept in. We had issued notice and we wanted to know the central government's view. The only answer is that we are not party to the Refugees Convention. Nobody can compel us. Then the matter went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court also tried and the Supreme Court miserably failed. This is the position. The question is that we are not party because of the internal security threat.
So that brings to the point of what Lordship was stating in the morning. We need legislative reforms. So
no, see, when you are not a party to the convention, then the mindset, you will not make any law. This is reality. We will have to understand the reality. And they say there is no discrimination in treating the refugees and the common man's human rights. Citizens' human rights, refugees also human being, they have got right, no problem. But for treating them, implementing certain rights, unless there is a treaty, we will not do that. This is the answer. And when the government refuses to be a party to the treaty, as many of the countries for various reasons, they will not bring out any legislation, take it from me.
And courts cannot direct legislation.
No, in fact, Supreme Court tried its level best giving suggestion. Because court cannot directly make legislation, therefore they suggested in many ways. Central government refused. This is the reality.
So very quickly, in fact, I'm going to pass responsibility over to Dr. Mani. It happens to be his expertise area, this actual question. But I will say that certainly in the United Kingdom, the police service is as inculcated in the mismanagement of refugees and asylum seekers as will be the case here in India as well. Now, it's down to, a lot of it's down to ignorance, etc. But it's very easy to be abusive to people who the rest of society are demonizing. So in the United Kingdom, as I said, refugees, migrants are now the demons. They are the folk devils. The police service is reflecting that. But I will pass it over to Dr. Mani, who will give you literally the experience of people, the migrants' experience of police officers both here in India as well as in the United Kingdom.
Thank you, sir.
Only one thing. See, for completion, see, in fact, this Rohingya issue, there were some people were found in Chennai. I received a complaint. Of course, one of my brother judges, who was a Supreme Court judge, he informed me please take up this matter. Then in the National Human Rights Commission, I issued direction. By executive order, I think, to my knowledge, the only government is the state of Tamil Nadu, by executive order, created a center for those people, and they have been rehabilitated. It is still going on. They have been rehabilitated, but not by way of legislation, by executive order.
That's very appreciative of the government of Tamil Nadu. That's incredible. Okay, sir. With no further delay, I open the forum for the concluding remark of the chairperson. Over to you, sir. If I may ask, a quick concluding remark.
A quick conclusion. It's been fantastic. As the chair, I'm not going to abuse it. I really am. Well, I am actually. I think what you've heard here today, there is a positive but critical response from all of the speakers here, certainly with regard to refugees, etc. There is a desperate need for refugees, migrants in general, in fact communities in general, to be put back at the centre of the system, listened to. We're currently, Dr. Manny and myself are currently working on a process called solution-oriented practice, which literally does that, and I can speak to you all about that at another time. But the point being, there is a positive way forward. We've got to get away in a criminal justice system from only talking about problems, because every problem has a solution. We've got to move away from just the problem, because all we do is we re-victimize people. And when the most important thing, and it's been, I'm sure all my colleagues will agree, there's one group of people who never ever gets involved in this discussion. In any criminal justice discussions, it's the public and the victims. And we've got to start being community-centered. That doesn't mean we follow when the community gets upset about something, we then reflect their abuse. No, we're better than that. But we must start involving the communities in the vision of what is good. We've got to do that. Otherwise, we're just going to carry on the way we're going.
It's very quick and crisp. So once again, thanks to all the panel members for enlightening us. I know I've committed a sin by confining the time, but trust me, it was absolutely interesting, absolutely. And I think, sir, we have a personal advantage. We have got the topic for next summit also, legislative reform. Yes, so going ahead, and to the audience, you have been incredible. At last, I just want to conclude by saying that to dream of a system integrated with human rights, it is each and everyone's responsibility. And we have people of all the age, from all the part of the system. We want you to take this international summit forward. Don't think that you are a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean itself. Whatever field you are in, let it be connected to medicine, let it be connected to law, you may be a judge, and you may be a politician, as somebody has pointed out. Please keep human rights at the center of it. And trust me, it's gonna change the entire system. And this reminds me of Kofi Annan's quote that human rights are not a luxury of the rich, nor they are an indulgence of the poor. They are the essence of very humanity. And trust me, Indians have taught humanity to the world, man. So it's an absolute honor to be here, and it's an absolute honor to listen. But I think it was a sin on my part to confine your time. Maybe another forum, another opportunity to learn a lot of knowledge. It's an absolute honor. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Now we will join for the... we request the panelists to stay back for a while.
As a token of appreciation, I request our chairman, Mr. D. Sarvanan, and the chairperson, Professor Ruvan Odurage Pereira, to kindly honor Mr. Henry Tiffin, advocate and human rights activist, executive director, People's Watch.
I request all the dignitaries to join us.
I request Vice Principal Mrs. M. Shantakumari and the Chairperson Professor Ruwan Odurege Pereira to kindly honor Dr. Gurmendra Kaur, Assistant Professor and Head School of Law, Pondicherry University.
And now we request all the dignitaries to join us for the photo session. And now it's time to recontinue our next session. We request the other members to come on to the dais for the next technical session too. And I request Mr. Pushpavanam sir, Assistant
Yes, a very warm good evening to one and all. And advocates of justice reform, a very warm good evening one and all. Following the extremely informative first session and following where many insightful exchanges were happened, now we are going to start the technical session 2. The theme of the technical session 2 is mental health, youth and harm prevention. I believe through the conference committee, I believe that around there are 380 registrations have happened here. I happened to read an article in the Hindu newspaper that the population of the youngsters who age between age 10 to 24 is 380 million in India. So this session is for you guys. By representing the 380 million peoples, I think you guys, the 380 peoples here are here. I believe this session will be extremely informative to you guys. And without any further delay, I am honored to welcome the chairperson of this session, Honorable Mr. V. Kannadasan sir, Member, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu. I also extremely honored to welcome Dr. Manikandan Soundarajan sir, Founder and Executive Director, Think Justice Foundation, India. I also welcome Dr. Sudhish sir, Head School of Psychological Sciences, Christ University, Bangalore. Finally, I welcome Dr. Danya Chandran ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Clinical Psychology, Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Cochin. I welcome everyone to the technical prisoners' rights. Since assuming his role at the SHRC in December 2022, he has been instrumental in investigating cases of police excess, directing victim compensation in many cases, and ensuring accountability within Tamil Nadu's legal system. His previous tenure as a special public prosecutor for human rights cases demonstrates his unwavering commitment to justice. Mr. Kannadasan sir's leadership to this session will ensure our discussions remain grounded in practical human rights applications while pushing the boundaries for innovative reform. We welcome you once again, sir. Our first panelist, Dr. Manikandan Soundarajan sir, represents the cutting edge of global criminological research, currently serving as a culture and insight researcher at Northamptonshire Police in the UK. Dr. Manikandan uniquely bridges academic excellence with practical law enforcement applications. As chair of a postgraduate committee at the British Society of Criminology and founder of Think Justice Foundation India, he champions inclusive scholarship and advances criminological research across South Asia. His multi-continental education, that is PhD from University of Staffordshire, MPhil from India's Rashtriya Raksha University, positions him perfectly to address the global perspective on youth harm prevention. We welcome you once again, sir. Dr. Sudesh sir, our second panelist, embodies the perfect fusion of psychological theory and transformative practice. As an associate professor and head of School of Psychological Sciences at Christ University, Bangalore, Dr. Sudesh brings 12 distinguished years in higher education, focused on adolescent psychology, positive psychology, and life skills development. His editorial work with Sage Publications and 15 years of hands-on experience in life skills training demonstrate his commitment to bridging research and real-world impact. His work with UNESCO through the Global Fund for AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria, and leadership in Project Spandan, focusing on psycho-social rehabilitation of adolescents, showcases his dedication to evidence-based interventions for society's most pressing challenges. Completing our distinguished panelists, Dr. Danya Chandran ma'am, a clinical psychologist certified by Rehabilitation Council of India, as a head of department handling daily outpatient services in both clinical psychology and neuropsychological units. Dr. Danya brings crucial frontline clinical expertise to our discussions. Her active involvement in training and supervision of clinical psychology trainees ensures our session benefits from the latest in clinical practice and research. Her expertise in psychological assessments, adult psychotherapy, and neuropsychological rehabilitation provides essential insights into practical intervention strategies for youth mental health. Together, these four exceptional professionals represent a powerful convergence of human rights advocacy, that is our Kannadasan sir, global criminological research, that is our Manikandan sir, and psychological education and practice, that is Sudhi sir, and clinical intervention expertise, that is from Danya ma'am. Their collective experiences spans from courtrooms to research laboratories, from police stations to therapy rooms, from policy development to direct patient care. As we embark on this crucial dialogue, we face questions that demand innovative thinking. What preventive approaches can reduce youth involvement in crime while protecting their psychological well-being? Our panelists will guide us through these complex territories, sharing insights from their diverse experiences and offering pathways towards more humane, effective, and transformative approaches to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel for technical session 2. Now over to Mr. Kannadasan sir for his opening statement.
advocacy and fostering genuine long-term wellness. For the youth, involvement is very, very essential, and they played a vital role because the youth are not just beneficiaries. They are crucial partners in mental health advocacy and service design. Involving young people in decision making increases their motivation to engage in treatment, boosts their attendance, and improves long-term outcomes. The shared decision-making, two-way communication, and building trust with healthcare professionals are essential for genuine involvement. The youth engagement generates fresh insights into barriers faced by young people, heading to creative and relevant intervention strategies that enhance accessibility and effectiveness. Supporting youth-led action and active participation shapes services to be more responsive and culturally sensitive. The building safe and supportive environments can be created in the schools, families, and the communities play an instrumental role in creating environments where youth feel heard, supported, and empowered to prioritize their own mental health. The harm prevention. My learned friend with the zoomology, yes. Harm prevention. The prevention remains at the very cause of public mental health efforts with the strategies that span the entire spectrum from individual to societal interventions. We have three types of the interventions. One is the primary preventions, anti-stigma campaigns, mental health education in schools, and community-wide awareness initiatives build resilience before problems arise. The secondary prevention is the targeted support for high-risk groups, that including those affected by trauma, discrimination, or chronic health conditions, addresses emerging mental health risks at their roots. The tertiary prevention, that is the third prevention, interventions help individuals living with mental illness to stay well, reduce relapse, and reintegrate effectively into society. The training, the family peers, and educators in harm reduction and suicide prevention are one of the specific harm prevention strategies using real-time monitoring technologies to identify early warning signs, ensuring ready access to resources, hotlines, counseling, and peer support for anyone. Let us embrace this era of transformation by placing innovation, meaningful youth involvement, and proactive harm prevention at the heart of all our strategies. Together, we can break down barriers, foster resilience, and build a world where mental health is understood, supported, and protected for all, especially our young people. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for the insightful, practical suggestions, sir, to reduce the youth harm and mental health problems, sir. Following Kannadasan, sir, I invite Mr. Manikandan, sir, for his opening statement.
Thank you again. So I would like to address the fact that Kannadasan sir has already touched upon some of the aspects of harm prevention, which is like primary, secondary, and tertiary. But before going into the prevention part, we need to understand what is harm. Because in India, from my experience, the harm is one of the subject which is least studied in India as such, which I know. From a criminological point of view, critical criminology, which I am specialized in, which is part of harm, which has never been a kind of, even in the theory part, I've been my master's or an MPhil. When I went to UK, that's when I understood what is critical criminology and how we could apply critical criminology in the judicial system or justice delivery. In terms of harm, we need to understand, like, harm is very simple to understand. I mean, I could understand each and every part, wherever I travel, wherever I, eat or rest or go around, I can find each and every practice there is some form of harm. The society has been experiencing throughout the day. But we undermine those things because we don't know what is harm exactly. As rightly said, there are a lot of harm scholar, Simon Pemberton. He's one of the topmost, harm prevention and harm expert. He say, once he was, in a discussion, he was asked could he put this thing in very simple? He said what is harm? He replied, harm is something which, anything and everything which stops human to flourish, that's harm. So if there is any kind of, if anything is stopping human to flourish, it could be anything. It could be crime, it could be human rights violation, or it could be access to justice, access to education, access to health care, access to mental health care, access to, even basic rights, food, anything which stops people or human to, to flourish their life or make their life dignified way, that is harm. So that is very simplest example or simplest definition for harm. So understanding harm is always a problem. It's because we always undermine harm. That okay, it's just a simple form. For example, in the morning also we still from the Constitution, Justice Manikumar, Manikumar sir has rightly pointed out, we still have a section which says untouchability should not be practiced, which is there. But we have came all the way from long back since the Constitution has been established, but still we have that, and we have that practice. It is very simplest form, but it is harm actually. But we are never been into a practical point of view where how we could stop the harm or how we prevent the harm. So that is again a questionable aspects in terms of how judiciary or whole criminal system, policing especially, how they treat people, how they talk to them, or the way in which they take the complaint, or the way in which they service them. As Professor Ruwan said, service is one of the important things. So even the service curtail is producing harm. So that's my understanding. And in my research, I've researched Rohingya refugee. I went to Bangladesh. I stayed in Cox's Bazar for more than 1 month and did my research, ethnographic research, where I understood every part of people went through is completely harm. They have been brutally murdered. They have been brutally killed, raped. They have been persecuted like anything, which UN says that is a slow phase of genocide. But our Indian government, what they are saying is just because we have some internal or national threat, we are not treating them. So it's a kind of again when it comes to refugee, it's simply a form of we are choosing whom to entertain and whom not to. So it's based on our convenience. So we don't have any kind of a basic or a standard law which is everyone is in a standard way of treating, but we choose whom to service and whom not to. That's again producing a lot of harm in the society. So in terms of mental health and human rights point of view and the youth justice thing, I would simply say that wherever we have a problem in terms of even the COVID, we have a lot of issues with coping with mental health issues. Counseling has not been provided properly to many people, or there is no access to counseling as such in India. And I think yesterday me and our moderator has been discussing about the thing, how many people are there for India to be as a counseling. It's 1 lakh. For 1 lakh we just have 0.75%, which is very, very less. And we need to question whether it is producing harm. Yes, it is producing harm. So harm is everywhere, and we need to understand how we are going to prevent them. And before preventing harm, we need to understand what is harm. So that's my statement. Thank you.
That was very beautifully put, sir. And following the opening statement of Manikandan sir, we shall move on for the opening statement of Sudhish sir.
Respected dignitaries, the Honorable Chair of the session, the moderator, and my fellow panel members, dear students. I know we are talking about human rights, the freedom and independence in the last 5-6 hours. And the youth, those who are sitting in front of me, have these rights. I know you can take a call on whether you have to listen for me 7 minutes or not. It's your right. Very drastically, and we all are in the same pace of change. But how many of us are really looking for a change which is going to happen in ourselves? My focus today on the topic of youth mental health in the changing world, the prevention and care. And thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on this particular topic. I'm working in a private university. I hope you all are hear about the name. Christ University Bangalore is one of the huge private university among many in India. We have around 40,000 plus students in the campus, like you. And I am heading a department, one of the huge department in the university, that's School of Psychological Sciences. We have around 1,500 students, youngsters, those who are doing their master's and undergraduate program. And every day there will be a grievance. Every day there will be a complaint. Every day there will be a concern which is raised by the students with respect to their mental and physical aspects than their academics. The academic problems, definitely the students will raise this concern to faculties. We will have a discussions. But how many of us are really notice the change which is happening in youth mental health? Post-COVID, there were a lot of changes happen. As indicated by World Health Organization, after COVID-19, 1 every 7 youngsters are experiencing mental health challenges. In 2023 research survey which was happened across the globe. There are 300 students sitting in front of me, youngsters. If 1 among 7 is having this challenge from low to severe, we can just imagine what kind of issues are going through the youngsters in the current scenario or situation. So are we really looking for these mental health concerns which experienced by the youngsters or young minds in our country? Are we really putting any effort to understand them or helping them to move forward without any struggle? Or are we really helping the youngsters to support and to understand what they wanted to do in the future? That is what we are trying to make a lot of policy in higher education, especially as per the new education policy NEP 2020. There were a lot of changes happening with respect to higher education. And there are a lot of focus on mental health. And we are providing counseling services to each and every individual in the universities. That is what the demand which was offered by NEP 2020. So are we really aware and are we really empathized towards the issues or problems that youngsters are experiencing? I would like to make a few points here to understand the changes which is happening or the challenges happening in the group of youngsters. When we look at the challenges, it's not only the physical challenges or psychological challenges, challenges with respect to their emotions, challenges with respect to their economic background, challenges with respect to the decision that they take in their day-to-day life situations. When we look at the change which was happened post-COVID, one of the major concern is isolation, especially social isolation. We all were sat at home 6 months to 7 months without interacting anyone in nearest places. Especially we haven't got any interaction with the neighbors. We haven't made any effort to connect with people because we were in the isolation. But that isolation actually made a difference in the human interaction. And we all are really struggle and we are into a isolation process nowadays. And we have social isolation, along with that people experiencing loneliness. As research indicates, there are 43% of Indian youngsters are experiencing social isolation and loneliness. It's a huge percentage, 43%. And out of that, around 18% of youngsters are experiencing severe loneliness and social isolation. So are we really helping students to develop social skills or not in higher education? Because I'm speaking from my experience with my own students in the last 12 years at higher education. So are we really helping them to develop the social skills, emotional skills and competency to cope up with these kind of difficulties in their life situation? Because in the keynote address, both the justice was mentioned about the importance of addressing the mental health and also the importance of mental well-being. So are we really aware about the well-being which is required for youngsters in the current generation, especially in the 21st century? And another important point may be the over exposure with the digital era. So we are into an AI era. I don't want to make it as youth mental health issues in AI era because it is there in everywhere nowadays. So that's why I made the topic as changing world, because the integration of AI it was unexpected and now it is beyond our expectation. We don't know what is happening right now because that much change is happening with respect to the AI integration. Even the students, those who are studying in the primary class, is using AI platforms for submitting their homework. You just imagine. Just imagine. I'm not talking about the master students or PhD scholars or undergraduate students. I'm talking about the students, those who are doing their primary classes to using AI for their homework. Now, that is the integration of AI in our day-to-day life situations. Without AI, we are not able to do anything at the moment because that is the exposure of digital integration in our day-to-day life situations. And same way, we can also look at the pressure which is experienced by students and the uncertainty that experience. If I'm asking, if it is wrong to ask a question, I would like to ask a question. How many of you have become judge in this group? Because everyone is talking about that in this particular group, there are people is coming as judge in the future, right? How many of you are really confident about to become a judge? Please raise your hands. Yeah, I can see 1, 2, 3. So it's just example. This is the uncertainty that we are experiencing. Even though I am teaching more than 1,200 students in masters in psychology, I have asked a question during their induction, how many of you become clinical psychologists? Only few people raised their hand because they are not confident and they are uncertain situation that making them to take a decision and telling that I will become a clinical psychologist. This is uncertainty, this is the academic pressure that we are experiencing nowadays, and also that is something which is there in our current youth. And also many a time they are experiencing identity issues and their belongingness. Are we really in a safe space? If I'm asking this question, many people will think twice. Are we really in a safe space? It depends on the freedom that you experience right now. It depends on the belongingness that you have. And it depends on your identity that you created last few years. So are we really safe in that particular context or not? This is the question I just wanted to make, and you have to think and reflect on this. Also, if I'm not wrong, even me experiencing information overload every day. After reaching here, I told my department that I'm on leave today, don't text me. I have received more than 50 to 80 messages in my WhatsApp to respond within 1 or 2 hours. Just imagine, and there are more than 30-40 mails already came before we break for lunch for today. It's all related to academics. And how many of us will really read the mails and content and we get reflected on that and take a decision accordingly? This is the information overload that we are experiencing. What this will influence, how it will influence on our mental health? Because it will influence slowly, we will just skip the messages. We just skip the informations, how you skip the reels like this. Within 30 seconds, the reels are created for 30 seconds. But how many of us are really focusing on 30 seconds? Within 10 seconds or 5 seconds, we will just move to one reels to other reels. That is attention span we have right now, especially in the current generation have. Because we never got a chance to put 1 hour or 2 hour focused attention to read or listen something. It is not the fault of anyone, those who are living in this world, because the world is changing. We are bare to that, and we are born to that, and we are supposed to follow the changes which is happening in our day-to-day life situations. So what exactly helping us to prevent such kind of difficulties or barriers in the current generation? One thing I will strongly agree with the people, those who are coming with the mental health awareness in higher education institutions. We should create a platform where youth will get a time to speak openly, and someone needs to be there to listen. Nowadays, there are no one to listen them. Even including higher education, I'm a head of the department. If someone is coming and asking me, sir, can I speak to you for 2 minutes? Sometimes within 1 minute I have to stop them, because I will get another call for another meeting and I have to go, and I will be referring this to another program coordinator or class teacher or faculty members, because even I am a psychologist and I am a psychology professor, I am not getting time to listen them. So who will listen these youngsters? And we have to listen, we have to understand what is going through their brain, what is going through their mental, through their mind, and need to take a pause, reflect, react, and help them to overcome the situations that are experiencing currently. That is something which we need to have as a care from our side, and also to understand the safe digital practices that you do in institutions. Even institutions are providing a lot of platform to use. For example, we will use after the COVID, everyone has started using, which is convenient. Even after class hours, people will use Zoom meetings or Gmeet to connect with the students, because that is a convenience many people have. But are we really giving precautions of these safe digital practices in our own institutions? That needs to be identified, that needs to be focused in the current curriculum development and interaction with the students. And finally, I have time, right? Okay, thank you. And finally, we need to have an institutional based support system. Whether we have to create a counseling department, because as per the new education policy, every institution, every higher education institution should have minimum 1 counselor for 25 students. But none of the institutions are following that. At least I will suggest many colleges that at least you have to appoint 1 counselor for 1 college. But in many higher education universities, we have 10 to 15 counselors working together as a team to support the youngsters. But we require counselors in higher education. That is something which is very important and need for the time. And also to create peer support groups in higher education. Because sometimes your friends can help you than a teacher, a parent, or a well-wisher. Because most of the time youngsters are depending on peers. Even though you are not listening to your parents, you will listen to your peer or your friend. Because that is the impact of peers, or that is the impact of friends that is making a lot of changes in your life. So we need to create a peer education system or peer support group in higher education to address these mental health concerns. That is the need for this hour. With this note, I would like to make a last statement that we require an inclusive education and we require an inclusive environment in higher education institutions to tap the mental health concerns that current generation listen. And it's about you, the young minds, those who are making the changes in the world in the future. Thank you.
So we are really moved by your insightful opening statement, sir. And thanks for being attention span, institutional based support system and etc. sir. We'll quickly move on to Danya Chandran ma'am for her opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais and my co-panelists. 7 minutes is too short, like many others have already mentioned, but I will try to put in some perspectives which I have gained from my clinical practice. My work is primarily service-oriented and hospital-based, but I do come in touch with youth, adults, children, and members of the geriatric population who face various kinds of mental health concerns at different points of time. So over the course of my experience, my aim would be to highlight how various mental health conditions can have a debilitating impact on, let's say, youth mental health, which is already at a state of risk. So we'll try to understand that through a few points. At this juncture, I also realized that it's, along with being an honor for me to be part of this esteemed gathering, it's also a huge responsibility because I understand that mental health and the legal system have a very intertwining role to play, and only if we join hands and we work together can a lot of transformative change be happening in the years to come. I say years to come because it's not going to be an immediate process and it's not going to be a one-time pact of bringing up change. But continuous efforts have borne efforts, and we can only expect that that will still continue to bring about change, transformative change for the future. At this point, I'm also reminded of the Erwadi fire accident, which many of you may be familiar with, which was quite years back. At the same time, that was an incident where there was a fire accident in a asylum, which was a religious-based asylum, where close to 20 members of the asylum had been chained to their respective beds, and they couldn't escape when there was a fire accident in that particular place, and they were charged to death. This led to a lot of legislative changes and reformative changes in how mental health asylums have practiced over time. But there still continues to be various areas where we haven't really focused. And that's also why when the World Health Organization talks about health, it says health is not just the absence of illness or infirmity, but also the presence of various factors like social well-being, spiritual health, mental health. So good mental health can be seen as a good indicator of how our society is functioning. Society which has minimal risk factors and which is less prone to mental illnesses, we can also say that they have come a far way away from let's say earlier processes where mental health conditions and social reforms were more necessary. So when we work frequency crime or mental health, let's say reflection of only at the end of it. That are there, and we may not be able to address each of these individually, and that is why working on it together becomes very important. In my role as a clinician, I work primarily with individuals or with smaller groups of people, and at times with the community where larger groups might be available. and the focus is very often on individual factors. When I say individual factors, I'm talking about individual vulnerabilities to mental health, how they kind of manage their own mental illnesses, get treatments regularly, or participate in psychotherapy. These are how on an individual level it might be possible. But there is always the larger system of the family which comes into play. When we meet adolescents, very often in our profession, the norm is to work with the family, the parents of the adolescent, more than with the adolescent themselves. It's not that the adolescent is not capable of change. It's not that the youth is not able to make change. But it is because inevitably they go back to that family, they go back to that environment, and the change has to be inculcated there as well. So even if we work with an individual, we are working with the system even then, and each member of the system has an important role to play in bringing up the changes. When we talk about mental illnesses, we are already dealing with a population which is a special population or a vulnerable population. And we see that as part of the normal trajectory of growing up, it is essential to go through various stressful situations which are deemed necessary for development. Let's say for a young child who is going through a school change into a different city, building up a new group of friends, or a boy in his 10th standard giving his board exams. Isn't it stressful enough? Yes, it is. But with the advent of further issues in the home front, or let's say people in the school who may not be very accommodative to this new person, the change becomes all the more stressful. So when we do not have adequate public support systems or public health related systems in place, what is a normally stressful situation and requires a lot of adaptation becomes even more stressful and requires greater resources. And that itself can place a strain on the social support system and on the availability of services for that person. So if this person, this child who is giving his 10th standard board exam doesn't have to deal with a parent who is alcoholic, or doesn't have to deal with a teacher who is abusive, it reduces, minimizes the stress at least to that level. But this becomes an additional stress. So each individual collectively can only bring about the change. In the mental health conditions that we see, there is something that we call developmental psychopathology. It refers to how psychopathology or mental health related concerns do not suddenly stem up one day, but it begins very early. So the idea is to start working with the younger populations and to inbuild or ingrain that sense of good mental well-being, I'll call it, at a very young age. So that as they grow up, they will continue with that, and they may also transfer it further to other people who are part of the whole process. We also see how a lot of mental health related concerns come in, like internalizing disorders like anxiety, depression, stress related conditions, trauma related work. All this is very commonly seen in younger children and in adolescents. Along with that, alcohol or drug addictions are very commonly seen. Behavioral addictions are a very new concept which is upcoming in the recent years. And in terms of behavioral addictions, you have, like other panelists were also pointing out, you have more use of technology and how the world is largely independent and people are kind of isolating themselves by choice. Loneliness is one phenomenon, isolation by choice is another phenomenon, but both of these seem to be coexisting. Also, with the greater availability for technology, the greater availability for risk-related activities, because youth is a very explorative age and people tend to explore without seeing reason behind it. Fair enough for that age, but it does have consequences. I would like to highlight an example of a young boy of 8 years who was brought to us by his family. This boy has been habituated to taking alcohol and he needs it to get some sleep. So the habit began because people in the family, men and women in the family, used to use alcohol as part of their culture, and it wasn't seen as a prohibitory practice. But when the child started getting dependent on it, and that too at 8 years of age, mind you, he's in class 3, then the family got concerned and they were brought in, and that's when the cultural aspect of it was highlighted. So then we worked with the behavior therapy for the child, and it was helpful. But this is just one among many examples. Recently, I was speaking to a relative of mine. She's a young girl in her early teens. She's 21 years of age, and she's high on watching this series called Squid Games. I'm sure many people in the younger generation would have seen it. I was exposed to it very recently, but it's a bit confusing to see how something as morbid as killing can be so thrilling and can be seen as so entertaining. So she took a lot of pride in telling me, see, it is so entertaining, it's so exciting. Don't you feel, the need to see the next episode? I said, no, I see it more as morbidity. I see it to be quite disturbing. Don't you see it as disturbing? But she did not. So that's how I think somehow when society changes, people change, and when the availability of information is so huge, we have a choice to always pick up what is essential and what is necessary to be inculcated. And that choice essentially lies within the individual. And that's what I would like to emphasize here. We have a lot of examples of various clinical conditions which, if left untreated, can have a lot of impact on future generations. A lot of young women who go through pregnancy and let's say disturbed marriages and life-related changes, they also have been left undiagnosed with depression or with various personality disorders. And when untreated, that can have an impact on how they take care of the child, on how they foster mental well-being in their children as well. So that can have an impact on the children and their upbringing as well. And it can lead to, permeation of some pathological aspects into the family and into the larger society as well. Due to paucity of time, I won't be going into much details on this, but we need to realize that what we see on the outside in terms of relationship-related abuse, scams or financial corruption that's happening, or it could be in terms of violence, marital rape, childhood abuse, sexual abuse, all these are not one-time incidents. These are things which have a precedent, these are things which have a long history to it. And unless we go back into where it began, we may never be able to help them work through it properly. The funny thing about various philosophies like ethics or justice or what we believe to be right, wrong, a lot of these on a philosophical level have a limitation because it holds true when it comes for us, but it may not hold true when it goes for another person. So that's why the judicial system will need to prevail even beyond the individual level, where justice can be something which is trained and inculcated gradually over training and over years of practice, rather than depending on an individual person to know what is good and do it with the right intention. The intention may be there, but it will be masked when it is relative, when it is related to one's own self, or when it is related to people that one know. There, the demarcation between justice and what needs to be done can be it can be a bit blurred, and that's where we need to pay attention. I'll go on to certain reforms. I hope I have some time, 2 minutes? Yes. Yes, okay. So, a few things that I was thinking of. One would be awareness. We have a lot of awareness ongoing. We have many NGOs, we have many organizations which work towards it. But everybody is working on it, but it doesn't seem to come across. That's because not everybody, the work is happening in very disjointed manner. How many people in the common public, including me, know about the legal reforms that are happening? How many people know about the rights that we have? I did not know that if I have to go to a police station, I have the right to ask for a receipt for an application that I give. Till I recently came into a situation where I had to approach a police officer. And this was new information for me. And when I shared this with people of my age or others, so middle-aged people, I'll say, they did not know that going to the police station, you have the right to get a receipt for your application. This was news for all of us. So having legal awareness and also awareness regarding mental health becomes very important. Also, of course, having routine screening for red flags and for mental health related aspects becomes important. The larger perception regarding mental health systems or legal systems are very vague. The question generally about patients who come to us, talk to us about maybe some form of abuse within the family is, but if we complain, then they'll be taken to jail. What will happen? I'll lose my husband, I'll lose my children, or what will be their future? Why would I want to trouble their future? So people prefer to stay silent because there is not much awareness on what happens once the information is sent to the right sources. So it also becomes our job to educate them on. It's not, the way you think it is. There are a lot of misconceptions, and that essentially is also one part of what we are doing. A lot of things to mention, but what came up very commonly in the morning discussion and in the previous speakers also was how we have a dire need for mental health related training and support, and people who are in the field working out there. It's also important to have people who are actually trained. So with regard to what happens with first-time offenders or with people in recidivism, yes, they are offered mental health counseling, but how many of these counselors are trained? How many of them know how to identify a mental health disorder or identify the red flags or the indicators? It's questionable. And though support seems to be available, the support may not always be what is necessary for them to get. So employing the right people becomes very important. Also having rehabilitation strategies which are neuroscience informed. The brain doesn't learn by itself. We don't change just in one fine day. We will need years of training, years of practice, and in the beginning enforcement may be essential to a point where it is not harmful or it is not restricting the personal rights. But that's the only way that we can hope for a generation. So in the upcoming years, we might see a change in how people are more compassionate towards their children, or people are more compassionate towards their colleagues, or to, let's say, people in conflict with the law. But that's only what we can hope for, because the change doesn't come with one training session or with one camp or something like that. It may have to be done time and again and revised again and again till it becomes part of them. And that's essentially what I would like to also focus on. So without further delay, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Personally, I feel that nothing is more exciting and thrilling than listening to the frontline workers and real life stories, ma'am. Thank you for sharing, ma'am. And without any further delay, we'll quickly move on to the question and answer session. So first question, it is pertinent to begin this technical session, that is question session, with a mentioning note that today marks a World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. So as rightly put out by the keynote speakers in the morning during the inaugural address and the presidential address, a direct attack on human right to dignity is human trafficking. So the theme of this year's World Day Against Trafficking in Persons is human trafficking is organized crime, end exploitation. So end the exploitation. So in this regard, I think we can get a better answer from Manikandan sir, who is working on his semiology works. And over to you, sir.
So in terms of trafficking in person, I would say that, the simple term I would call it is like, we call the trafficking as organized crime, but people who are preventing it, or people who are trying to protect the people, are unorganized. Because we work in silo. We don't have any collaborative effort. Like police work silently in a place, social worker work alone, judiciary work alone, and then schools work alone. So community organization work alone. So we don't have any kind of collaborative effort to pull them together to work in an effort where we can tackle this organized crime with an organized effort. They are organized because I worked with Mumbai Police before going to UK in a human trafficking organization. So where I traveled to more than 100 villages in Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Bihar, and also some parts of Jharkhand. So what I can see that is those people who are in the criminal network, they are well organized. They're very, very, very well organized. And to be honest, from an Indian perspective, what I can see, we only have understood, from the trafficking point of view, we have only understood the destination point. We just understood the destination, because trafficking starts from source, transit, and just destination. But we only understood destination, which is the brothels and the prostitution area, red light area, like, Kamatipura in Mumbai, other places in West Bengal. I think in Chennai also, like some parts of Chennai, like there are like emerging as prostitution hubs. In Bangalore, there are prostitution hubs, which is emerging. So we understood the destination part, but we never understood the transit or the source. Source is like where these girls are being trafficked. So I can give you a classic example which I worked in when I was working as a crime analyst with the Mumbai police, Maharashtra police it is. So I can say that there was a woman, she had more than 80 cases on her own. So she used to kidnap the small children's, like ages of 9, 10, and they groomed them for years, like 5 to 6 years, to be sent to the prostitution. So these children are treated in a way very badly, but this woman comes and she acts like, I'm going to rescue you, and then she takes in, and then she takes to her home, or like they have some kind of hostels, they keep them, and then they groom them to be prostitute, which is a classical case. But when we tried to intervene that, we found that there was a connection with the MLA of Maharashtra. So we couldn't do anything. So that's the reality. So it's because we couldn't do this because we were unorganized. Because I worked for police, but police we never trust police, because when we go for a raid and rescue, so I have conducted 2 raid and rescue in which I have saved like 69 girls from my raid and rescue, which I'm proud of. Before we go to the raid and rescue, we don't share any information with the police, because there is always information sharing from the police only. I'm sorry to say this thing, but this is the reality actually. And this thing happens, and I'm personally, I'm sorry to say this. When I was working in human trafficking aspects, I'm a married man. I was unable to have physical relation with my wife, because I was so much in emotion that this was affected me a lot, because the ladies has been raped every day, that which made me, from my inside, it made me something like this should not be happening. So which made me like, I'm just running away from my wife, because I couldn't have that kind of, romantic relationship with my wife, because it has been affected me. And I'm truly, happy to, address these, mental health practitioner, because we had good mental health practitioner in our organization. They counseled me, and they helped me to, again, start a good life. But the thing is that with respect to human trafficking, I would definitely say that we are still unorganized, and we need to come together to have an organized effort so that we could do something. Thank you.
So now we shall seek the answer from Kannadasan sir. Sir, could you please share your ideas on aftercare of the rescued victims of human trafficking, sir, and rehabilitation of them with special in the context of Tamil Nadu also, sir?
The rescue children's concern, they have firstly produced before the Juvenile Justice Board. According to Juvenile Justice Act, the child who need care and protection are lodged in a home, and the child in conflict with the law is confined in another home. I visited many institutions of home, particularly in Chennai. I interacted with the rescued children, but it seems that they are very vulnerable one. And in Chengalpet, a boy who tried to attack the warder was beaten by and killed by the warder. When I gone for the inquiry, I was informed that the boy is very dangerous person. is in attacking mood. So how it is formed? How they got such vulnerability? It is from the society. There's a lot of reasons behind them in the peer groups and also the broken homes and the drugs. The drugs are available very easily now. It is an admitted fact. Everywhere, even you can deliver the doorsteps. So the school, the curriculum and the needs some requirement relating to the prohibition of drugs abuse, because the curriculum does not include the drugs abuse and its dangerous consequences to the students. If a boy found with the drug or any narcotics, the school administration first called their parents and issued TC to them. Instead of any rehabilitation methods, they send them out. It caused to be very worse to the students. So it needs some changes in our curriculum method. The rescued boys concerned, we have to deal them very cautiously, because the homes in conflict with the law does not possess the correctional institutions. It is not said to be a jail, but they grew as a criminals there. So it requires some methods to prevent them.
Thanks a lot, sir. And we'll move on to the next question that we'll have this question to Dania, ma'am. Ma'am, in today, the Hindu newspaper, I happened to read an article, ma'am, that a 17-year-old boy shot at by the police officials after he attacked them. Yes, ma'am. The boy was aged only 17 years. He has 8 pending cases to his name, among them including a murder case and a hurling of a petrol bomb case. He is believed to be in an intoxicated mood while he attacked the police persons also, ma'am. So, here, ma'am, I personally believe that the substance addiction shall be tackled in a preliminary way if we have enough mental health professionals, ma'am, as you mentioned in your opening statement. So, are we having enough mental health personnels to deal with the youngsters in order to tackle them, in order to prevent them from getting addicted to the substance, ma'am, narcotic substance, ma'am?
The answer is a no. We don't have enough numbers. If I can elaborate, one thing is that, let's say, 10-15 years back when I began my practice, that was a time when we had maybe 4 or 5 institutions around the country where the MPhil program was being done. Now, MPhil is the program where we start working more with actual people and, having more hospital-based training and all that. So it becomes relevant. At this time, at this point, we have 80+ institutions where the training is available. So the numbers are increasing, but the quality of training and the essence of how it's being given back to society definitely needs to be explored. So that's why, though the numbers might increase, but how many people are available? How many people stay back in India and provide services? And how many of them are willing to work in, let's say, in groups where actual work is required, right? So such things also play a role there. Another thing is, when we talk about this adolescent who's a mere 17 years old and has a huge load of, let's say, legal things on his shoulder. Okay, it's not fun to be in conflict with the law, and it's a natural response for this child to possibly avoid it, defend it, and the end outcome that we see is when he kind of retaliates against the law enforcement system. So I think the work should have begun long back, where maybe, what led to these, different crimes being committed. Like sir was also saying about how, there are those different stages and we see only the outcome. Where did it begin? What led to all that? Why wasn't it addressed at that point? What were people in society, his friends, his family, his teachers, community, what were they up to? Generally, the aim is to blame, but blaming doesn't change the thing. So I think that's where the crux of it lies.
Yes, ma'am. But if the teachers are to be blamed for raising a adolescent youngster into a child in a conflict with law, I think, ma'am, shall we propose a updated curriculum to integrate the mental health perspective with the school curriculum, ma'am? Because as our chairman, sir, in his address said that as like the maths and social science, we need to integrate the mental health thing also in our school curriculum. Definitely. Is it possible, ma'am? Yes.
It is possible. It is possible if it is done in a very graduated manner by having people at different stages who will be able to deliver the training and also monitor it. So the problem with adolescents, youth is not that they do not know, but it's also that from a neuroscience perspective, the brain is not developed enough to use that information effectively. So though they know that alcohol is not good, though they know that this, committing a crime is not healthy, but there are other factors which lead them to it. So it's not lack of knowledge. What we do is we provide training, which means we try telling them, teaching them, giving them advice. But the way out would be to make it more application based, more practical, and also to have people around them walk the talk. And that becomes a reason for them to learn it through observation and through, modeling.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm having the question to Sudhish, sir. Sir, as we stress, a sound mind is a product of a sound body. So, is there an interconnectivity between the physical health and mental health, sir? What role does the physical education hold, sir? Because in most of our schools, still we are, our physical education periods are getting borrowed by the pedagogical teachers, science, maths and everything, sir. So what's your take on this, sir? So the interconnectivity between the physical health and mental health needs to be stressed here, sir.
Thank you for that particular question. I will continue with what Dr. Danya mentioned about the integration of mental health practices and qualified people in the country. When we look at the physical and psychological aspects, definitely both are two sides of the same coin, because without physical health, we can't talk about mental health. Without mental health, we can't talk about physical health. It's the two sides of the same coin. If you have a good physical body, definitely you will have a sound mind. And you will be able to understand yourself better if your mindset is really calm and quiet. Many times, we are experiencing difficulty because we are not able to understand what is going through our mind. And especially when you look at the current adolescents or youth, they will always get in difficulty to come up with their own perspectives because they are actually getting confused the way how they understand things. So it is we are already late actually to implement this in the school curriculum. Definitely this should be part of our educational curriculum, and also the importance of having physical education specifically for our youngsters, especially starting from the school days. I'm from Kerala, and in Kerala the government's education department successfully implemented this in the school curriculum, especially primary and high school level. And both the physical education aspects and also the mental health concerns, we have an adolescents mental health support program. It's called Jeevani, and it is there in all the high schools, government and aided high schools, which is funded by the government. They have appointed counselors in all the schools specifically for female mental health and the mental health concerns for the adolescents. So such programs may helpful for to understand the difficulty from the early period, and along with that we need to focus the importance of physical health. And that is also one of the important, I don't know how many of you read newspapers regularly. I am talking about the students. The news was highlighted in all the national channels because the education minister in a conference, they have revealed the fact that now onwards no maths teachers can take PT period. That is a statement which was given by the Education Minister of Kerala, because usually the PT period is taken by maths teacher. Okay, that was the history in education system, or other science teachers, because they need to complete their portions. And the statement is revealed and given to all the D, that is the district education officer, saying that now onwards the PT period is not supposed to be taken by any faculty members. That should given for students for PTP. So some statement or some effort needs to be taken by the, maybe we can say that the bureaucrats or the politicians or the officials, those who are in the higher order, because as a teachers in institution we can't do anything for this one. We can just nominate such reforms. But like reforming justice system, we need to reform a lot of norms and regulations which is prevalent in our country. That will make a lot of changes in our youngsters. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So my next question is to Kannadasan sir. So Dania ma'am have already stated that the departments here are working in a disjoint manner. That is, the law enforcement agencies are working in a separate manner. They are having the records of the criminals. And another, on the other side, the school education department, sir. That is, I'm stressing the plight of the vulnerable children here, sir, who are the children of convict prisoners. So, in case if a convict is a sole breadwinner of his family, our justice system also punishes his wife as well as his children. Here, sir, a child is forced to live in a broken family. And if we go on convicting all the criminals, we will end up with too many broken family, which leads to the broken society. So here, sir, on the one side, the law and order, law department or law enforcement agencies are having the data of the convict prisoners. On the other side, this indirectly leads to the more dropouts, school dropouts, obviously, of the children of the convict prisoners, sir. So if there is, in case of an interdepartmental cooperation between these two agencies, shall we be able to reduce the school dropouts, sir? And I think that will be proceed to build a strong society, sir.
If a court convict a person, it is not convict that person alone. It is sentenced to the family, entire family, who depending on the convict. The wife, children, everyone. I visited even today morning I visited the Salem prison. I met a lady in the entrance. I inquired about her when did she come and where from she come. She replied that she want to see her husband. He was feisted. I told the POXO case. POXO case was inflicted on him. And I met the convict prisons. One of the experiments in last 5 years, I always, during my tenure as an advocate, I assisted the victim children in POXO cases to assist them in the prosecution case. In one of the case, a teacher acquitted for abuse the disabled girl, 11 years old girl. I appeared for the girl in the trial court, he was acquitted. As a victim, I filed an appeal before the Honorable High Court. The acquittal order was reversed. He was sentenced to 5 years. After he sent to the prison, one lady came to me. Sir, I am the wife of a convict person. I have 2 girl child. I have no money to pay to school. So I want money to admit the students. He is going to release in September after completion of 5 years. For the past 5 years, I paid the school fees to the convicts. In fact, but actually there is a victim fund in every district. Victim fund mean to only the victim in crimes. For example, if a person died in a murder case, his family is entitled to get the victim fund from the district collector. But unfortunately, no such provision is available for the innocent wife and children of the convict. Direct the social welfare department as well as the education department as an interdepartment measure to find out the children who are affected by the sentence of their parents and enumerate them, and after see their education and as well as rehabilitation. So that is the need of the hour, and thank you for raising this question, because the Article 14 is equality. In such cases, there is no equality. The person who committed a crime is the offender, entitled for the punishment for his offense, but the same law inflicted some sentence on the family. So it has to be discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Before moving on to the concluding remarks of the chairperson, one final last question, sir. Sir, could you please shed some light on the mental health trauma and issues faced by the persons belonging to the category of LGBTQ plus, sir? Are they feeling inclusive in the present education system or social stream system, sir? Because in the yesterday's conversation with our chairperson shared his thought that the only 1% of the LGBTQ population is coming into the mainstream, being it the educational system or governmental services. So I think Manikandan sir with his semiological approach can give us a better idea in this question, in this corner.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I see harm in everywhere, like as I already told you. I think one of the most, even though they are citizens of India, but still we treat them as refugees, and sometimes we treat them as like some alien people. But thing is that like I spoke to many of the LGBTQ people. I have many friends like who are like belong to the LGBTQ community. But when I speak to them, one of my colleague who is working with me right now in the UK police. In UK we have something called positive action. So they call it positive action. In that, the work of their team is to identify people in the LGBT community who can serve in the police. So that's their work actually. So they just go out in the community, talk about police, how they can do better work in the police. That sort of things, that's what they're doing. But in India, like we somewhere undermine those people. And we never thought that like they are part of our society. It's because of their sexual orientation or like the way in which they think. And some people still, I would say, like some people they think that okay, this is a mental health issue, like what is going on in US, that like mental, I mean they call this as a mental sickness, LGBTQ community. But again, like in terms of progressive society, we should have inclusive voice from every community, even though they are from LGBTQ community. It doesn't matter. But ultimately, what matters is again everything comes to one point, which is human rights. So they also have the human value and human rights. So we need to press that issue in a way that they are part of the society, not just because they are have different sexual orientation. We should not exclude them. And also in terms of semiological approach, we could say that they face, I mean, as a straight man, I would say like, yeah, I faced a lot of issue, a lot of harms. I come from a society, my father was a taxi driver, my mother, they don't have education, they just, fifth standard they studied, but still like I managed to go. It's because I had some kind of support. My father supported me, my mother supported me, and I got like, great mentors like, Professor Ruwan, there was Professor James, and there are many people in India also, they supported me. But those people, like especially the LGBTQ community, they don't have support. It's just because they have, they have different appearance. They sometimes for me also it's intimidating to see them because, they wear tattoos, they wear different kind of, studs, different kind of, piercing. It is intimidating. But then when we talk to them, we can understand that they are completely like human, and they could be a better, companion and better friend, and also a better fellow mate in anywhere we could, and we could trust them like anything. That's what my experience. And I would say that even though like I face a lot of harm, but I would say that they are facing harm in every aspects of the society. Whether it is just to, go to a shop to buy something, they face harm because they've been treated differently. Even though they go to school, they're treated differently. They go to education, they're treated differently. They go to get some public health or like health department, government or private, they treat it differently. So the treatment is completely different for them. So I think we should be very much thankful that at least we are treated better than them. But I'm not saying that it shouldn't be like that. But still, I would say that we need to, because you people are lawyers and, future judges and future, attorney and things like that. So you need to have that progressive mentality or thought process where you can treat them equally and treat them similar to anyone else. Yeah, that's my point. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. I think, yes.
Can I add on something to that?
Sure, ma'am, sure.
The LGBTQ community and the action approach to the same and the dignity to the same has been taken up largely by a few of the students from IIT Delhi University, and my nephew Keshav Suri, who started a first pub for the LGBTQ community. We need to understand that the LGBTQ community, there are different notions. One, we call them trans, which are normally referred as hijras, and communities for the same. There are other issues which are sexual orientation issues. The sexual orientation issues, normally they are the same as you and me. They don't get that kind of a discrimination predominantly. The major challenge comes to them in terms of having a rightful relationship in the marriage. Before the marriage, they haven't disclosed the bombshell that, hey, I am a gay or I am a lesbian. And the moment they enter into a matrimonial alliance with the partner of the different orientation, it leads to another Pandora box. And I have seen in my own practice, and I was also involved in the advocacy for decriminalization of the LGBTQ community, that the sensitivity and the approach, we as an Indian or we as a society globally, we consider sex as a means of procreation. Everybody wants their family to be extended. Now, these are going to be major changes which are going to happen in the society. When you are going to have a surrogacy, when you have a child to be taken up from surrogacy, and the concept of the motherhood is also undergoing transformation, the concept of fatherhood is also undergoing transformation. New vistas are going to emerge amongst you young, bright advocates to take the advocacy rights of the people. That's a very fundamental thing. And after all, orientation, sexual orientation is not a mental illness or mental disease, and there's no harm inflicted upon it. But I have the dignity and right to live the way I would like to have. The disclosure, major challenge comes is the disclosure. And I have seen many of the people with a different vast background, people from Indian Forest Service, people from IPS, people from the IAS has taken, and the doctors per se has taken a counseling with me in terms of the relationship issues emanating from transvestism, is one of the cross-dressing behavior Otherwise, they're absolutely normal. They go forward for cross-dressing. And one of the person with whom I was doing counseling, he retired as an IAS officer and then he left. He has been blessed with the children after leaving the job. Now he is settled in Mathura and he has changed up his dressing pattern. So these are, acceptance is coming, and these all were there embedded in our system traditionally. In the Mahabharata, there are so many stories for the same. And we must accept the humanity part of any human being. That's the fundamental thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dania, ma'am.
Yes, I just wanted to add on
Yes.
for the LGBTQ community in Kerala, they have allocated funds from the government for sex reassignment surgeries. However, there is nothing allocated, not just in Kerala, but generally for mental health services. In fact, in India, insurance companies, hardly one or two of them cover mental health related activities. Psychotherapy is not covered, and so people who need it, who need to or wish to meet a therapist are not able to find money for it because it's a budding profession, people charge in bombs. And so, accessibility is a huge concern and insurance companies don't necessarily.
In Tamil Nadu also, the government hospitals is making such provisions for the transplantation of sex.
Adding to the point related to the LGBTQ, we have to start this support system from the education institutions, because we have to educate people, because there is a lack of psycho-education from the beginning from schools or colleges. We know that people will get this identity crisis during their adolescence, especially after 12 years or 13 years. When they cross the puberty, definitely the individual will identify these difficulties to go ahead with their sexual identity. So once they identify this, that time itself we need to have an intervention to understand, help the people to move along with the inclusive environment. Because many of such students are actually dropping out from the schools or colleges because they are not able to get that inclusive environment to pursue their educations. And I'm coming from an institution where actually the management is CMI fathers, priests. Okay, and it was a long discussions we had from psychology department and counseling department, and 2 years before we have given that permission for students, those who are coming from LGBTQ community, they can have their own way of dressing, including cross dress. That is not an easy task, because a big deal to come up with such kind of circular in a higher education institution saying that you are inclusive and you can perform and do education along with other students. But we are very proud that it came from the psychology department, and we initiated with the help of all the faculty members and students, and there is a student council. They unanimously voted for this particular circular with the registrar and given that opportunity for students those who are coming from LGBTQ community. It's only will happen through education. You need to create awareness. You need to educate each and everyone from the society to deal with these people in the same mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we can move to the concluding remarks, sir. Yes. In a very short way, sir.
Today, in this session, we discussed various necessary topics related to youth involvement and as well as mental health. It is the need of the hour, the youth involvement in the harm prevention. Mr. Sudhesh mentioned that for the good mental health, the counseling and the physical education shall not be steal from the periods of the schools. Most of the schools, there is lack of physical education period. It is used for the mathematics or other subjects. And Ms. Danya stressing about the clinical psychology, how to bring the youth into the fold, and Mr. Manigandan is elaborately speaks of the harm prevention. I appreciating of this college chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, and other faculties, and the moderator, Mr. Pushpavanam, and given me such a chance. I thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. I will personally cherish this memory of moderating this session and being a part of this high-quality exchange of ideas and thoughts, sir. And also, I personally thank our chairman, sir, for the support, inputs, and opportunity. And we will proceed to the short felicitation and honoring session, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I request Mr. Pushpavanam, Assistant Professor of Law, and the Chairperson Honorable Mr. V. Kannadasan, Member, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, to kindly honor Dr. Sudesh, Head, School of Psychological Sciences, Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore. I request all the dignitaries to join us. Next, I request our Chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, and our Chairperson, V. Kannadasan, to kindly honor Dr. Dhanya Chandran, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Clinical Psychology, Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi. And we request the dignitaries to join us for the photo session. We now break for a tea in the
Participants are asked to get inside the auditorium immediately. Third technical session will be starting within a while.
everyone. As we move forward this day of impactful deliberation, it's time to begin technical session 3. We are pleased to have Mrs. A. Ansarpa, Assistant Professor of Law, as the moderator for this session.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the third and the final session on the International Conference on the Psychology and Law Enforcement. I'm Ansarpa, Assistant Professor of Law, and I'll be the moderator for this session. Over the next 1 hour, we'll explore different aspects regarding evidence-based strategies from crime management and link it with various factors relating to psychology. The session brings together 3 experts who will share their insights on the core idea behind this technical session. I take great pride in welcoming the chairperson of the session, Honorable Mr. Justice K.N. Basha sir, onto the stage. Welcome, sir. I now request Professor Dr. R.K. Suri, Senior Psychologist and Founder of Psycho Wellness Center, New Delhi, to come onto the stage. Our next speaker for the day, Professor Dr. Neena Pandey, ma'am, Professor from the Department of Social Work, University of Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. So as today's third technical session's topic is psychology and law enforcement. Law and psychology are intersected in numerous ways, fascinating ways, creating a rich interdisciplinary field that influences both legal practice and our understanding of human behavior. I guess this session will be the base for the previous 2 sessions, because only after you understand and have an in-depth understanding of human psychology, we'll be able to make laws and implement it effectively. So to start this session, I request Professor Dr. Neena Pandey, ma'am, to come up with her opening statements from the perspective of a social worker. Ma'am.
The chairperson will say yes.
Good evening. I'm happy that we got the tea break. Otherwise, I would have asked whether you are awake or not, because I was looking at the back. So, Honorable Justice Basha, my fellow panelists, Dr. Suri, Dr. Anjirappa, team Central College of Law, Salem, thank you a lot that you invited me to be here and share the stage, share my thoughts. The first question which came in my mind, that why me? I'm coming from social work. I teach criminal justice social work, and I'll try to speak about role of criminal justice social work in crime management. So I believe that, you know, the answer of problem solving, because social work talks about solution, as Professor Ruan was talking about, that Professor Manikundan and they look up to problem solving. So, and social work's positioning is problem solving. So the answer is converge, collaborate and communicate. So unless we are not doing this, we cannot head on towards solving the problem. So dear friends, the young friends, students of law, Johann Galtung, you must have heard about a social scientist. He said that fear of violence is violence. Right? So fear-generated control, or fear-generated policing, or fear-generated justice will lead us nowhere. It is nothing but violence only. When I say this, I say with full conviction that remember your childhood. Even in the families, you know, the rearing which is based on control is not a healthy rearing. So I think we need to understand the whole, we have been talking about role of, strengthening family as a system. In a situation, in a place, I'm talking when we know that more than 90% of cases of child sexual abuse is reported where the child is known. I mean, it is from the family itself. So that's the harsh reality. So do we believe in family as a system? That itself is a question. So having said that what is the role of criminal justice social work? See, I'll talk about global definition, and it is very much collaborating with the theme of your international summit, which talks about reforming justice system, right? The position of global social work today is, I am because we are, which is collective in nature. I can only survive when we understand the ethos of we are. So the global definition of social work says that social work promotes social change and development, social cohesion, and empowerment and liberation of people. So when I say this, there is a song in Tare Zameen Par. Have you seen this film? Tare Zameen Par, there is a song and there is a line in the song, Tu dhoop hai chan se bikhar. You are a sunlight, so spread the sunlight, which says that you have to explore the potential, the inner potential of yourself. So those who are sitting, the youth which is sitting in this August hall, needs to understand whether you are given the opportunity to explore the full potential of yours or not. If it is not happening, so the definition of Manikundanji, who said that, then harm is happening to you. So somewhere we need to understand whether I am exploring my full potential or not, right? So it says that it talks about empowerment and liberation of people. Principles of social justice, human rights, collective responsibility, and respect for diversities. We understand and we are blessed with diversity in our country because we consider that diversity is a value. At least our principal position and philosophical position is that we understand that India is a country with diverse culture. So should we not understand that this diversity can be used constructively, and we can definitely use that as our strength. So the respect for diversities are central to social work, underpinned by theories of social work, social sciences, humanities, and indigenous knowledge. Social work engages people and structures to address life challenges and enhance well-being. So that's the global definition of social work. In the morning, Honorable Justice Murugesan was talking about that how social work, human rights violation cases, more than 80 to 90% cases are being reported when civil society organizations are facilitating to bring those, cases, human rights violation cases to the court. If these civil society organizations are stopped, the cases will come down to 50%. So the role of social worker is way beyond, and I think I have still 3 minutes to go, yeah? So I'll explain about that. And what is our personal, position, nothing personal, professional position is, when we say psychology and law, the session, psychology and law, so we are that and, the pathway, when the problem or concern or any issue happens, say for example, sexual abuse or rape or domestic violence or anything, the anxiety, stress, the level of, issues which the person is facing with mental health or physical health, and the pathway towards justice. So we are the pathways. We do the hand-holding in between, from taking the person from that anxiety and stress to the rights which the person is actually entitled to. which is problem solving. So that is the position of a social worker. Criminal justice social work, you'll find social workers in juvenile justice boards, in commissions, in HRC, in BCWs, in CWCs, child welfare committees, where in the board there is a social worker, and the social workers are preparing social investigation report, do lot of community visits. So these are the roles where, the person who is a survivor requires a lot of hand-holding, and the social worker is always there to address through the issues. There is, the social worker has a greater role to play within the prison system, right? Where the reformation program should be such where the rates of recidivism should come down. So I'll give you an example, keeping the role of criminal justice social work in mind. In 2017, we had a residential camp in Tihar. The then DG, he allowed us to have that residential camp in Tihar, wherein the students were sent to 3 prisons. One of the prison was women jail, young offenders, and adult jail. And the authorities and the inmates were not talked about that the students are coming and visiting, just to give them a real life example with keeping, certain principles in place, that no use of mobile phone, no use of social media, no posting of pictures in Tihar, not sending a message that we are going to have a residential camp and having a residential camp in Tihar. All that in place, and the students had a real life experience, like the human rights issues. They came forward and said, in the presentation, we encourage that they'll make a raw presentation with no media in the hall. And the DG and his team were ready to listen to that raw presentation, wherein the students presented that the inmates are not even, treated as human. So they are served food once, they can't ask for the second time. And they said that it happened with them because when they went there to have the food, they were treated as inmates. So they said, we were not given food. I took only 1 chapati, ma'am, for the whole day, and when I asked for a second chapati, I said, nothing doing, go and sit there. So, they felt it, and they learned the empathy issues which are missing there. They brought out the, issues of right to vote, which they don't have. They brought out issues like there are serious health complications, but they are not even, treated. They are given only paracetamol as one, medicine for everything. There is no mental health services. They are lacking for psychology, the psychological services, legal aid services, the cases of HIV positive, what not. Many cases they talked about that the police officials, they require soft training. The communication of the police is quite punitive. So we also organized, on a recurring basis, the soft training program with, people in Tihar, police in Tihar. So having said that, the social workers are also doing navigating between the CJS, that is the police, the judiciary and the civil society organization, and the person affected. So they are playing their role, and they are preparing individual care plan. I request all of you to read the person in environment situation. There is a Stanford experiment which a psychology professor did with the students without telling them, but only the role was divided, and how the ecology or the environment where the students, these were all students where the Stanford experiment was done, and the students started behaving as per the, the environment. So it's an interesting reading to take it up. There are a number of organizations like Prayas in Tata Institute of Social Sciences. There is TICIA, Turn Your Concerns into Action, India Vision Foundation, Project Second Chance. They are working in prisons, and they are doing the rehabilitative and restorative and reintegrative, approaches are being, being in the place. Then the social worker has a major role to play in policy and advocating the rights of victims, the rights of offenders, and in juvenile justice system, role of probation officers is quite, popular. And recently we had, with the help of Tata Institute of Social Sciences and Delhi School of Social Work, we had a national consultation in the month of June on strengthening probation system in India. Because there was no program specifically meant for probation system was happening, and the probation officers and principal magistrates from 22 states, they came to Delhi and we had this program and we had the consultation. So there is so much to work as social worker in the criminal justice system. And the last thing is, not last but one, there is a concept of socio-legal or psychosocial. So social worker is supposed to work on the social aspect. Right? When it is, otherwise it happens the entire institution is tilted towards legal, or there is nothing. So there has to be a, socio aspect where the person's relations with different units in the family, in their office, in the school, in different places, that needs to be meted out and worked out in an effective manner where social worker is doing their job. Then there is a huge hope I see further and I advocate is on restorative justice as an answer. Since
you stressed? No. Can you want to do a test of stress? Raise your hand if you want to do a stress test. Immediate stress test. I will help you and demonstrate on that.
So everyone is doing this. No one is doing this.
So everybody is happy. Good. That's what is required. There is a test for making a stress test. Please put up your hand at the back of your neck, like this. And please put your right hand at the back of it. Yeah, very good. See if your hand is warmer than your neck. If your hand is warmer than your neck, then raise the hand. If your hand is warmer than the neck, then raise your hand. It means he is in stress. Those who have raised the hand, it means they are in stress. It means those who have raised the hand today means they are in the stress. The amygdala at the back of our neck holds our neck. This is the position. This only gets relaxed when you are sleeping. All of you are tired from the morning. The behavioral aspect, various theories, like you would be a professor, teacher, or an advocate, or many of you who has done and has joined an integrated LLB program. I think most of you are not interested to be in the court. That's the trend which is happening. Many of the youngsters, be it Jindal School or National Law School, I was involved with Professor Madhav Menon. The law education reform system was made at that we would like a corporate lawyers. The crime scenario has changed over the years. Now, when we talk of psychology, psychology has a recent science. It's not a very old science. The roots of psychology lies in philosophy. The roots of psychology lies in philosophy, and our philosophers and thinkers were there to make human being a human. Justice not delivered in time is always a painful activity. Be it in Mahabharata, be it in Ramayana, justice was never equitable. Never equitable. Because we have our own vested interest to follow on. Now we need to understand certain principles which I will discuss now. Psychology has provided help in terms of becoming a science, which is an evidence-based science. Just I demonstrated you are stressed or you are not stressed. So there are evidence-based things. And collaborative psychologists, law enforcement agencies, policy makers, legislative activism, which we were talking in the beginning, in the morning. The Honorable Lordship mentioned a lot about the legislative activism. When I was involved in the Government of India and was involved in drafting the bills, at that time I thought of doing my LLB. And I must tell you that the decisions to formulate the policies and have the legal bills passed, it takes only 10 seconds to pass the bill when you have a consensus. When you do not have a consensus, the bills are not passed forever. Not passed forever, it goes and goes on. That is what we need to take into consideration. How do we move forward in terms of a collaborative effort and make humanity a prime objective? The other things which we need to understand, the role of psychological processes are in the 5 dimensions. First is the behavioral analysis. We need to analyze the behavior, which means profiling of and risk assessment and the motive analysis. The intent, mens rea in the law is a very important. If there is no intent to murder someone, why should you murder someone? The intention is a very important element. No one will do anything unless until there is an intent on that. Similarly, the decision-making process, understanding cognitive biases and stress under pressure. If somebody has done some crime, for certain decisions we need to take into consideration. That's what many people in the judiciary takes a very human approach, particularly. Then the other is the communication issues, the interrogation techniques and interrogation strategies, mental health measurements, which includes the stress management, identification of stress and stress management. Majority of the police constable, we did a lot of study when I was in the traffic psychology, first traffic psychology, we did a lot of studies on the traffic police personnel across the country, how much they are stressed. They are prone to the hazards of environment, cancer on account of standing on to the intersections for 12 hours a day. And poor constable was not having a good accommodation even. In the 90s, there were no cars for them, there were no scooters for them. Today, majority of the constables in Delhi, I can assure and put it on record, that majority of the constable today are owning a car. Majority of the constable in Delhi are owning a car. At that time in 90s, even the inspectors and ACPs were not having the cars. There is a significant change in that processes. We need to understand on those dimensions. Now, for understanding this criminal behavior, there have been a lot of theories. From the psychological perspective, there is a theory called the social modeling theory of Bandura. The other is a stain theory of Robert K. Merton, who talked about the crime, the gang crime or the white-collar crime. The third is a cognitive theory, that there are biases which are going on to the mind, and cognitive thinking and biases. Somebody has traumatized me, somebody has done some thing which is, there's a change, significant change in my brain, chemical indices, wherein I am either becoming a suicidal or homicidal. These are the three cardinal theoretical framework in terms of understanding the criminal behavior. Then the other concept comes is the evidence-based policing. Policing has to be an evidence-based. That's why the Indian Evidence Act was prominent. If there's no evidence, then you are only an accused. And accusation doesn't mean that you are convicted. There's a lot of difference between the same. You people know more than me on that line. Majority of the people in the jail are not convicted, they are accused. Yes. That's a major challenge. And once you are into the jail, you have, in Hindi, there is a statement, chopai in the Ramayana, bin bhay hoye na preet. If there is no fear of death, nobody will pay money to the doctor. If there is no fear of jail, nobody will pay money to the advocate. That's a fact. But having a bail is fundamental right. Having a bail is a fundamental right. If that is not being given, then there is a challenge on that part. Then another issue which the psychologist, social worker has been useful in terms of propagating is a community policing. The police system in UK has changed phenomenally because of the community policing. I am quite hopeful in India also, the community policing and the electronic gadgets, use of AI and technology is going to make us a lot of changes. In the metropolitan cities like Delhi, etc., particularly let me talk about traffic, the challan. We initiated from the Rotary Club, challenge along with the Delhi Traffic Police. You will be astonished to know that there are more than 3 crore cases pending in terms of the challan. Where is the policing to manage and control it? For every system we have now, the electronic gadget to record, and police is issuing a challan and the money is not being collected. And later on, DLSA, the state legislative, state legal authority, calls for a one day and wherein they give a discounted payment system to be taken up, that the challan being put forth to you, you should get a waiver. Another important factor which needs to be taken up, getting an advocate sticker on your car is not a status symbol. And you as an advocate, please, young budding advocate, you need to follow a committed role, that you will be the role model in terms of a good behavior, then only the society will be abide by. In Delhi, most of the people have a habit of throwing names. Look, I am known to commissioner, I am known to so and so, so that again is a major challenge in terms of good human being and good legal perspective onto the societal functionality. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you sir. Thank you so much. Your start of the session was like a fresh breeze of air. Thank you so much, sir. So we'll move on to the chairperson. Today we have with us Honorable Mr. Justice K.N. Basha, sir. Sir enrolled as an advocate in the year 1976 and continued his practice and has also assumed various roles including legal advisor to the Tamil Nadu Waqf Board, etc. Sir was designated to the Madras High Court as a senior advocate with effect from 2005 and was also elevated as the judge of the High Court of Madras in the same year. After a glorious tenure, he retired in 2013. He also served as a panel in the arbitrations in the High Court of Madras, Nani Palkiwala Center, etc. So his experience across diverse fields will give us much needed insights on this topic. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Over to you.
எங்கள் வாழ்வும் எங்கள் வளமும் மங்காத தமிழென்று சங்கே முழங்கு. எல்லோருக்கும் என் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். My most affectionate brother, Honorable Justice Bhaskaran, former judge of the Chartered High Court of Madras and former chairman of the State Human Rights Commission, and today's hero, ever dynamic chairman of this popular and prestigious institution, Mr. Saravanan. The faculty members, the other speakers earlier right from the morning, they have given wonderful, thought-provoking and scintillating speeches. My co-panelist, Professor Dr. Neena Pandey, she has given a very excellent introduction. And Professor Dr. R.K. Suri, he has given treatment for all of us. Thank you so much, sir. Very wonderful treatment. Really, I have been very much impressed. Above all, my most affectionate future torchbearers of future India, future judges, future advocates, future parliamentarians, future legislative members, future IPS, IAS, IRS officers who are all sitting here, the wonderful students of this institution. Really, hats off to all my younger generation, the students. You are really well disciplined, maintain dignity and decorum of this popular institution. Pin drop silence you have maintained throughout, right from morning till now. My dear friends, we are in the last but not the least session on a very important topic, role of psychology in criminal justice system. Various aspects where psychology plays a role in our day-to-day life. The interplay between psychology and the criminal justice system is the backbone of effective criminal investigation and the good administration of justice. The symbiotic relationship between the two fields needs to be nurtured and developed in a way that benefits the criminal justice system in particular and the society in general. There are several aspects to be noted. One such aspect is criminal profiling. One of the most visible roles played by psychology in crime investigation is criminal profiling. This is an investigative technique used by psychologists or police officers to infer an offender's characteristics from his or her crime scheme behavior. See, nowadays we have come across cases. People are undergoing incarceration in the prison, conspiring, making sketches, committing murder outside. How is it possible? Technology is developed. We are having an advanced stage of several aspects in technology. Mobile phone, no confidentiality or privacy. My friend, expert in cybercrime, used to all we are digitally naked. Nothing is, everything they can get it, information sitting inside, committing crimes outside. It's all happening. How happened in the recent murders? If I come across it is something astonishing, shocking. Our sense of justice. What is happening? How to control, how to combat, how to fight it, how to restrict it, how to prevent it? It's a big question. Criminal personality profiling, socio-psychological profiling and criminological profiling. Profiling is by its very nature a complementary technique and is usually taken up when no physical traces were left at the time of the crime scheme. Offender profiling does not point to a specific offender. It is based on the probability that someone with certain characteristics is likely to have committed a certain type of crime. Criminal profiling is typically used with the crimes where the offender's identity is unknown and with serious types of crimes such as murder or rape. Profilers are also likely to work on crime series, which are collections of crimes that are thought to have been committed by same offender. For example, a profiler may try to infer a criminal age, gender or employment history commencing from the manner he or she has performed throughout the period the crime was carried out. Even earlier, during my younger days, when I started my practice, entered into the profession in the year 1976, and joined with my guru, mentor and senior, Mr. N.T. Vanamamalai, popularly called as NTV, famous name. He is the senior advocate who has defended M.R. Radha in a MGR shooting case. He became so popular. He came here, he was invited by Mohan Kumaramangalam, late Mohan Kumaramangalam, former Advocate General, former minister, central government minister. He invited him. He was having lucrative practice at Tirunelveli. #1 trial advocate. Any murder or any case, criminal case, people used to come to his house. Swami, நீங்க தான் காப்பாற்றணும். You would have committed offense. What is the reason for it? All those aspects he will explain. So that is how the profession was there at the time. So the criminal investigation agency also, they used to trace the offender from the manner and method, the modus operandi adopted by the culprit accused. One famous accused called from Baines, he wanted to do anything. No arwal, no sharp-edged weapon or anything like a small knife or a blade is enough for him. To pinpoint that nerve, blood will pour like anything, flush out within few minutes or the person will become collapsed. With that, the police will start their investigation and to trace who are all the people having such a kind of earlier occurrences, and with the previous history sheeters, they will catch the people. Now there are modern technology. Narco-analysis test, brain mapping test. You can make a person to sit in a chair and thereafter you can start interrogation. He will tell everything. So that is how the investigations are going on. In psychological profiling, behavioral consistency is a key issue. This is largely so because of the understanding that offenders normally engage in the same specific behaviors from one crime to the next. The behavioral consistency has come to be known as the modus operandi in crime investigation. Just now I have explained. In summary, psychology is vital in solving complicated criminal cases because it allows for the development of profiles based on common psychological traits and similar patterns of behavior. Just now I explained the cases. Interviewing witnesses and victims. Witnesses are a crucial constituency in the criminal justice system. The success or failure of any investigation depends to a larger extent on witness testimony, hence the need for witnesses to be accurate in their perceptions. Police investigators may interview both witnesses and victims to elicit the truth about a criminal or civil case before them. In carrying out interviews, investigators employ a number of approaches at their disposal. These approaches are meant to improve the recall ability of the witness. For psychologists or police officers to get the best from witnesses, it is of paramount importance for them to understand that witnesses need to be assisted to recall certain criminal episodes because some episodes bring trauma, anxiety, mental disorientation, and even panic. Hence, the need to promote calm so that the witness return to manageable levels. In fact, some witnesses need emotional and psychological support throughout their interactions with the criminal justice system. They need to feel psychologically safe when relating to crime issues. During my earlier days of my practice, I was appointed as those days the legal aid authority used to appoint duty counsel in the prison. My friend Kannadasan left already after giving his speech. So every week we used to go one day, either Thursday or Friday, 3 o'clock our visit, and we used to interview the all sort of accused confined in the prison and interview them. I was seeing variety of people. Some people not talking, some people coming and sitting in front of me, some people started with life sentence. Life sentence. Sir, what to do, sir? I am innocent, I have been unnecessarily punished. Let me suffer, sir. Don't say like that, then I have to prepare the grounds of appeal, get a signature and file it before the High Court. So this is all psychological effect. We cannot jump to the conclusion all the arrested persons are real culprits. Kindly note it. Accused is innocent till the guilt is proved. I have come across many cases in my little experience, that too having underwent the training from my able, efficient and popular senior, my guru and mentor, Mr. N.T. Varmamalai. In one case, I have been appointed as a legal aid counsel to defend a poor lady. When I read that case, I shed tears. The case is that lady was subjected to mental cruelty, torture, physical assault by her husband. Daily the husband used to drink. Reaching home, beat the wife, to abuse her, and get some money which she has earned by working as a coolie, some domestic work or some other work, variety of hard work, leaving the children at home alone. This is happening for several years. Unmanageable. She was suffering mental torture, cannot be explained in words. Ultimately, she was driven to the extent of taking the decision of putting an end to her life. At that time, psychological effects disturbs her. When I was not there, who has to take care of the children? The poor lady, thinking that, suffering with that 2 days, she has taken the 2 children and jumped into the well. Unfortunately, the kids died. The lady survived. Pitiable case. The trial court has convicted, Sessions Court convicted, found him guilty of murder and awarded life imprisonment. Now, I have decided somehow or other we have to get some relief for this poor lady. She has no intention to cause the death of her own children. She is so much attached. She has struggled in her life throughout to bring them up. She was working, she was running here and there. In spite of torture, agony, mental agony, physical assault of her husband. When it was reached the peak, she was burst and ultimately take the extreme step. But she survived, unfortunately the children died. So I represented to the bench, division bench, consisting of Justice Dr. David Annuswamy and Justice Jonathan. My Lord, I will defend this case. I have narrated the case and narrated the available evidence. It's a case of circumstantial evidence only. And I pleaded, your Lordships may kindly allow me to take the assistance of my most respected senior, Mr. N.T. Vanmammalai. They are very kind enough to permit me. Then I have instructed my senior. We sat together and discussed for 2 weeks. I got time and then appeared. Matter went on for more than half a day. Ultimately, the judges come to our rescue, come to the conclusion, there is absolutely no intention for this lady to put an end to the life of her own children. The other circumstances only pushed her to take such extreme decision. So therefore, they have come to the conclusion, they have propounded a new theory, sustained provocation theory, that is called, that decision is a landmark decision. Please note the decision, 1989, Law Weekly Criminal, page 86. That is what I remember. Kindly see the decision, my dear students. It is very, very important landmark decision. There are exceptions to section 300 of the IPC. New section is different. As far as new and old is concerned, all the 3 acts, everything is similar, same ingredients, same words. Number roads change, BNSS number change. Content is one of the same, except a few changes regarding fixing the minimum sentence, prescribing minimum sentence, time limits for completion of investigation, and the provision of how to record the FIR. Online electronic complaint can be received, and subsequently the signature may be obtained from the complainant. All these things are changed, but the main contents are one and the same in respect of the old and the new provisions. Ultimately, after effective arguments and persuasion, they have founded this new theory. Swayambukani, the victim, the appellant is Swayambukani versus state of Tamil Nadu. There were some people used to call us Nalladangal syndrome. So, ultimately, they have awarded, she has already undergone 2 years imprisonment. She has not come out on bail during the pendency of the appeal after her conviction. The judges arrived at the conclusion by imposing a sentence as the period already undergone, served by her for 2 years. Now it is not possible. Even for exception 304 part 1, part 2, minimum sentence of 5 years is fixed. Now today, after the amendment, after the new act, it is not possible. Those days, at that point of time, 1989, she was given such relief. So there are many cases I can quote. Even in Rajiv Gandhi case, the great judge K.T. Thomas found I have committed, he has openly stated I have committed error in imposing, in confirming the conviction and sentence in respect of some people. Against them there is no pakka evidence, clinching evidence connecting them. It is openly stated. Justice Krishna here in his book, Off the Bench book, I happened to read some of his experiences. According to him, one innocent person has been convicted and sentenced to death. He has found it ultimately. Justice Krishna here has written in his book, one of the books. There are several instances. That's why we have to be very careful in dealing with a criminal case. It's a life and death problem. One innocent person should not be punished. 1,000 culprits may be escaped. That is different. Evidence-based policies. Research in criminal psychology contributes to evidence-based policy making, informing the development of effective crime prevention strategies, sentencing guidelines and rehabilitation programs. That is very important, based on empirical findings. Incorporating psychological insights into the Indian criminal justice system can be noted in various judgments and legal discussions, such as in the case of Selvi and others. That is the case, the latest tests have been conducted. Narcotic analysis test, brain mapping test, DNA test, all sort of latest technical tests have been conducted in the case. I have told her that I am to give a keynote address also. I would like to reserve other aspects before parting with this. 7 minutes, Aichama?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right,
We'll
thank
receive
you.
more of your insights in the session. sir. We'll receive more of your insights in the session,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Thank
you so
sir.
much. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess everybody will agree, sir's insights was a pure mix of practical and theoretical explanation of how the cases work. So moving on to the question sessions. So now let's shift our gear from insights to inquiries. So sir, Justice sir, I have the first question to you.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So before asking this question, I would like to drop some facts before posting this question. So the recent research was made by the Center for Study Developing Societies on the topic Police Torture and Unaccountability. In its findings, it was seen that the police in India have a strong reliance on a culture of fear and use of tough methods. More than half of the interviewed police personnel feel that it is very important for the police to use tough methods to create fear among the public. A notable proportion of the respondents even justified extrajudicial killings. So this is the background of the study which was recently done in 2025, sir. So my question to you is there a necessity for judicial magistrates to actively engage and interact with arrested persons, not only at the first production of the accused, but subsequently every time when they are produced before the judicial magistrate? And also, can we improve judicial oversight in this issue by ensuring medical examination multiple times during a person's custody? Because in today's first session, when Henry sir was talking, he put up a statement telling that in the Benix and Jairaj case, if the judicial magistrate has ordered them to go to the hospital, they would have been alive with us today. So can we know your insights on this, sir?
Well, very good question, really. I appreciate
Thank you,
the question. See, as far as the magistrates are concerned, in a criminal case, after the law is set in motion, FIR is registered. The first step is to arrest the culprit, trace the culprit, accused and arrest. It's a mandate for the investigating agency to produce the arrested person within a period of 24 hours. It's a constitutional mandate as well as procedural mandate. In many of the matters, they are not producing. I am not blaming. There are very excellent police officers I have come across. Our police has been compared to Scotland police earlier, but unfortunately that name has been faded out. So, if they produce 24 hours, many of them not producing, they used to take the accused into their custody, and they used to produce only after exceeding 24 hours. During the interim period, what they have done with the accused is the big question mark. Some case, they used to torture. I had the opportunity of residing very next to police station for a period of 8 years during my practice as an advocate. Next residence is my residence. I am residing in the upstairs. Water is in the downstairs. On rental, I was there. Soon after reaching from my court or office, we used to come late only. Our office is functioning at night to 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock with senior discussion. There is no time limit. We used to come out after discussion by 1 o'clock, then used to go to Dasapraka's hotel to get our. I'm married, even at that time I used to tell my wife, don't expect for dinner for me. That is the situation. At that time I used to hear the shouting, the beating, everything I have seen in person. Mild minimum force can be used to get the truth. Then only you will come out to yours. Some people will say immediately, frankly they will admit. Some people will adopt all sort of tactics, not answering, not giving some evasive answer, this and that. But adopting the third degree method is only fatal. As far as you are putting a question, very relevant question regarding the role of the magistrate. Ultimately, they are producing before the magistrate. What the magistrate has to do, remand for a period of 15 days. That functioning of the magistrate should not be automatic or mechanical or arbitrary. They have to apply their independent mind to the materials produced by them, making out a prima facie case. Then they have to see the accused. They have to inquire, when did you taken into the custody? Whether they have been assaulted you. In one case, for instance, in our Salem district case, which I have dealt with, all the advocate association, NGO Prasad, the leading counsel, senior advocate appeared, and other associations joined together. An advocate by name Vetrivel was assaulted, beaten, tortured. The sin he has committed is some problem was going on in a protest in a public road. He was coming along with his four of his other advocates and went there and inquiring what had happened. They are demanding, the public demanding for registration of FIR against some people. The police is very lethargic, not taking action. Police has commanded this man to come along with him to the people who are shouting. Some people picked up. He was also taken inside and asked him to give explanation through the advocate. He refused to give some explanation. He was also taken inside. Ultimately, he was assaulted, sustained serious injuries. The advocates filed a petition for direction, came before me, stating this is what happened. He is inside, not even released, tortured, undergoing, we found injuries. That case, when I have dealt with that matter, the magistrate noting at the time of appearance, he found injuries. He directed the police to take him to the hospital. So those materials are helpful to me to come to the conclusion the advocate was inside, within the custody, police custody. At that time, he would have been attacked. I have immediately come to the conclusion, I awarded even compensation because at the beginning stage of the investigation, and I have transferred the investigation to CBI. So the magistrate role, he can even reject, refusing to remand, stating no, but his innocent found to be no material. What is that you are stating? Nothing is found against incriminating material is not available. I cannot. Yes, rejected. There are several cases rejected you would have come across. So this is the position. Magistrate, as far as today, position is, we are having a wonderful Tamil Nadu Judicial Academy. We are having very good resource persons. And we, the High Court judges, former judges, are also giving lectures. Recently, 250 civil judges have been selected. I had the opportunity of giving lectures during their coaching center at Bar Council, and the other, Saidi Dorasamy was running Manidanayam Academy collaboration. And I also conducted mock interview. In that, I have taken classes for both comparing the new laws and old laws, and magistrates. They are going to assume charge as magistrates as to how to function. So these facilities are now available. All the judicial officers have been given a mobile with all the acts, bare acts, everything is downloaded. They can get the information within a second on their fingers. So magistrates are having an opportunity to be well trained as on date. Nothing to worry.
Yes. So thank you so much, sir. So in continuation with that question, I would like to pose the question to Dr. Suri, sir. So do you think this mentality of inflicting pain to these accused person takes place because the police are constantly engaged in something called post-traumatic stress disorder, or long hours of work, anxiety issues and everything? So how should we get rid of this stress from the police officers?
Thank you, madam. As I mentioned, that the policing per se is not a bed of roses, and there are a lot of stigma attached to policing. At the same time, there's a lot of value system being added to policing. Every fifth person whether he is a policeman or otherwise, has some or the other psychological challenge, and we must accept it. If one is having a poor work-life balance, that's what is happening into the IT sector too, where you have more than 12-hour to 14-hour per day working, and there you are finding so many issues with reference to stress, anxiety, depression. The police authorities, police people, invariably are getting inflicted with reference to the trauma and also observing the people, and they are focused in terms of looking at the negative side of a criminal most of the time. As a result, the policing per se or the judiciary per se works on a theory called as inductive logic. We build up a theory in terms of a crime or in terms of intent for a crime. As a result, his mindset predominantly is looking at the negative side of a picture for a longer time. If we try to have more of the interventions for the police constabulary to the higher-ups with reference to, in the nursing profession in the beginning, there used to be 1/3 of the reserve nursing staff, which is no more in practice now. Similarly, we have a very meager policing staff per 1 million of the population. And I was sharing in the morning in UK and Europe, the petty crime is increasing phenomenally, which wasn't the case. And abject poverty of the people, seeing them, after all, we must accept that a policeman is also a human being. He is also human in nature. We have to have a regular medical checkups. We also need to have a regular psychological counseling for them. There are online mental health platforms. There are online app-based support system today, and these are the like we are providing, my organization where I'm mentor, employee assistance program, we are providing to IITs, IIMs. Similarly, national universities and judicial academy in Delhi. Police authorities needs to be given a regular psychological support with reference to not only the police authorities but also the people in the jail. They are also subject to a lot of challenges, as is the case with the mental health hospitals. When you are regularly seeing the chronic institutionalized schizophrenic and psychotics, there is no one to take them, and as a result the ward boys and the ward persons who are handling them, they use a third-degree treatment in terms of managing that, which is not good. But since there is an overload of work and also the thought process in terms of not providing the support to them, I would strongly suggest and recommend that we must try to have the technological supports in terms of having a online counseling and a psychiatric consultation for almost all the police officers, and right from the constable. Constable is also police officer. We must give her dignity and respect. He is the first person to be in touch with the public. Whatever he builds up the case, the commissioner police has to abide with that. Court has to abide with that. He must be educated to that extent.
Thank you, sir. In continuation with that, I would also like to ask Dr. Neena Pandey, ma'am. Sir has spoke about intervention for the police officers. So as a social worker, have you had the opportunity of working with police officers? So from what perspective do you work with them, and where do you meet them? How do you get the opportunity to meet police officers as a social worker?
Yeah, I personally have researched, my doctoral thesis is on atrocities on women and role of police in Delhi. So that is how I started working with police system. And I tell you, we say when in social work, and it goes for law also, when you are doing research, there should be takers of your research. So when my PhD got over, the then Joint Commissioner of Police, he was given a copy of the thesis, and there was one recommendation that, you know, sometimes we see that the higher ups in the police, they understand the sensitization, gender sensitization and all that. So one recommendation was that we need to do a regular training program at Thana level. So I was called in Special Police Unit for Women and Children, and then I was asked to design a program, training program at Thana level. And that is how in 6 districts of Delhi, we started, you know, gender sensitization training program with police officials at Thana level, and more than 150 sessions we did, and other partners also joined us. That is one experience of mine. Secondly, police social work is an area which is being in the developed countries. In India, it is not that famous, but the thing is that, you know, you employ social workers in the police department and ensure that the accountability to the community is there when it is investigation or any cases and all. So keeping this in mind, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Delhi School of Social Work, from Delhi School of Social Work, I was the TSA, Technical Support Agency, and Jamia Millia Islamia Social Work Department. All 3 of us, we floated a project in the name of establishment of social service units in police stations, wherein 60 social workers were employed 24/7, and they were at Thana, and they were dealing with the domestic violence cases. And I tell you, when we were having, you know, meetings, and we used to call the SHOs and police officials, so they admitted that people are more comfortable coming to the police station, talking to the social workers, and, you know, when then the social worker is facilitating the process at Thana level, and they admitted that the communication with, you know, the communication skills which the social workers are having, somewhere, you know, the approach of police officials is more authoritative. And third example I'll give you, because we are doing, the expectation for police is also too much. You know, we expect that they'll become counselors. No, and they're placed in crime women's cell, and we expect the police will become counselors to them, and it's happening. So when they are dealing with domestic violence, you know, relationship cases, so we train them as a part of project couple counseling. And I share an example in the couple counseling. In one of the sessions when I had a training of, you know, 2.5 hours training session, one of the police officer, he got up and he said, मुझे कोई शर्म नहीं है. I'm not, you know, ashamed of the fact that till now, from last 30 years, when I have heard about couple counseling and all this amicable democratic spaces in the relationship and all, that I have lived a fake life from last 30 years, because I know where I have used authority in my own house with my own wife, you know, and she had to bear all that in the name of bringing order in the family. So that is how, you know, I am associated with this police system.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. So moving forward, before posing a question, I would like to put up some facts before the forum. Recently, the Center for Legal Action and Behavior Change, shortly called the C-Lab, released a report titled Building the Case of Zero, How Prosecution Acts as a Tipping Point in Criminal Cases. This report took inputs from 24 states throughout India and shows that prosecution is the key to securing justice. It also states that prosecution is prevention. Thus, law enforcement is the only solution today, is the conclusion of the report. So I am relating it with a question to Justice Basha sir. In the recent custodial death of Shivaganga youth named Ajit Kumar, many experts and advocates flagged the failure of the prosecution to test Ajit Kumar's swab samples, even though there were traces of drugs. That is one issue which I wanted to put forward. And 2 days earlier, Justice Vail Murugan from the Madras High Court had questioned the prosecution that availability of CCTV camera footage or publication of photos of the accused in the media cannot be cited as reasons for dispensing with the legal requirement of conducting a test identification parade in the murder of a famous political leader. So, sir, do you think the prosecution should act more proactively to make the case of the prosecution stronger?
Needless to state, Madam, it is needless to state, prosecution should be more effective. It should be vigilant. It should take all possible necessary investigation in all aspects. They should not give any loophole. There should not be any lacuna on their part. They have to take each and every test. That all these aspects, but still completion of, I'm told in the morning, only our friend told that development in the prosecution.
Yes, sir.
Now, because Honorable High Court Division Bench has given certain directions,
yes,
going in a right path. As far as the test identification parade is concerned, is one of the important tests. But in leading sensitive cases like this, already the media flashes the photographs of the accused, and it has come to the public view. So one aspect is, it is very difficult to, it is easily they can identify that. Then as per the settled position of law, as per the decisions of the Honorable Apex Court, to the effect that such identification test is valueless. No importance can be given to that. That is the position. So if they have left out the Honorable Justice Vail Murugan has made an observation means,
yes, sir,
he should have gone into some other material in the place before his lordship.
Yes.
He would have given rightly such a direction. Nothing wrong in it. Because prosecution should always be vigilant. Tomorrow they cannot take advantage of the weakness on the defense. Prosecution always should stand on their own legs. Police should adopt and investigate in all angles. Whatever the tests are available, they have to undertake. The leading IPS officer is sitting in front of me. I have to be very careful. I am not blaming, madam, the police officials. Very top, very effective, very able, very dynamic police officials are there in our state. That is the reason they are able to pinpoint and catch the culprits in a time, remarkable time. So at the same time, we have to be careful in dealing with the lethargic officers. Some people may be there taking everything lightly. That is not fair for a police official. They have to take full vigilant. I have come across a case, even the Deputy Superintendent of Police level officer jumped into action and started investigating on his own. Having found some, for that purpose he shows his anxiety and succeeded in a very important case. So that incident or several incidents are there. There are one in Salem, I think, Salem only. One of my family friend, directly recruited DSP madam. There was a trouble from leopard. He had taken a gun and went to the forest area. At the time of attempting to shoot she was attacked by a leopard and ultimately died. Such a brave people are there. Not bother about their life. They want to safeguard the interest of the public. So that is the position.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
They should not miss any piece of material.
Evidence, yes.
Or any test to...
they have to act proactively
yes, certainly.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Because that case, I think, another case only our honorable judge has made such a remark.
Yes, sir.
That leading case took place in an open area. the victim was supervising the construction carried out by him. The police should be vigilant. Patrolling should be there round the clock.
We truly agree with that. Moving on, we know forensic psychology bridges the gap between psychology and legal system using the knowledge to address the legal questions. So my next question is to Dr. Suri. So do you think as a nation we lack in giving emphasis on the subspecialty of forensic psychology, and do lawyers like this, students of law, need a specific module or a specific paper which only focuses on forensic psychology?
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, in the last 30 years, the criminology, forensic sciences has grown phenomenally in India with establishment of a first university on forensic science at Gandhinagar, which was later on converted into National Forensic Science University by the central government by Act of Parliament, making it an institute of national importance. Similarly, Rashtriya Suraksha University is another university at Ahmedabad, which has been set up, both the universities have been set up under the Ministry of Home Affairs, where there is a convergence of psychology, anthropology, sociology, social work, and legal fraternity, and the people from the, even from the armed forces, combined armed forces are together working on digital crime, cyber security, which is a very wider spectrum of the issue. Incidentally, I was involved in framing the first IT law bill along with the then in the government of India. I was involved, and later on I wrote a book with Mr. Bakshi, P.N. Bakshi, on the cybercrime in India in 1998. At that time, cybercrime in India was very, very limited. But today, cybercrime has grown out of proportion. Jimtara, there was a very good series on Netflix perpetuating the incident of the cyber crimes in Jharkhand and Bihar. And there are a lot many movies which has come down to it. But as a science, as a discipline, forensic psychology, forensic psychiatry is growing phenomenally. And India is the first country in the world, let us be proud of that, to set up a national forensic science university which has 8 campuses, and the government is planning to have at least 23 campuses. And once that happens, there will be more growth and more prospects for the people. But these all are under the government domain. Forensic science or forensic psychology, forensic investigation, which is yet to come in the private domain. The hiring of the detectives per se is growing up, and that is another job opportunity for the young advocates to be a part of investigating team. Many of the police officers after retirement, they have also joined hand in terms of the detective and investigation agencies or setup. These are the new avenues. See, when we look out for the job opportunities, you as a young people needs to look up what is going to happen 20 years down the line in terms of job opportunities and create the spaces for the same. Then only the prosperity and happiness will come. But prosperity only for the sake of economic disparity would further provide pain to the society. We need to have a good balance, work-life balance, and that's why I am quite advocating that we should have spirituality as an integral part of our curriculum. And in the happiness domain, almost all colleges and schools and the legal authority should have a course on spirituality along with, so that moral values, ethics are being given a great importance.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully this comes into our academic agenda. So ma'am, over to you. As we're talking about forensic psychology, how do you think, in short, can you tell us, how do you think this forensic psychology can help social workers in doing your work better?
Forensic social work is a broad field, wherein social workers are operating at micro, meso and macro level. And, it is basically protecting the interest of the population who are being investigated. Right? So that becomes a major role of a social worker there. So in the cases of child sexual abuse or rape cases, you will find that there is essentially the third party should be there to look into that. So very much there is a role of social worker. It is people are writing papers on forensic social work, and you see there is a journal on forensic science. So if you read, you will find forensic and clinical social workers are very much, they are participating in it.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Suri, sir, the next question is to you. Currently, we don't have a act for the custodial deaths. So, if in future, if the government of India is bringing an act, as spoken in the first session, some act against prevention of cruelty or torture by the police officers. So will that have a deterrent effect on the police officers? Because from their mindset, if we have a law to punish them for any custodial deaths or custodial torture or sexual abuses in custodial custody, will that have a deterrent effect on the police officers?
I don't think so. It will have a more positive impact if we have a legislative framework for the right of the people in the custody. Corporal punishment or third degree treatment in no civil society would advocate. I don't need policing. I don't need a judiciary if everything is okay to me as a civilized society. If everybody is doing the same work which he or she is supposed to do, and there is an equal transference of everybody's responsibility. If everybody takes the responsibility and take the duty as a fundamental duty rather than fundamental rights, there would be no issues of concerns. And I personally feel that if the legislative process is enacted, it will provide a support to the people who are considered to be the one on whom we consider to be a victim. In the home, if this is another issue which happens in why we have a POSH now. POSH has never become a deterrent. POSH has been put into place. As a officer, if a subordinate is working under me and I am making an advances and making use of the same, I am punishable. Similarly, if a policeman is doing torture in the custody, he should be punished, and there should be law for that, and there should be some amount of understanding to him that these are the boundaries. That's these ethical boundaries, what we find in our relationship as a very meaningful issues. These boundaries needs to be defined. If those boundaries are not educated and the person takes everything on to right. I remember in the 1991 when I was training a police officer in all over the country, in the metropolitan cities. One of the friend, I will not quote his name, he was there with me in Delhi University. He became the SP traffic over there in the Jaipur. He was telling me, I was saying, you used to be a very slim person, very timid, and now you are using a filthy language, abuses every time. He says, see, I was very, very cold, timid fellow, but this uniform has given me a power. I can use this power. These bloody criminals, this is a word he used, these bloody criminals. I said, how are you saying that this bloody criminal? You never used to use this statement. So that's being implanted over the time, maybe because if there is a legislative framework, people would be more cautious. That's how the good governance is coming in the workplaces also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the final question of this session, I'll put it to Dr. Neena Pandey, ma'am. Ma'am, in your opening statement, you put an input on restorative justice. Can you give us more insights on the concept of family conferencing, which will help us in future?
Yes. Thank you for this question.
Thank you.
Because I firmly believe that restorative justice is an answer for because it talks about repairing the harm and healing processes. So I think, yes, family conferencing is like, bringing the victim and the offender's family and the stakeholders at the same platform and have the communication. So there is a facilitator there. So countries like US and New Zealand, they are practicing it. And it is also happening in India. There are some organizations who believe in restorative justice and they are doing, they are practicing it, wherein the victims and offenders, it is not the family conferencing or restorative justice is not an alternative to, problem solving, but it supplements. How it supplements the judicial process is that it strengthens the capabilities of victim and the offenders both to participate in the justice system and justice processes. So that is the whole essence. I recommend that a paper written by Bhavya and Maheshwari on victim offenders management is one. Second, I would say that there is a research in Walland University. If one reads, it's an interesting research, wherein the restorative, approaches and models where family conferencing was practiced with 6 incarcerated women. So when they were there in the jails, and they were, very soon they were supposed to be released. So the process of restorative approaches, it continued from the prison to social integration. And today, these 6 women are entrepreneurs living their life. So it has a value in it. So that research is commendable.
So hopefully
I see a lot of possibilities and hopes in family conferencing and circling, of course, the models of restorative justice. Because the healing is somewhere missing, and we need to, with repairing the harm and healing processes are something which we need to strategize, design and work upon.
I think giving more awareness about this will take this concept to a lot of places where it's in need. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this. So with this, we come to the end of the session. I now hand over the session to our chairperson, Justice Sir, to give the concluding remarks of the session. Sir.
As far as this session is concerned, it went on very lively, covering all the aspects. And one of the main aspects is the selection of panelists. Very richly experienced 2 personalities, this side and that side. And our Professor Dr. R.K. Suri actually demonstrated the psychological effects, the psychological treatment, and various aspects, the behavior of police officials, pointing out to each and every aspect, and calling them, as he has used some word I don't want to use. Very, very interesting, very apt questions. As far as our Professor Dr. Neena Pandey is concerned, she has come all the way from Delhi. Both of them are from Delhi. Naturally, the universities are very good universities there in Delhi. That is my personal view. And youngsters wants to go and study there in the colleges, particularly law colleges. And now they are even crossing Delhi, via Delhi, they are going to Jindal also. So the students are also very intelligent. And she has covered almost all the topics. And the answers are well-reasoned, well-considered answers, madam. Hats off to you. I need not repeat it again and again. The topics you have touched, really wonderful topics. And the questions put by our moderator, she is very, very intelligent. We have to be very careful. The questions that put by her are very, very relevant questions, touching the topic of this session very well. So I'm really grateful to all this team. And we have to move to the next event. Already I found our audience are tired. I hope our chairman will expedite that also within a short time. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of appreciation. Thank you so much. So I just want to make one point today. Thank you for the opportunity for giving this opportunity. I just conclude this summit because mine is the last technical session. In today's Hindu's editorial, one of the author named Bhuvan Ribu, he explained the need for protection and prevention which can be done by proper prosecution. He used a word called PICKET, which is P-I-C-K-E-T. P stands for good policies, clear and strong policies. I stands for institution which monitor, prosecute and rehabilitate. And C stands for convergence of agencies. K stands for knowledge. E stands for economically strengthening the prosecution. T stands for technologically strengthening the prosecution. So I hope justice is not only the punishment, but also prevention before harm. So this prevention can be done effectively by understanding the underlying psychology of victims, not only victims, law enforcement agencies, judicial officers also. As Martin Luther King has stated, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So we have the tools, we have all the laws in hand, and all that remains is the will. The longer we wait for a change, the more we lose. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panel members. Now I request our chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, and the chairperson, Honorable Justice K. N. Basha, former chairman, Intellectual Property Appellate Board, former judge, High Court of Madras, to kindly honor Professor Dr. R. K. Suri, senior psychologist and founder Psycho Wellness Center, New Delhi, with book and memento respectively. I request Mrs. A. Anshurpa, Assistant Professor of Law, and the Chairperson, Honorable Justice K. N. Basha, to kindly honor Dr. Neena Pandey, Professor, Department of Social Work, University of Delhi, with book and memento respectively.
And now we request all the dignitaries to join us for the photo session.
My friend wants to say only few words.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks, the chairman and the lordship, for giving me permission to speak. I have been an institutional builder in terms of setting up universities and colleges, upgradation of colleges to universities. I must put it on record, this college has a potential to be converted into university. And whatever support and voluntary effort is required at my end, I am indebted to do the same. I'll be obliged to provide whatever support I can do in terms of making it a university. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. As the sun sets on this enlightening summit, we now gather for the valedictory session, a moment to celebrate the takeaways on our contributions and conclude on a note of inspiration. We begin with a warm welcome address. I now invite Ms. S. Neeraja, Assistant Professor of Political Science, to open the session and extend our greetings to our distinguished guests and participants.
In 1958, Dr. Ramon Antonio Braco founded the World Friendship Crusade in Puerto Penasco, Paraguay. This organization promoted friendship as a means to foster peace. Their efforts led to the establishment of Friendship Day on July 30, which later gained international recognition. In 1998, the United Nations officially recognized July 30, today, as International Friendship Day. Today also marks the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. And we had thoughts about organizing this summit on a weekday, but now I can say that there couldn't have been a better day to celebrate, to acknowledge peace, human rights than today. Good evening, everybody. On behalf of the Central Law College, I take this opportunity to welcome everyone to the valedictory session. I welcome our esteemed guests, Honorable Mr. Justice S. Bhaskaran, former Chairperson, State's Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, former Judge, High Court of Madras. Enrolled in the Bar Council of Tamil Nadu, serves under the guidance of Advocate Mr. B.R. Bkeshwaran for 8 years, after which he entered Tamil Nadu Judicial Services, promoted as District Judge, served as Principal District and Sessions Judge at Kanchipuram, Coimbatore and Salem. Lordship has also served as Presiding Officer, Labour Court, as Registrar of High Court of Madras. He was elevated as Judge to the High Court of Madras in 2016, and later he was appointed as a Chairperson to the State's Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu in 2020. Sir was also associated with the Tamil Nadu Judicial Officers Association as a Secretary, where he was able to launch the first ever Judicial Officers Directory. I consider it my honor to welcome him to our valedictory. Welcome, sir. Our keynote speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice K.N. Basha, former Chairman, Intellectual Property Appellate Board, former Judge, High Court of Madras, serving in the office of Mr. N.T. Vanamamalai for 8 years. Sir later came to be a legal advisor to the Tamil Nadu Waqf Board. He was in the panel of advocates for Punjab National Bank. He was designated by the Madras High Court as senior advocate and later elevated as a judge of the Madras High Court in 2005. After retirement, he was appointed as Chairman of Intellectual Property Appellate Board, Government of India, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Chennai. He is now in the panel of arbitrators in the High Court of Madras, Nani Palkiwala Arbitration Center and KD Lex Chambers LLP, India, New Delhi. I proudly welcome Honorable Mr. Justice K.N. Basha. Our next guest, Mr. Sachidananda Valan Michael, is heading the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees India Field Office in Chennai since 2014. Prior to this, sir was working in senior positions in various international organizations. He has been in this humanitarian work field for about about 18 years. Sir, a very, very warm welcome to you, sir. I welcome our other dignitaries on stage, Professor Ruwan, Dr. Manigandan Soundararajan. The reason the summit is organized on an international level is due to the presence of our international guests, Professor Ruwan and Dr. Manigandan Soundararajan. When I welcome Professor Ruwan, it sounds like a fairy tale. Sir, you've crossed the continents and the seas to be with us today with nothing but just pure intention just for the students. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to quote Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. If you want to shine like a sun, first burn like a sun. I take pride in welcoming our chairman, Mr. D. Saravanan, sir, who makes us shine like the sun. Sir, don't get me wrong, you did not burn us like the sun, but you set a spark in us that got us this event going in a flow. Thank you so much for that, sir. Be it a special lecture within our college, a state level event, a national level event, or this international summit, whenever I get the stage, I always mention that sir is our biggest cheerleader because he really is. It is my honor and my duty to welcome our leader. Welcome, sir.
I extend my warmest welcome to our principal, Professor Dr. Begum Fatima ma'am, who is always a source of support for us. Thank you ma'am for being the calmest support system we could have. Our Dean, Dr. T.N. Geeta ma'am, when ma'am handed over the file to me, she knew what was going on in my mind. Thank you ma'am for giving me more than the support that is required. I welcome our Vice Principal Shantakumari ma'am. I welcome our panel members who have also taken time off their busiest schedules to be with us today just to make the topic reach the audience, which is the need of the hour. I welcome our heads, Ansirpa ma'am, Karnan sir, Bhaskaran sir, Satyapriya ma'am, who have been part of this event since its inception. I most importantly welcome all our participants for being here with us today from morning. I welcome our committee co-convener Govindan sir, who has been the greatest strength that I could ask for. I wholeheartedly welcome all our faculty members who have facilitated today's event without any hassle. Thank you so much. A big welcome to our administrative staff who have also worked along with us and who have been ambushed by me for the past 2 months, I can say. I extend my greetings to the press and media. I extend my greetings to the administrative staffs who also helped in arrangements for today's program. Last but not the least, I cannot miss in welcoming our student volunteers who have helped facilitate this session. All your efforts cannot be missed. I welcome everyone present here again. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Graceful words and warm welcome, madam.
I request Honorable Mr. Justice S. Bhaskaran, former Chairperson, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu, former Judge High Court of Madras, to kindly honor the moderate of Technical Session 1, Mrs. N. Sanjakumari, Vice Principal, the Central Law College, Salem. I now request Professor Ruwan Udvai Pereira, Director of Policy and Criminology, Policing Innovation, Enterprise and Learning University of East London, UK, to kindly honor the moderation of Technical Session 3, Mrs. Anshripa, Assistant Professor of Law. Now I request Mr. Justice K.M. Basha to kindly honor the moderate of Technical Session 3, Mr. Pushpavanam, Assistant Professor of Law. Our next speaker is known for his insights into legal and social systems. We now invite Mr. Sachinananda Valan Michael, Head of Field Office, United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees, to share his thoughts.
Very good evening. I know it is dark outside, so I'm mindful of that. But at the same time, I'm also mindful of one more. I just remember one particular quote that goes on like this: we need to be patient when it is dark because the dawn is coming. So I'm sure that hope remains with us and will take us through. And at this moment, I would like to just pass on my commendation to all of you. And I'm sure I second the idea of Dr. Suri. I'm sure this institution not only has the infrastructure, but also the very sense of spirit from the students to make it as an university in itself. So you make it, and I want to really commend your patience and your perseverance to learn beyond the hours. So we are like almost taken 3 hours close to that over the scheduled time, and you make it sure that you are very attentive and also continue to learn it. And the second point that I want to really think, and I was really appreciative, is the sense of responsibility the whole administration led by the very chairperson, Mr. Saravanan, has, because I'm not sure whether you all have observed that he continues to keep his smile and charm from the morning till now, but I am sure he would have emptied his pen. The reason is he has been writing notes to every faculty members who are coordinating on making changes, making them motivated. So I'm sure you deserve to be the best person, and best thing that we learn, as I learn, is your charm and to be patient and very encouraging. And the third most important point is this is deserved to be a 3-day workshop, and which has been condensed with the wealth of knowledge. Justice Basha and justices who have spoken and all the speakers have wealth of knowledge and great experience, and I'm sure that we have really grasped as much as possible. It's a condensed capsuled module that has been delivered, but otherwise we need to have at least a week to digest the learning that is so rich, that's so nutritious, and I'm sure that we have been fed a feast that will make us to think, to digest, and to get the learnings into our mind and also into the practice in the days to come. So I would like to congratulate all of you. And in this whole process, I also remember the very invitation shared by the SHRC to us, to the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, and that made us to think that we have to expand our networking with academics beyond Chennai and beyond the very other metropolitan cities, and I'm sure Salem will be one of that, and I would like to see and request how we can make it anchored around the CLC in Salem, and thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for the thought-provoking and inspiring address. We are privileged to have an international academic voice with us. Let us now welcome Professor Ruwan Udvarik Pereira to deliver a special address.
It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to be with you today. And actually, I think you deserve to give yourselves, and we will give you a round of applause for actually being and remaining with us for the entire day. The way forward. Okay, we've been talking about lots of problems today. Problems, problems, problems. But actually, it's solutions we need, is it not? Okay. I will actually slightly disagree with one of the speakers regarding prevention as opposed to prosecution. I will go for prevention every time, because if we can prevent crimes happening, we don't need to prosecute them. My dream is to do all of you out of a job. My dream is police services do not need to increase, that social services do not need to increase, because we have a society that is more humane. That's the dream, okay? And we can do this, we can do this. What do you think is the one thing that's stopping us from doing it? What is the one thing? Okay, there is. Again, I go back to, where is the answer? The answer is in the East. The answer is in India. There is an old tale about how we let go of problems, is there not? And you've all no doubt heard the story of the monkey trap. Who knows that one? Okay, it is actually an Indian story. It's probably a Sri Lankan story that we've probably lent you. Anyway, how do you trap a monkey? You get a coconut, you put a big hole, you put something sweet inside, it puts its hand in, it grabs it, and now it's stuck. is it not? Monkeys aren't clever enough to go, not clever enough. But we are clever enough, surely. So if we want to create change, and we want to create that positive change for the future, all we have to do is let go and let our hand out, and we can escape, because we're clever enough. You are lawyers, and you're going to go forward and deal with human rights and protecting people, etc. in the future. That's my hope, and I'm sure that's the hope of everyone here. But all we have to do is let go in order to create that change. And I believe that this institution is one of those positive ways forward. So I personally, and I know Dr. Mani will as well, we will give whatever support we can in order this college can progress to becoming a university, because it deserves to be. This is actually the best international conference I have been to in many, many years. And so I have to say, and I'm going to keep this really short, so I'm saying thank you to everyone here. I'm saying thank you to your amazing academic staff and your administrative staff. Absolutely, they are mind-blowingly good. In years to come, some of you will go into academia and you will look back and go, they were good. They were really good, okay? So you've got role models here that I certainly didn't have when I first went to university. So I wish you all well in your futures. The other offer I will give you is very much, Manny and I regularly, we do online sessions, and I would be more than happy to put you through some pain in a debate online. I'm more than happy to do it, because the way we learn is by being challenged. Okay, so, and you can challenge me as well. That's the important thing. I've got grey hair and I'm coming to the end of my career. It doesn't mean I know everything. I don't. I learn something new every single day. There's a thing about martial arts, black belts. In Japan, there's a term called Shoshin. And Shoshin means new learning, actually. New beginning, new learning. So in martial arts, you get a black belt. Now, for many people, their black belt is, that's it. That's the journey. For many people in academia, getting a doctorate that's it. But Shoshin says no. The doctorate, the black belt, is merely the beginning, because it's about using that knowledge. It's about progressing that knowledge. And it's about it's also about encouraging you to actually seek new knowledge as well. And I believe with your academic staff, you have got that. You've got that. So you are the embodiment of what they would call in Japan Shoshin, because it's new knowledge, new beginning, and that desire to seek more. So congratulations to you. I'm shattered, absolutely shattered. So congratulations to you.
Thank you for insightful words and global perspective, sir.
We now kindly welcome Honorable Mr. Justice K.N. Basha to deliver the keynote address.
Like to, first of all, pay my tributes to my respected Professor R.V. Dharmalan, who is the founder of this prestigious institution. He has founded I would like to mention, which I of the accused. It recognized the psychological factors such as power dynamics, gender bias, and social norms often influence the commission of crimes against women. The judgment highlighted the need to consider the psychological aspects during investigations and trials to ensure the effective administration of justice. By acknowledging the function of psychology in cases of suicide, the Chitras Kumar Chopra versus State of Government of NCT Delhi AR 2009-16 SEC 605 case delved into the importance of comprehensive understanding of the psychological factors influencing suicidal behavior. It emphasized the need for a nuanced approach that takes into account the mental health and emotional well-being of individuals involved in such cases, ultimately contributing to a more informed and sensitive approach within the Indian legal system. Criminal psychology plays a pivotal role in dealing with the serial killing cases as exemplified by the infamous Raman Raghav case, the Raman Raghav case and other instances highlighted. Treatment and rehabilitation of accused and convicts. Correctional psychology is a subsystem of forensic psychology, and the correctional psychologist is involved in the legal system and deal with mentally ill persons in the prisons and other correctional institutions. In correctional psychology, the principles of psychology are applied for correctional purposes and about the treatment and management of the criminals or offenders, and includes interventions for the inmates and offenders. The main goal of correctional psychology is the rehabilitation and reintegration of the offender. Research as well as a part and parcel of the job of a correctional psychologist, as he could carry out research on varied topics like effectiveness of methods of incarceration, strategies for rehabilitation and reintegration of the offenders, and so on. Only one more case I would like to cite is the case. The petitioner is announced then our pupil watch, Mr. Henry Dipanj. He has filed a petition in a case of custodial death of one Karupai. She was a domestic worker. She has been implicated in a case by her master, that theft of some jewelry. Ultimately, she was taken into custody and tortured, ultimately died. The question is whether it is a suicide, whether it is a suicide or homicide. She was found hanging. That is the case. Ultimately, on the basis of the medical evidence, postmortem conducted twice, there are variations. The injuries were multiple injuries found on her. Ultimately, developed into the case of homicide. That serious doubt arose in that case. Ultimately, I have transferred the investigation to CBI, independent agency, and also awarded compensation in that matter. That is the matter in the name of Henry Dipanj. You can find out from the journals, very important matter. I have considered the compensation aspect also elaborately, and also the medical evidence showing what had happened to the fate of that poor lady Karpai. So once again, I would like to express my thanks to every one of you with my folded hands.
Thank you, Your Lordship. To formally bring the summit to a close, we are deeply honored to invite Honorable Mr. Justice S. Bhaskaran for the valedictory address.
யாம் அறிந்த மொழிகளிலே தமிழ் மொழி போல் இனிதாவது எங்கும் காணோம் என்ற பாரதி புகழ்ந்தெடுத்த தாய் தமிழை வணங்கி என் உரையை தொடங்குகின்றேன். I am only following the footsteps of my senior judge, respected lordship, in being bilingual. In our circle, he is called as Singo Corleone, a man blessed with booming voice and booming and mesmerizing voice. And to ask to speak after him is always difficult for the speaker coming next after him. Anyway, in a way I am lucky because as pointed out by my friend, already doctor Zedin Dawn has to come. Before that we have to depart. I was supposed to be halfway through to my place by this time, but I am yet to start. Anyway, at the outset, remembering that great professor, Mr. R.V. Dhanabalan, the founder of the institution, I take this opportunity to congratulate and convey my best wishes to Mr. Saravanan and entire faculty for organizing the best international level conference as certified by our friend, and also giving me an opportunity to be part of this event. Thank you, sir. We have a great history of judicial system in our country. Hailing from Tanjavur district, I want to, all of you know that, I want to point out the story of Manuniri Solan. He, on hearing the complaint by the cow that the son of the king ran over the chariot and killed the calf, the king gave the same punishment to his son. So we got a legacy where justice was done throughout the society without any unfairness. Friend, don't worry, I will not take much time. I know already dinner time has come. I will be like a dessert. It will be in being tasty and also small in quantity. And I know you would like only T20 cricket, and I don't want to spoil your reputation, already given, recognition given to you of being exemplary in being silent from the morning. See, human right is a vast subject as pointed out by various speakers. It takes, it can take days together to talk about different aspects of human rights. Right to life is a human right as declared by the Apex Court. It covers anything and everything. While I was in Andaman, which is attached to Tamil Nadu Human Rights Commission, a petition was given to me by one person stating that pumped water, drinking water was not supplied for 1 week. So he cited the Supreme Court judgment and asked me that his dignified life, his right to a dignified life is affected and what can be done. We took some steps and it was restored because there was some local issue, local problem, it was restored. So that is a kind of awareness that is available in some areas. See, all of us have a right to travel in the road. But if for any reason, for various associations, various organizations are conducting road roko, blocking the road, how they are justified? Is it not amounting to denying our right of using the road? There may be emergency vehicles, there may be people who are in a hurry. So it affects the human right in a way. So there are so many things which comes under human right. I am only saying it as a diversion because from the morning we are all talking about human rights violations committed in custody and related issues and drug abuse. Yes, custodial torture is taking place. There are violations. At the same time, think about why it is happening, how it can be prevented. Think about the stress under which the policemen are forced to work. Without rest, continuously they are asked to work for the entire day. Then how the psychology works. See, as pointed out by the senior judge, there are very excellent police officers. See, say about 5%, 10% may be doing the unwanted things or illegal things. But there are other majority of police officers are doing their work in a very prompt way. So think about the way in which something is happening. Why it is happening? Psychologically, what's the problem with the police people who are doing these unwanted things? How it can be prevented? How they can be counseled? How they can be rectified? As pointed out by, I think, Dr. Suri pointed out that thing. You start institutions, you have some training academy apart from the regular police academies where these people can be counseled, their grievances can be listened to, that can be sorted out. So that way, this kind of unwanted torture during custody can be prevented. So that's one way. Then what about drug abuse? Youngsters are now being blamed that they are being addicted to drug. I will blame the family. See, when we were young, we are all living in joint family. There will be somebody in house, somebody will be taking care of whether you are returned from school, whether you returned from college in time, what you are doing, where are you going. And we were also sharing with them. And because of cousins, we have got that mutual respect, give and take policy. So, but that is lacking because of the social changes that has taken place. Because now both parents are working, they have no time to take care of the child. The child is forced to stay alone in the house in the evening hours till the parents return. So, where the society is heading, who is to be blamed? The role of NGOs or the role of social thinkers comes into play. They must take this into mind. The system should take this into consideration and evolve methods whereby the needs of the young children who are left alone at home are taken care of in some way, so that they are not only guided properly and they are also monitored. And I have got a lot of things to tell you, but there's no point in taking time at this stage to say about what kind of human rights violation, what kind of principles to be followed, all those things. But I will say only few suggestions, because as pointed out by the speakers before me, that this institution is being considered and people are wishing that it should become an university. Yes, when it becomes a university, it will have its own advantages. Now I was telling your chairman when I was sitting there that whether you have got an MOU with universities in England, you enter an agreement with them so that there can be mutual exchange programs, students can be exchanged, they can go there, share their thoughts, share their ideas, so that they can become better developed. So in the coming days, when it becomes university, it will definitely happen. Like that, see, when you become lawyers, I want you to be fair not only to your client but also to the system, because the judicial system is managed not only by judges. The lawyers play a major role. You instruct the court, you inform the court, you enlighten the court to dispense justice. So you have to be fair. You have to be fair to the client and also to the court. So you have to balance yourself, act according to your conscience. Don't do anything unethical. It may give you short-term gains, but in the long run, ethically, if you are doing practice, following ethical things, you will definitely establish yourself. And as pointed out by the learned judge, people like NTV were very conscious of things to be done, of things not to be done. And as a young lawyer, I had seen the then advocate, senior advocate, Mr. Govind Swaminathan, telling the first bench means Chief Judge's Court, that he doesn't have a case and he is leaving to the court. So try to be conscious of your duty, not only to your client, but also to society. That will help you in the long run and not only earn your name, but also fame and also good fees. Friends, as I said in the beginning, I want to be very brief. I don't want to point out things which I wanted because it's already late. But I only want to make some suggestions, one or two suggestions relating to this, what I can say, the people who are detained without trial, or who are people who are sent to prison on conviction, how to rehabilitate them. That is one way where human rights need to be addressed. See, for now, recently, you would have seen in Salem, 1 week back, they opened a petrol bunk near the central prison, which is run by prisoners themselves. They are taken care of by the prisoners. Prisoners are allowed to work there, and they are running the fuel station there. So, how to safeguard, how to educate all those first-time offenders who get into prison? I want to make some suggestions which can be recommended in whatever way by this forum. Promote storytelling, painting, poetry and music sessions that allow inmates to express guilt, pain and hope through non-verbal forms. Instead of prison for non-violent first-time offenders, allow NGOs to provide community custody and supervise living with training, reporting and transformation goals. In the morning, it was referred to a case where the accused was, and the minor was sent to YWCA, and then on attaining majorities, he was allowed to go with the partner. Like that, it can be done. Promote community sentence alternatives like probation or social service. This reduces prison congestion while installing accountability as practiced in many Western countries. Establish talent identification and development cells inside every central and district prison, governed jointly by State Prison Department, local NGOs, or educational bodies, or other vocational institutions. They can conduct individual assessments to identify talents among the inmates. They have different talent that can be encouraged. In that way, they can be given sort of mental peacefulness, and which will have a psychological effect on their coming out of prison. So, I am leaving out all other things. I don't want to detain you much because already people have spoken in length. I had repeated it thrice anyway, because I feel guilty because I wanted to, because I was asked by the faculty for several days to get ready for this function. So I have come prepared with a lengthy speech. And so I feel guilty that I am not conveying the message which I wanted to convey, because it has happened in several occasions. So it's not the first occasion. And I hope when it becomes university, Saran will invite me, then I will have longer time to speak. See, only one thing I want to say before finding off, because as students, you have got time to spend in whatever you want. But once you come to the bar, see to it that you prepare yourself, because today it's not like the old days. Now competition is like that. Law colleges are there in every district. So many lawyers are coming out. And if you are to survive in the profession, you have to make yourself completely thorough, not only with principles, but also procedural aspects. So equip yourself so that you can do your work in such a way that you will get appreciated by everyone. And that way you can also help people who are suffering from human rights violations. See, wherever you go, you can see people being held back, people being put to torture, people being put to difficulties in a way which violates law. Human rights, I said, it means nothing. It can be said in a single line. Everyone must get everything equally in a just and equitable way. So when there is denial of those things, violation of labor law, violation of something, whatever it is, it amounts to human right violation. So see to it that whenever something comes to your knowledge, bring it to the notice of the authorities. As pointed out by various speakers, but for NGOs, human rights commissions will not have so many cases. Only because of NGOs, human rights commissions are functioning in a way where cases are getting filed more than what is happening in high courts. So as a lawyer, as a citizen of this country, wherever you come across any violation which according to you amounts to human right violation, kindly take it to the notice of authorities concerned, and then they will do the needful. So friends, I wish every one of you success in your life, in your career. Thank you very much for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Lordship.
We now invite Mrs. M. Shantakumari, Vice Principal, to deliver the vote of thanks.
So I know, ironically, I think I'm going to receive a lot of clap because number one, I'm going to be the last speaker of this day. So that's a reason to clap. And I am very sure CLC is never tired of hosting and thanking. So join me in thanking everyone today. So to begin with, it becomes my pleasure to thank Honorable Mr. Justice S. Bhaskaran, former Chairperson, State Human Rights Commission, Tamil Nadu. Sir, you have literally crowned the event. As you have crowned me with the shawl, you have literally crowned the event. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And I also extend a very, very special thanks to Honorable Mr. Justice K.N. Basha, former Chairman, Intellectual Property Appellate Board. I know I'm running like a Japanese train, but trust me, I'll be crisp. Sir, if I, with all the humility possible, as I say in Hindi, Baaton ke Badshah, you're not only Badshah of justice, sir, you are a king of words. You were amazing. Thank you so much, sir. And moving on further, I would like to thank Mr. Sachidanandan Velan Michael, sir. Sir, I think with you and the personality you are, we get a glimpse of what UN looks like. And sir, I think refugees in India are in safe hands under you. So very proud to have you and thank you so much, sir. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to thank Professor Ruwan Udvirage Perara. Sir, thank you so much, as Neeraja ma'am has rightly pointed out, for crossing borders and ensuring that knowledge has no borders, sir. So thank you so much. And thank you so much for the personality you are. Recently, now only I got to know your age. That will be a secret. But thank you so much for the energy you shared. And thanks to everybody, Manigandan sir or Neena Pandey ma'am and all the panelists, because they have extremely highlighted and they really deserve a thanks. Isaac Newton has told that if I have seen farther in life, it's because I was standing in the shoulders of legends. And these are the legends who have made us to look this summit very far, take it very farther, and thank you so much for that. Now, you know, I'm a big fan of MS Dhoni, and anybody who acts like MS Dhoni, we tend to follow them. And that is a saying that you have to concentrate on the process, and the product already comes. And we have a very personality in our college who follows and justifies that, none other than the chairman of the institution. Tirudi Saravanan sir. Sir, it's always a pleasure to work with you. And I think Sachidanandan sir has spilled a secret. This is how sir extracts work from us. Now he has put the secret on mic. So literally every function, all his pen inks go down. Thanks to us in that case. So thank you so much for everything you do for us. Now, I take extreme privilege in thanking the principal of this institution. Ma'am, thanks for ensuring calmness in the midst of tedious tasks, ma'am. Thank you so much. A special thanks also goes to Dr. T.N. Geeta, ma'am. Ma'am, what an energy you are, and maintaining it till the end means a lot. Thank you. And I would like to place a special thanks to all the moderators because your energy. And right now, you know, being in the shoes of a moderator, I know it's been tough to converse with the expert people. So a great job to all the moderators, and thank you so much. I would also like to place thanks to all the head of the departments and to all my learned colleagues who have been supporting the institution throughout. A special thanks goes to the administrative staffs because they don't always get the time to come to the limelight like us, but they are extremely crucial. A very special thanks to the police, the press, and the bar members and everybody who have contributed in one or the other way. Last but not least, the participants, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. I have a reason behind it. Anybody who is eager to learn is the ounce of change in this society, and you all are, trust me, very big change makers. And volunteers of CLC, we thank you. At last, I just want to say that sometimes people are so generous that they put us in a position of not only thanking, but take this vote of thanks as a tribute on behalf of Central Law College, please. Because let me tell you, your presence here has given us a blossoming power. This is the 42nd year of this college, and a very special mention, I was coming to that, goes to the star of the event, Neeraja ma'am and Govindan sir. What a personality. Right from the time she has been handed over the file, she has been completely energetic. And at last, I would like to just sum up and say one thing, that this is the 42nd year of the institution. And everybody in the crowd, you know, we owe a special thanks and a tribute to every soul out in the crowd, because this is going to be a time that Central Law College will always cherish. And thank you so much. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let us now all rise for the national anthem. For your presence, participation, and contribution. May the idea seated here